story begins 92 years ago in the autumn. That day, Deputy Sal Ch Han told him, "The time has come to invade Zhongyuan. The MURIM alliance is in chaos and the faction has split. People inside it are already fighting for power. So while war has broken out between us, the holy school of the heavenly demon must use this and act." But it seems Ku Ok Kion was very irritated. He refused this proposal because at that moment he could not stop his research to write his book. 10 years have passed. The deputy visited him again. He came with news. Members of the Sa clan have seized several roads and engaged in confrontation with the Jiang clan. He again tried to impose that idea, but our hero refused. Then his head was already filled with thoughts about what martial arts teaching is. Time passed quickly and the deputy's requests did not cease, and now 15 years have passed. The deputy learned that the number of absolute warriors does not exceed 10 people, so if he hands over the combat squads to him, they will succeed. But the man did not listen to him because that day he was thinking about how to properly eat tangsuk. 31 years passed. A stranger reached. Ku Ok introduced himself as Ch Han's son. As it turned out, he was transferred to a new position as deputy. The old man told that he found a way to cause chaos in the enemy's environment without engaging in battle. They only need to slip the secret book of Ku Ok to them and disputes will flare up among the opponents. Although the man felt a bit guilty because the old man tried his best, at that moment he was very angry. After thorough research, he concluded, to rise to the level of great warriors, he would have to train for more than a month. If our hero lets Jin Sun take command of several commanders, they will crush the alliance in an instant. But Ku Ok hated such proposals, so he threatened. Next time he would throw the deputy into the Shaolin temple for religious conversion. And as expected, after these words, the subordinates stopped bothering him. A year later, the man realized, on this land he had done everything that could possibly be done. Now he only had to join the assembly of immortals, but even if he ended up in the world of immortals, it was not certain that it would be more interesting than the earthly human body. Ku Ok could not give up his physical body. He decided to achieve a high level of martial arts that no one in the history of MURIM had ever attained. Ku Ok strives to reach a level that surpasses even the depth or the demon who escaped. Now this has become the mission of his life. Man needs to reach the level of the sacred demon, who is also called the demonic god. Ku Ok has endured a lot of failures but still does not intend to give up. He is confident this time he will definitely succeed. Finally, he started to succeed. If his energy were the same as before, he definitely wouldn't be able to lift his body into the air so easily. Now he only has to break free upwards by unconsciousness into the depths of space. Even the great founder of the Heavenly Demon School fell right at the entrance there. If Ku Ok loses, he will become a celestial being. In a moment, he sets off on the road to where no Murimu warrior has ever been. From this moment, hold unconsciousness and create a barrier around yourself. Concentration and control are important here. You need to clear your thoughts. Suddenly, the main character hears a female voice asking which world he is currently in. This voice greatly distracts the man. Because of it, he cannot concentrate properly. Obviously, at such a pace, the defensive barrier of Ku Ok will not hold for long. The voice insists the man will die by her hands. The voice did not stop and the man became even angrier. Our hero boiled with rage at those bastards who dared to interfere with him. He ordered those who disturbed him to show who they were. But this did not happen. Instead, the voices fell silent. Our hero assumes that they were brought by the world of the immortals. Suddenly, some bright yellow rays struck Ku Ok and pulled him down. It was the light that grabbed him. If this continues, the man will truly become a demigod, so he has no other choice but to forcibly weaken his level. Soon he falls to the ground and vomits his own blood. He heard the voice again, ordering him to flee. He is being searched for throughout the entire space. In a moment, the main character is seized by an incredibly strong pain, and a scream bursts from his chest. Several months have passed since this event. The red-haired girl rushed into the room. She had to immediately find the head of the Union. The Union warrior MURIM named Chegul Yu-jin was urgently searching for the head. Finally, she finds him. The girl appears immediately after receiving a letter from a carrier pigeon. Is it really true that a terrible tragedy happened to the great master of the mountain ridge? Unfortunately, the man must admit that it is indeed true. The head has already gathered 9 great clans and 5 great families. The enemies have now advanced into Tibet, which means they are in the sacred school of the heavenly demon. Meanwhile, in Tibet, when the deputy received news that the enemies had defeated even the hidden Steel Soul group, he exploded with rage. They suffered massive destruction on the 3rd and 4th front lines. The fighters who remained continue to fight, but they won't last long. Even though they are demonic creatures, they are still pathetic. 3 combat squads of their school consist of first-class warriors, so the elders I suggest releasing them into battle and observing. But even so, the forces will be uneven, the enemies are several times more numerous. Does he really think that in such a situation their fighters will manage to achieve victory? Everyone was enraged by this, panic and nerves completely overwhelmed them. Suddenly, a barely alive commander of the suicide squad bursts into the room, arrows protrude from him, and blood is flowing. He reports that there were terrible monsters there. The warriors tried to hold on, but the enemies kept increasing. Eventually, their squad held out for 15 minutes and was defeated. Deputy became angry and asked if the leader knew about this. The current leader was too strong, so he began to be called the Heavenly Demon. With his help, they will be able to withstand these times. But even if he arrives, the deputy will not be able to look him in the face. He does not want to tell him about such shame. Suddenly, the old man heard very strange sounds somewhere above his head. It was already very late, the demons had reached them. It immediately became clear that this was an enemy attack. An unknown creature, and in a moment it broke the roof of the headquarters. It was exactly the one that destroyed the army of suicide bombers. The men are not going to just watch. They rush into battle, because if they give up this place it will be the end of the sacred school of the Heavenly Demon. Even at the cost of their own lives, they are obliged to protect this place. Meanwhile, our hero sits by the river and rests. He barely managed to resist that voice. When he pressed the acupuncture point, his body was paralyzed and his energy dropped to a lower level. But eventually he felt unbearable pain, and because of this he was able to bypass the path to the world of the immortals. The level of the sacred demon was already very close to the man, but some scoundrels decided to interfere with him. Suddenly Ku-ok hears loud sounds and sees tongues of fire somewhere beyond the forest. Our hero immediately realized that it was from the headquarters but did not take it seriously. Turns out the man believes that they just took and started training. But already after a second he notices some unknown creature in the sky. It flaps its wings, looks like a dragon. The main hero immediately understood. This creature is flying straight to the headquarters. And obviously it was set in no way friendly. Everything was blazing in fire, smoke and flames rose to the sky. The man was full of anger and rage. He swung a dagger, preparing to finish off his enemy. Next to him, in a puddle of his own blood, lay a barely alive dragon. Could killing it be the choice for this mortal? He did not expect that the great sorcerer of Granada Rivers would end so miserably. The dragon behaved arrogantly even before its own death. Already after a second, the man pierces his enemy with a sword without any mercy. After that he reaches out and takes the heart right from the chest. Then he turns to the master of the demonic world, the great demon Ilgero. He orders him to come right now. The man wants to make a deal with him. For this, he is ready to give him everything he desires. And in a moment, the unknown, terrifying, dreadful emerges before the man. The man begs, grant him the power to destroy the dragon clan. Meanwhile, the headquarters was already on its last breath, almost destroyed. The weather was terrible, lightning was striking from the sky. An unknown creature with a skull instead of a head was watching everything closely. Its eyes burned pink. All who tried to defend the headquarters died. The elders were pierced by violet crystals. The elder had already begun to threaten them, but the monsters did not wait for him to finish speaking and simply ended his suffering. On his last breath, the old man says that their leader will surely punish these monsters as enemies. The monsters did not even think to take his words seriously. Soon the battle ended. The monsters ensured that not a single rat remained alive. Otherwise, they would have to consider the consequences. The leader orders to kill everyone immediately if they find anyone inside. They came to the Lich King to report the news, but when they failed to find traces of the golden dragon nearby, they fully activated tracking magic. But because of the nature of mana, which they felt for the first time, problems arose in the search, so now they cannot track her location. Mephisto apologizes to the king. They believed that this was the only place where the golden dragon could hide. Even the king himself did not expect this. It seems that the traditional method of mana control is not used so widely here. If he had not received mana from the demonic heart, he would not have been able to get here with such an army. From now on, he will minimize magic. Due to the lack of information about this world, unexpected events occur, but there is still something here to have fun with. Everyone who died here had the skills of sword masters. There are warriors capable of killing a dragon. They grabbed the old tires, which they thought were the main ones here. Several thousand ghouls and countless monster skeletons died at their hands. Much more importantly, even a half-human, half-monster who fought on the front line died. The king ordered to collect the bodies of strong people and raise them back on their feet. Now he will serve the king with this immortal body. But when suddenly our hero enters the room, he does not understand at all what happened here. Lick does not understand where this man came from because they destroyed everyone who was here. Moreover, the king did not even notice how this stranger disappeared. How could he so carefully hide the traces of his presence? Ku-oke noticed Chon-sun, the very one who was already dead. 31 years had passed since he last came to him. Such is the law of nature, the weaker perishes, but the man did not understand why the deputy's eyes were still open. Ku-oke had already told him more than once, you need to train, not try to capture MURIM. The deputy did not listen to his words, and because of this I lost to some demon. Suddenly the main character sharply bursts into rage. Demons still do not understand where he came from and why he acts so boldly. Now in a moment the demons rushed to attack the man. The brave man was already ready for this and struck the one who dared to attack him. Demons became furious because this stranger dared to hit one of them. And in a moment a whole crowd of monsters fell upon our hero. Will he be able to stand alone against them? But it seems he was not scared at all. Instead he gathered all his inner energy. And immediately after that, he used the demonic attack of the bloody hand. The attack struck so hard that everything around was flooded with blood and fire. The demons screamed piercingly in pain. Suddenly above his head in the sky, Ku-oke saw some unknown creatures like large bats. In their jaws, they began to gather some energy and bright yellow spheres appeared there. In a second, these monsters were already firing at the man with these spheres. As soon as they touched the ground, they exploded immediately. But it did not work. The main hero hovered in the air among these bats. It seems it was not difficult for him at all to resist these creatures. He did not even play cards. He immediately unleashed the demonic attack of the small hand. He turned these creatures into crystals, and in a second they fell down and shattered. Finally, the king himself is ready to enter the battle. All this time, he was hiding behind his subordinates. The monster introduces himself, the king of cold and death rivers. He came to this world from another continent that exists in another dimension. He broke out beyond the boundaries of his own dimension because he was chasing the golden dragon and ended up in this unfamiliar place. The king praises the stranger for his skills but says, still, this cannot defeat his immortal army. King Rivers offers him to become a servant of this body. If he agrees, the king will grant him the powers of the immortals and give him eternal life. The skeleton looks at the stranger with excitement and curiosity, waiting to see if he will accept this offer. So first these bastards broke his home, and now they come asking for something similar. The main character says he agrees to this, but first wants to give something to the king. This gift will be too fast, it must be accepted properly. For now, the man is warming up his fists. In the next second, Ku-oke forcefully punches this bastard right in the jaw. His teeth fly in different directions. King Lick definitely did not expect that some mortal could do that. The king had no idea that the death of the city could raise a hand against him. And also, the blow was so strong that it threw him several meters back and he crashed into the wall. This was too easy for our hero. Could his enemy really have fled from this blow? It's hard to believe that such a loser was here among all. This was not the end yet. Now the king became furious and was ready to take revenge. For his attack he unleashed hellish flames. The main hero was in shock when he saw the fire of destruction. Everything around flared up with bright flames and began to explode. In a few seconds it was all over. King Lick decided that he had defeated that fool. Here their affairs were already finished, so King Lick ordered everyone to be ready and to depart. Suddenly the voice of that man sounded. Could he have survived? It seems Ku-oke was not even wounded. He became very curious how some parasite could use the fire of destruction. Strangely, our hero remained alive after such damage. This time King Lick was definitely going to erase this mortal from the face of the earth. In a moment they rushed at each other. It was already deep night, but the battle still had not ceased. And this battle raged fiercely. It became clear none of them intended to retreat. Soon King Lick will use the reverse gravity technique. The boy could not immediately understand what it was, so at first he was completely lost. Thanks to this unusual technique, Ku-oke leapt into the air. The objects around also tore nearby and flew. In a second, the bastard activated reverse mode, and the man was pressed tightly to the ground. Although it was unbearably hard, our hero gathered all his strength to withstand this blow. And Ku-oke decided to use an excessively harsh technique. King Lick immediately tensed all his nerves. He could not understand what exactly his enemy was planning. In a moment, Ku-oke smashed everything with a very strong attack. It flew lightning fast to the king, who did not expect it. This flash shone incredibly brightly. And then in a moment they collided. Fierce dust rose. The main hero flew straight into the wall and left a strong dent there. the dust slowly began to settle down. Unfortunately, Chukvima completely wrapped him up hands and feet. With all his might, Ku-ok still managed to get back on his feet, although it was incredibly difficult. King Lik had no idea that in this dimension he would have to fight such an exhausting battle. And that's enough, he didn't think he would have to fight this battle against an ordinary person. The monster was boiling with rage that an ordinary mortal dared to fight him. No matter what, he intends to destroy this strange stranger with his own hands. Ku-ok, surprised, the enemy still has so much strength, although it is already difficult for him to even move. This creature was able to neutralize even very harsh energy, so it became clear, ordinary techniques cannot defeat him. Right now this technique is not yet perfect and he has nothing left but it. He was going to use the energy of the Great Bear, which had already been released. The monster admits this man is truly capable of fighting him on equal terms, but now his end will come. The main hero is not afraid at all. He was going to defend himself with all the strength he had left. Then the skeleton swings and prepares to execute it. He specifically uses the meteorite blaster technique. A huge meteorite flashes in the sky. Ku-ok, I never even thought that this thing would be so big. If the man had known that everything would turn out exactly like this, he would have come here after restoring his internal energy, since he still has not reached the level of the sacred demon. But the man is not afraid at all. On the contrary, he is glad that he finally saw something incredible in his life. Soon he will gather all his strength together. After that, his fist crashes into this huge meteorite. An extremely powerful explosion occurs, which wipes out absolutely everything in its path. This purple glow is visible from too far away, tens of kilometers from the epicenter. Some person is wandering through the forest and notices the moon, thinking that a lunar eclipse has begun. The stranger freezes in shock when he sees that someone actually managed to stop these monsters. No one understands how this can even be possible. Suddenly, several men point weapons at this person. They close the circle around her and are trying to find out who she is. It seems these people are too skilled. They managed to sharpen even without magic. They detained this stranger because he was suspiciously snooping around their territory. The girl herself wanted to talk to this stranger. The girl calmly and politely asked what this stranger was doing in these parts. Suddenly, the girl raised her hand and extended it to the lady. Unexpectedly, she began to use some unknown energy. It seems the lady felt ill because of her. Soon the stranger introduced herself and said she came from another dimension. Then they begin to think that this stranger caused all the mess, although this is not true. She opened a door through the dimension, and to hide from her enemy, she came right here. The lady asks to cooperate with them to help the investigation, and the stranger does not mind. The girl introduces herself. Her name is Lig Vezer. When she took off her hood, her golden wavy hair spilled out and her blue eyes were revealed. The tips of her ears were slightly pointed. About 140 years have passed. Demons were among people and cruelly tormented them. The man fell into the hands of a demon. He sobbed and begged his son to run away quickly to buy time for him. The boy did not move. A fear gripped his entire body. The unfortunate boy could not understand what was happening. When he returned home, he was met with a terrible scene. The boy sobbed, and through his tears, he heard his father's scream she had been cruelly killed. There was no time to delay, so in a moment the boy rushed to run, but a terrible creature, resembling a bat, quickly flew after him. The boy ran as fast as he could, but the monster did not lose sight of him and continued the pursuit. The boy clearly understood. He urgently needed to hide somewhere or else there would be no chance. Suddenly he stumbled and tumbled over the clinging roots of a tree and fell painfully. There was almost no time left. With every moment the monster crept closer and extended its claws toward him. Although the young man was trembling with fear, he still lunged with a sword. Strike it was the only thing he could use to defend himself. He even managed to cut off several fingers of that monster, which was trying to cause him pain. The monster definitely did not expect this, so it screamed loudly from unbearable pain. Meanwhile, the boy was greatly stunned that his sword worked against this monster. They said that even the best warriors could not withstand this creature, but our hero not only stood firm, he managed to strike. This monster was insanely furious because the boy dared to harm it. The young man had no choice but to fight this monster. He got up on his feet and took a fighting stance. The boy tries to calm down and is going to do everything as in the academy, shift his body weight to the left leg, maintaining balance. In a second, the huge bat rushed at the boy again. No matter how scary it was, the young man did not even think about retreating. He used the technique of the sword of the boundless sky. But this time, everything did not go so simply. The creature dodged and instantly appeared behind the boy. It attacked the boy from behind and hit him hard with a fist right in the back. From this, he fell. It is strange that after such a blow the boy was still conscious. It seems the young man had already resigned himself to the thought that he could not defeat this monster by any means. He no longer had the strength to hold the blade, but he was still determined to kill this monster no matter what. He is going to do it even at the cost of his own life because he wants to avenge his parents. Even if he dies, he will still go to hell together with that creature. Suddenly the boy hears a strange voice. It says that he has failed this time too. The young man begins to look around, trying to understand who is speaking to him. The voice insists if the boy goes back, he will come across a shallow river, and if he goes down along it, he will find a small hole. If he wants to escape from this creature, he must run right now. The young man decided to listen to this voice and instantly dashed away. At that very moment, the bat struck the spot where the boy had just stood. The boy runs straight into the depths of the forest. Around him is complete darkness and his breath is about to break. Finally, the boy ran to the right place and it seems to him that the bat has already flown away from him. But it was not like that at all. The monster was still chasing him. The young man tried with all his might to open this hole to crawl inside and hide. Finally, the rough roots parted and the boy fell inside. The body seemed to fall apart into pieces, but at least the boy could rest a little. He does not understand which voice called him here, but it commands him to go aside. The boy cannot believe it when he sees the one to whom this voice belongs. It was a man. His body looked extremely exhausted. The youth does not understand at all how this could have happened, so he thinks he is facing a real demon. Even at the academy, they taught that among the strongest demons there are beings incredibly evil who cunningly lure people and force them to make a terrible deal. The stranger notices the boy is still incredibly scared after the encounter with that monster. Even the man begins to laugh at this, and this angers the youth even more. Suddenly, the man orders the young man to look back. Behind his back, two monsters were already standing. Now they were fighting each other. This was a wyvern, and these creatures, without hesitation, tear apart anyone who enters their territory. The boy still wants revenge, or has he decided to die by the claws of that beast? The stranger says he can penetrate the boy's body and destroy this monster. The boy does not want to believe the stranger, although he has no other way out now. The terrifying stranger says he can avenge the death of his parents. The man can prove that these demons are pathetic compared to him. If the boy grabs the man by the hand, his soul will vanish, but the man promises to avenge his parents. Then the boy remembers his fragile and helpless mother, who took her own life. He also remembers his father, who sacrificed himself until the very end. He does not understand why his family has to go through such terrible things again. But what angers him the most is his own escape. He was going to take revenge on the Demonvin if it meant sacrificing his own life. In a moment, the boy grabs the stranger by the hand. Now he must not argue with the energy that will enter his body. A second later, something strange began. The boy felt unrest in his body. Before inhabiting his body, he told him his name. It was a celestial demon. Suddenly, a bright light flashed before his eyes. The sound of a child's crying is heard. The boy looks ahead at the man crying with happiness and calls him his father. The man immediately realized everything he is seeing now are the memories of the boy whose body he inhabited. All his memories from the short life he lived flicker before his eyes. Finally, among all these memories, the man finds Khan's physical body. He rushes at full speed to this body and tries to grab it, but it seems to slip away from him. The man is not going to just stop. Finally, he managed to grab it. It was extremely difficult, and as soon as it happened, he felt unbearable pain. Finally, he could control the boy's body. It seems at first he could not believe at all that he was capable of this. It was unreal for him to realize. Now his body had become so young. There was no time to rejoice. A monster was already looming before him. The boy was shocked that Li Han's combat level turned out to be so low. This could become a problem. Meanwhile, the creature does not even think about delaying. In a second, it spews fire at the boy, but he manages to dodge. He understood the new body would not obey as easily as before, but he did not expect the boy to have so little strength. Suddenly, he caught an incredibly sharp pain in his bones. Meanwhile, the beast continued to spit fire at him. And the boy pushed off the ground with all his might to dodge the fire. So he found himself in the air and quickly landed on the monster to hit it right on the head. With his feet, he feels something too hard and immediately understands it is scales. The monster sharply raises its head up, and the boy is forced to jump down from there. Now the boy behaves more confidently. He has gotten somewhat used to this body. He is incredibly surprised that this demon did not react at all to his strike. It was all because of the scales. If his previous body were with him, he would definitely have defeated this monster in seconds, but now he has to use any strike that can hit the beast. Suddenly, the boy steps on something that was under his feet. It was Li Han's sword, and there was not even a trace left on the handle. Waiting was not an option. The demon was about to attack again. In a moment, it swiftly lunged at the boy. The young man could not use energy attacks, and physical ones made no sense. And he had no choice but to rush at the enemy with the sword. The boy believes that the demon will not withstand such a blow. In a moment, he also rushes to meet the demon. Only a few seconds remain until their collision. The main character gathers all his strength so that this strike finally becomes truly powerful. And then in a moment, he hits him in the face, knocking off some scales. It was terribly painful for him, and he was breathing heavily. The boy still didn't hit very deeply, so he needs to do it again. In a moment, he mercilessly splits the monster's head into 4 parts. He uses the triple sword of the heavenly demon, the first form. He activates the heavenly demon transformation, the shadow flash of the sword. After that, the demon was finished. To be honest, thinking about it, it's a bit unfair. Now the demon lies in a puddle of its own blood and can no longer move. It was cut into pieces. The boy finally ends its suffering and crushes its head. Turns out another talent of this guy is swordsmanship. If his old blade were nearby now, everything would be much easier. The young man sits down and carefully looks at the dead body of the monster, because it seems he notices something there. He sees something incomprehensible is sticking out of the flesh. The main character decided to carefully take it out so as not to get blood on himself. Finally, he takes out that thing. It even looked like some kind of crystal. Meanwhile, the merchant at the market was selling swords to soldiers assembled in the dungeon. They sold a bunch of all sorts of things at the market. There was even tough leather here, a special material. A crowd of people was bustling on the street. They all came here to buy something for themselves. Merchant Sok Sam was not at all surprised that there were so many people in Huachuan again, as always. 10 years ago he traded here in this shop. Those were very hard times, but now this place leaves only bright memories. Till today, the man diligently saved money and finally managed to open his own store. He even named this store after himself. Suddenly to his shop. The boy was reading the names hanging on the wall. The names were incredibly strange. Our hero does not understand at all why this is being sold and who buys it. Sok Sam greeted the young man in his shop and asked if he had what he wanted to purchase. It turns out the boy came here not to buy something, but on the contrary, he wants to sell goods. The young man looks not even 20, and his clothes look worn out. The man asks Sok to give him what he wants to sell, but in fact Sok Sam does not even intend to let him into the shop. A second later, Li Han extends to him the very thing he found in the demon's corpse. Sok Sam is shocked when he sees this item. It is a magical stone of the metallic wyvern. The man could not even imagine where such a young man got this unique item. The mustached man greedily looked at the goods and wanted to talk about it over a cup of tea. The main character even felt a little disgusted by the seller's greedy expression. And the seller asked him to go inside the store and look around. Last night our hero only realized towards the end that these creatures are called monsters. And the boy tried to gather Li Han's memories into one pile. It has been 140 years since the boy fought the Lich King. Now there is even an academy here specializing in fighting these monsters. The boy meditated and the fire of his attention was maximally focused. But he still could not believe that for the sake of the academy, all clans and families began exchanging martial arts techniques. Many warriors gave their lives so that their secret books would not fall into foreign hands, and now they calmly exchange them with each other. Over all these years, something happened that Ku Ok simply cannot comprehend. He sees memories of how the boy was bullied at the academy. It seems the man is trying to find some specific memory. He pushes aside unnecessary memories and tries to find something that will give him a clue. Suddenly he catches, they say the basis of magic is simple, it is dimensions. Some blonde says that we need to draw a line from the second dimension to the third. She tells the boy to watch carefully and concentrate the mana in one point of his body. This way fire can be created. The man is amazed, and her memory is a human. Such an incredibly high level of intellect is unattainable for a human. The main character thinks that she has some relation to that boy. Finally, he figured out the most important thing. He will learn about the rest personally. Li Han tried to restore internal energy through spiritual training, but felt almost no effect. If he forcibly polishes his skills, the body simply will not endure. Because Ku Ok forcibly entered the boy's body, part of the pictures from the past was lost. He understands the ordinary way definitely won't defeat that king. 140 years ago, he used the energy technique of the Great Bear that was released. Although it was unfinished, it worked on that skeleton. King Lik could not understand how some ordinary mortal could fight him on equal terms. At time our hero still managed to deliver a strong blow. He is confident this time everything will be different. Although the situation has already changed, he is just waiting for his moment to fight him again. Also, the main hero dreams at least once of meeting this girl. It seems to him that the lady is somehow connected to the king. First, he wanted to see how this world has changed. Okuoke received a pouch of money for his goods. Now he is thinking about what to spend the money on. Earlier, one word or gesture was enough for him, and he could get everything he wanted without even thinking about it. The only memories he can extract from the boy in his head are trips to the academy and classes. Suddenly, his gaze catches on some stand mercenaries are listed on it. The martial arts techniques and work experience are presented here. Earlier, people hid their abilities, but now, on the contrary, they openly advertise them. On average, to hire a person, you need about 300 nyan gold. For his goods, he received 500 nyans, so he decided to hire a worker who would do all the dirty work for him. And Okuoke began to carefully read the announcements to choose the best one. After that, the main character headed to the shop called the Warrior's Treasury. The employees kindly greeted him. Inside, everything was very interesting. The boy carefully examined every detail. Some old man noticed that this was a new client. The old man assumes that this young man saw the biography of their mercenaries for the first time. Huyam was the chief here. He asked the boy which mercenary class he needed. The man says that here you can find any warrior who meets all his criteria, and in a second, our hero pours a bag of money onto the table. Despite his young age, the boy was incredibly generous. Huyam invites the stranger to sit down and seriously discuss this matter. After that, he is offered a cup of tea. Another employee has already brought the necessary documents and questionnaires of free mercenaries. The old man unfolds those papers and suggests starting to choose. In their shop, 3 best mercenaries. Now the man will introduce each of them, starting with the left paper. Very soon, the old man begins to introduce the first warrior. His name is Fun Hun. He graduated excellently from the Senior Academy Heavenly Clouds. He defeated 8 dark orcs, 2 gargoyles, and even a chimera. His main weapon is fists. Kuoku is not satisfied with this at all, so they move on to the next. The second mercenary is named Sun Gun. He took first place in the ranking of graduates of the Senior Academy Flying Dragon. He destroys enemies with a dagger. He killed 4 trolls, 4 golems, and 2 wyverns. The mercenary also offers a special deal, a 6-month contract for only 329 gold. It seems this mercenary knocked thoughts out of him, but the last one still remained. This candidate exterminated a large number of gargoyles and also won against the terrifying Dark Knight. His skills are simply unmatched, but for such abilities he requires 459 gold for 15 days of work. It was a dark sword from the demonic school. A little more than 100 years ago, this organization was incredibly powerful. But all that is in the past now. Currently, this school can be considered simply a military one, and its members are quite aggressive. There are a lot of strange rumors about the demonic school, but it's all lies. But one cannot deny the skills of the members of this school are unparalleled. They even have experience catching high-level monsters. In Li Han's memories, he also sees no hostility towards the demonic school. The price of the school's members can vary greatly, but the old man says he can definitely guarantee the quality of work. If you're going to hire someone, it's better to take one of the best. Some time passed, the main character sat at the table, waiting and drinking tea. Hu was very hungry but still continued to wait. Suddenly, someone appeared behind him. It seems this was the very mercenary. Before stating his name, he intends to put forward several conditions that the boy will have to follow. It was the very dark swordsman. The young man said that one can go to the dungeon only once because he has no desire to waste his strength in vain. The contract term expires in 15 days, and he doesn't care what happens to his client after that. Instead, during this period, he is ready to fulfill any request of the client. If our hero has any claims, he can cancel the contract right now. The young man warns there will be no compensation for breach of contract. Kuoke was not going to cancel anything. Instead, he threw a bag of money to the mercenaries. Inside Miss Ka, there were 500 golden nannies. The main character decided not to waste time and immediately got down to business. 5 days had already passed. The dark swordsman was busy with an important matter. With a very angry expression on his face, he swung the knife. At that very moment, Kuoke reached him. From the sounds, one could tell the boy was simply killing someone. But in fact, he was just cutting vegetables. The boy asked the mercenary to do it faster, so although he was irritated, he still complied. Main character asked to do it faster. He is already starving. From the moment the guy arrived here and started working as a mercenary, he had not failed a single mission. He was a protector and performed the work of a professional killer. Now he's used simply as a domestic worker. Throughout these 5 days, he did only one thing: prepared food for our hero. This incredibly annoyed him and hurt his pride, but he still had to do it. But no mercenary would refuse such a large sum. If Kuoke were not his client, he would have gladly killed him. Meanwhile, the young man again entered his kitchen to speed things up. Turns out he endures all this for the money he needs to restore the demonic school. The young man suddenly remembered, only 9 days left, he must hold on a little longer. Finally, the food was ready, and the main hero ate everything down to the last crumb. Kuoke really liked today's dinner, and he praised the boy for his work. Dark Swordsman was forced to endure all this for the money. Our hero is already pulling the handle of his room, but the mercenary stops him and asks when he will finally have a real job. I am starting to think, and it seems I remember something. A look of hope flashes on the mercenary's face. But it lasted very briefly. The client ordered him to wash the dishes. The boy was insanely furious, but he understood. Time would do its job, and very soon he would be free again. Kuoke, meanwhile, sat in his room and practiced meditation. He tried very hard and knew, if he continued, he would tear his energy pathways. Now he had restored energy equivalent to 60 years. There must be a way to expand the space for internal energy right now. If the boy tried the technique of demonic sky and precious cloud, he would simply lose consciousness if he couldn't catch the energy flow. Then he remembered the technique of demonic lightning. If the lightning passed through the whole body, the pathways for energy flows might clear. He only had to find and eat natural miraculous medicine, something like stone milk of purity or snow ginseng. But their value could be squandered on an entire city, and at the same time they were incredibly hard to find. And the man again tried to squeeze something useful from Li Han's memories. And here he came across some threat level, but did not understand what exactly it meant. It was told here how monsters appeared. They modified and gained intelligence. People began to invent a school which was divided into levels, and this was called the threat level. The weakest monster has threat level 1 and the strongest threat level 9. So he just needs to obtain memories about some monster with a high threat level. And in his memories, some very creepy monster surfaced. It seems his name is Necromancer. This monster was also a skeleton and looked exactly like the Lich King. It seems the boy has no memories of other monsters with a high level. Kuoke wants to learn everything about this skeleton. The text was torn off in some places. Maybe the memories really partially faded. Then our hero is going to see what remains. It says here that the monster can control the dead. There is a core in its body that holds life. The creature feeds mana from there and uses it as the basis of black magic. The boy thinks that the miraculous pills are hidden right inside this monster. If there is really something inside the skeleton, then it will definitely be Netin. Suddenly, in the memories, he sees a lesson and hopes to learn there what a necromancer is. Now he has one more reason to go to the academy. Anyway, he will meet that man very soon, so there is no need to scroll through memories looking for something. The next day came. The morning was already unfolding, and the mercenary was just preparing breakfast. Soon the breakfast was ready. There were 16 different dishes on the table. The main hero looked at them, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Kuoku really did not like that there was no meat in the dishes today. The mercenary explained that there simply were no necessary ingredients. The swordsman was not to blame for this at all. Suddenly the main hero caught a strange smell. It was the smell of duck soup, the one that was now cooking in the pot in the kitchen. The main hero did not even imagine that the mercenary would make such strong progress in such a short time. He eagerly awaits the mercenary's further progress. Finally, they start eating. The guys look as if they like every dish. It feels as if he found their deep secret. The Dark Swordsman also wanted to taste the dish but felt something very strange, as if something went wrong. He realized while sitting next to this fool, he himself turned into him. Could it be that he had this plan from the very beginning? He is the most outstanding graduate of the demonic school, but in recent days he has only been cooking food. During all this time he hasn't done a single thing properly, only bought groceries and cooked food. Is it really normal? A person paid him such a large amount of money just for cooking food. He thinks that this guy who hired him is a secret scout of the enemies he has already killed. At the end of the contract, he will definitely want to slit the Dark Swordsman's throat. Suddenly, the main character asks the mercenary if he knows a creature named Necromancer. The swordsman immediately understood. It's about the one who summons zombies and skeletons. And Kuoke wants to ask if this creature is strong. The swordsman is sure that he has already figured out the mercenary's plan and asks why the guy suddenly latched onto this topic. Dark Swordsman warns an ordinary person, even someone like Kuoke, can never handle a 9-level monster. To catch this monster, a lot of time and preparation are also needed. The swordsman believes that the contract will end before the guy manages to catch it. But our hero states that the mercenary will not engage in this, and this incredibly surprises him. The main character could not entrust him with such a task, because then no one would be able to cook food. A multitude of questions spun in the boy's head, but there was no answer. The boy could no longer endure it. He shouted loudly and was furious, because all he had been doing in recent days was cooking food. In anger, he began to bang on the table. It broke into 2 parts, and the plates flew up. The dark swordsman could no longer even listen to conversations about food. Only now did the boy realize that he had failed to control his emotions. But he immediately derailed the conversation and reminded that he had already prepared duck meat porridge. And he says that along with the soup come 3 servings of rice and snacks. Fortunately, after that, Ku-ok calmed down a bit, and the boy was able to make amends. Caution must not be lost. To avoid arousing any suspicion, the food must be brought quickly. The main character does not understand what happened to the mercenary and why he started behaving so strangely. He needs to be told to fill out these documents. Next day came Academy of the Heavenly Warrior. The head of administration, Ku Cheng, carefully reviews the documents of the new arrival. He was a dark swordsman, a graduate of the sacred school of the Heavenly Demon. They checked everything several times, and the boy really turned out to be a graduate of this school. The boy only submitted the application for admission and entered the consultation office. Just by looking at the work experience, it becomes clear that he surpasses other students of the academy. As far as is known, the dark swordsman caught an inferior dark knight. He did not have a horse with him. Even 4th-year students in their academy will not be able to defeat him. The instructors' votes to accept him into the academy were only 1 more in his favor. A bloody threat is approaching, so it was decided to evaluate students in a way that benefits the academy. After all, it was an organization, a demonic school, so there were also voices against his admission. Agreement between the Chong and Sa clans. The treaty was facilitated by a girl named Ligvezer. The only condition is to fight on the same front line against monsters. Immediately after this, each side received magical power from Ligvezer. But the fact cannot be changed that the period of hostility between the clans was much longer than the period of their alliance. The man voices his opinion. He wants the Dark Swordsman to be accepted into the academy. Dark Swordsman cannot become part of another academy. In that case, the professor is ready to accept him as a student. The man adds, the Dark Swordsman did not come alone, he came with a friend. That guy did not study at the demonic school. For now, our hero is doing push-ups artificially and deliberately breathing heavily so that everyone can hear. Ku-ok was an ordinary student in his 2nd year of study. The guardian of the Dark Swordsman studies in their academy in the 2nd year. Now he was carefully watching how Ku-ok was doing push-ups. 6th day of recruitment has come. Morning. The main character tried on the academy uniform. He had no idea it would look so kolkhoz-like. Dark Swordsman asked why Ku-ok suddenly needed this uniform. Our hero obviously bought it to go to the academy. The Dark Swordsman still didn't understand why Ku-ok needed to go to the academy. The main character explained that it was because there was something really very interesting there. The boy never got an answer to his question, and Ku-ok folded the uniform and threw it to the mercenary. The young man gave this uniform to the Dark Swordsman, and then some truly incredible thoughts began to sprout in him. It turns out our hero decided to take the mercenary with him to the academy for company. The Dark Swordsman definitely didn't like this idea. He, enraged, threw the uniform on the floor, but our hero didn't force him. Then very soon his biography will be almost impossible to display in the mercenary shop. It was a threat that he would leave him a bad review. And if something goes wrong, Ku-ok will be able to get his 459 gold back. It seems the young man had no other choice but to agree. This money was needed by the Dark Swordsman to restore the sacred school of the Heavenly Demon. So the boy bit the bullet and was forced to agree to this idea. Only the thought of money and that the contract was about to end calmed him. They were already at the academy. Our hero continued doing push-ups. In 15 minutes he exhales 240 times, and in the 9 days remaining on the contract 207,360 times. It's better to waste the last days of the contract in vain and not spend energy but firmly hold onto his money. Finally, the main character finished the push-ups. It was extremely hard, but now he was proud of himself. Even if the Dark Swordsman is kicked out of the mercenaries, he will bury our hero. Finally, the deputy head of the administration department approaches them. His name is Li Jung-gu. Li Gu notices these two are up to something very strange. The man carefully examines the boys and tries to figure out which one is the Dark Swordsman. Without much thought, he concludes, the young man with dark blue hair is the very swordsman. The man does not intend to guess he takes and directly asks if he is really the Dark Swordsman. It turns out the Dark Swordsman was taken into their academy and immediately sent to the 4th year. The Dark Swordsman was terribly irritated and angry, but still tried to keep himself under control. If he is quieter than water, lower than grass, then Ku-ok's property will go to him. This will be a real deadly blow. When the 4th lesson ends, Ku-ok appointed a meeting with the mercenary near the academy gates. But before that, the main character asked the deputy where the 3rd class of the 2nd year is located. Li Gu would lower grades for such behavior. If he is already a student now, he must speak politely with them. This terribly amused Ku-ok. But the main character decided not to get into conflict, apologized, and thanked for being shown where to go. Ku-ok is still chuckling and heading to his new class. The Dark Swordsman waits until the deputy takes him to his class. Our hero thought he had only changed his body, but now everything around has strikingly changed. 140 years ago, he would have called it complete nonsense, then he would not have had to go to any academy. But now he no longer wants to quit it because he has learned a lot of new things in this life. It will be useful to attend classes to get used to the new body. Soon the main character reaches the neighboring building. Its architecture was quite interesting and unusual. Now he needs to go up to the 7th floor. At that very moment, the teacher congratulates them on moving to the 2nd year. He notices that there are many newcomers here. It was Cho Jok-san, an instructor in the art of weapons. He warns, his lessons will be boring, but there is no way without practice. At this point, he ended his introduction. Since it was their first day, the teacher decided to go through the lists. As soon as he began reading the list, someone loudly kicked the door to the classroom. Students were shocked. Someone just took and kicked the door down. The instructor started yelling at this stranger. He had rudely kicked the door down. The main character seemed stunned that no one recognized him. The young man did not even say his name. He simply asked to be loved and respected and openly called the teacher boring. After this, without any explanations, he went to his seat. Soon the deputy entered the auditorium and asked the teacher to step out for a moment. As our hero was walking, he harshly criticized everything he saw around. Soon he reached the desk, pulled the chair aside, and sat down at it. Such impudence from one student greatly irritated him. It seemed to him that this newcomer was too cunning. Now he will turn his life into hell. Ryan begins to think that he better deal with this newcomer. It turns out he already has a plan for this newcomer. His friend suggests just talking to him. Teachers are nearby, so for now he must sit quietly. Better take him to the roof. Ryan thinks that today he will give the newcomer a lesson in good manners and is already warming up his fists for this. Meanwhile, the teacher could not understand how this impudent one managed to bring a Dark Swordsman here. The head of the administration department ordered to watch him closely. The deputy tells Cho-san to try hard and follow all the rules. If anything happens, report immediately. After this, Deputy Li Gong steps back and tells them to continue the lesson. Ku-ok thinks that the students sitting here are from different families. There were even students from the Shaolin Temple here. Wonder, so many clans and families gathered in one place. Although there were people before who did not care much about where you came from, they would definitely like this idea. Suddenly, a blonde man in glasses sitting at the neighboring desk addresses Li Han. It turns out he was his friend. His name was So Jin. He felt that today his friend was acting somewhat strangely. Our hero decides to live peacefully in the academy. It is better for him to play along. Ku-ok tries to behave the same way Li Han did before, but he fails completely. Ku-ok was still talking with his friend when suddenly the teacher addressed them. Cho-san said that now the newcomer should enter simply by opening the door. Otherwise, they will have to fix this door every time. It will be problematic. So Jin advises his friend to apologize and say that he will not do it again. Ku-ok apologizes but immediately starts being rude and sarcastically says that the one who installed these doors is to blame. The instructor asks to be treated with respect, and not only him, but also the other instructors. The main character took a long time to gather his thoughts in order not to argue, and finally agreed. After that, the instructor starts the lesson and orders everyone to open the book to page 9, but our hero didn't bring anything with him. He reminds the students that there are many ways to use a sword. He tells the students the method of blocking an opponent's attack. It is divided into 3 types. Saman Yan raises his hand because he wants to answer, but suddenly hears some strange sounds. Everyone together fixes their gaze on the newcomer who was snoring. The desk under him was already all covered in his saliva. Cho-san shouted at the student so loudly that he jumped. He started yelling at him again for terrible behavior during the lesson. The instructor asks the newcomer a question and waits for him to answer. Not only that, this insolent guy even fell asleep during the first lesson. The instructor was incredibly annoyed by his behavior. According to academy rules, the boy will lose points for such behavior. Yu Ryung laughs contentedly, thinking that now this scoundrel will finally be punished. Sojin was shocked. His friend received punishment on the very first day of training. Ku-ok did not even understand, half asleep, what question the teacher asked him. Sojin wants to answer instead of his friend, but Ku-ok says that the question itself is posed incorrectly. Instructor asked what exactly he means. There are two meanings hidden in the part call. If you break down this word into meanings, it turns out that there are 5 types of Kalshik. The first type allows you to overpower the opponent's blade. The second helps to block the enemy's attack, and the third means to take the sword strike with a fist and palm. The fourth presses to the ground so that the opponent can be deprived of breath, and the last one to cut the opponent's sword in half. That is why there are not 3 but 5 types of Kalshik. Ku-ok considers his answer sufficiently correct. Suddenly, a heavy silence fell in the classroom. All the students stared at Lee Han. Cho-san was shocked and did not understand how the boy knew about this. These 2 methods are not even taught in the second year. Our hero does not understand why the teacher and students have such a strange reaction. The instructor said that the boy answered everything correctly. These were very useful techniques in combat. But he emphasizes that their weapons lesson consists of theory. Real combat skills will be given in the 4th year. Finally, the bell rang. The students rushed out for a break. If this were a real lesson, Ku-ok, of course, would listen, but instead he nearly died of boredom. Jinu is curious how the young man found out about this, but he wants to cut the boring talks and go see the academy. Yu Ryan looked at the newcomer with interest. Plans fell apart and the guy can no longer control himself. He wants to smash the newbie against the wall right now. Jin says that they have no time at all for a walk. The lesson will start soon. Yu Ryan pushed the blonde and was in frantic despair. He lunged at this scoundrel. The enraged young man quickly rushed to Lee Han, who was calmly walking down the corridor. The guy had already clenched his fists to punch the main character. But another student did not even allow Yu Ryan to approach the newcomer. He grabbed his arm and threw him over himself. The student tossed Yu Ryan into the air as lightly as if it were a feather. Sojin was also very shocked. How did they manage to lift such a huge guy with one hand this time? But Murion did not hesitate. As soon as his hand touched the floor, he immediately kicked and blocked that strike. After that, the student struck again, but this time the guy managed to block the attack. The attack hit too hard. The guy was thrown back several meters. It was Saman-yeon. He stood up to defend the newcomer and said that it was finally time to at least use some sense. He thinks that in this class Murion is the only one who will just watch the violence. If he wants to fight so badly, Saman suggests arranging an official fight. Guy says without any fear that he can fight him. Is he really that confident in himself? Murion was irritated. Whether they fight or not, the result will be the same, so there is no point in wasting time. So Jin immediately ran up to our hero and asked how he was feeling. Murion gives Saman advice. If he doesn't want to get into trouble, he shouldn't meddle in other people's business. Now Murion says that he has lost interest, so he is just heading to his place. This is the guy who defended Lee Han Saman. He took 2nd place in the ranking in his first year of study. It seems Ku-oku is completely indifferent to the fact that someone just tried to attack him. Instead, Ku-oku was gnawed by curiosity what their next lesson was. Next, ethics awaited them. The main character was about to go for a walk, although the bell was about to ring very soon. Suddenly, someone grabs the young man by the shoulder. It was Saman. It turns out the guy was boiling because Lee Han didn't even say thank you to him. Saman has no biased attitude towards the students who entered the academy, but he is shocked by their rude behavior in class. Kalshik can really be divided into 5 types, but this knowledge is part of the common ones that are not included in the lesson material. As a result, Lee Han's response stunned everyone. It seemed he was an outstanding warrior and did not need to listen to this lesson. Next time Saman advises, first find out the lesson plan. He also advises to control fatigue and sleep at home, not in class. Sojin feels a strange tension between these two and realizes that they need to be separated. Sojin tries to soften the situation, but then shaved guys approach them and also support Saman's words. With every second, everything was getting worse, and Sojin did not know how to fix it. For now, the other students were even delighted by what Saman-yeon had just done. Everyone continued discussing the behavior of the newcomer. They said that even Lee Han's face was too cheeky. Saman wanted the boy to say at least something in response. Moreover, the other students also supported him. Suddenly, some red-haired girl approached them and told them to settle this somewhere else. Besides, the lady did not understand why so much time was being spent on one problem. It was Yoon So Ryan, the first-year ranking leader. It seemed she was not indifferent to Samun. His cheeks instantly turned red, and he complied with her request. After that, he turned around and walked away, telling our hero that he hoped he would behave better next time. So Jin was very happy because everything was resolved and it did not come to a serious quarrel. But meanwhile, the main character was furious. That cheeky guy was grabbing his shoulder and lecturing him. The boy could not believe that someone had just taken and put a hand on his shoulder. He had never felt anything like that before. In a second, the boy began to laugh horribly. He still could not believe that this had happened to him. And the main character suggested to his friend to also try to do it. And so Jin places his hand on his friend's shoulder. The boy starts laughing strangely again. So Jin does not understand at all what happened to his friend, since earlier he behaved completely differently. Meanwhile, the professor was standing in the office. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. It was the deputy. He confirmed, "The student from the demonic school is simply incredible, and the professor will definitely be shocked when he sees it with his own eyes." In the 4th class of the 4th year, there are currently only 3 people. It turns out Nam Gun-ho is also there, and the other students are still far from his level. Perhaps, if he went out to duel the Dark Swordsman, it would be impossible to predict in advance who would win. We must manage without bad days. This was a hint from the professor. The deputy assured that the physical education instructor is watching this closely. Even though it is sometimes hard for the instructor to get up from the chair, he could not resist the curiosity. Although this is logical because very soon all attention will be focused on the Dark Swordsman and Nam Gun-ho. After this, the professor asks the deputy to announce who among these two will emerge victorious along with you. An hour passed and the moment came to submit the documents for approval. Meanwhile, in the training arena of the Academy of the Heavens Warrior. At that very moment, a fight was taking place between Nam Gun-ho and the Dark Swordsman. The fans were shouting and laughing with joy. It seemed that most of them were on Nam Gun-ho's side. Medical instructor Chog Ayan was watching all this attentively. It was just then that the deputy arrived to them. Even the instructors gathered here, they came to watch their duel. It is strange that this duel attracted so much attention. Even the instructors who currently have lessons handed over the deputy's duties to come and watch the fight. Even the lazy physical education teacher also arrived here. As expected, 2 remained in the fight, Nam Gun-ho and the Dark Swordsman. 15 minutes had already passed since the beginning of the clash. Dark Swordsman draws demonic energy. Just looking at such energy makes your throat tighten. It seemed the boy was wildly excited about this battle. Everyone is very curious how Nam Gun-ho will respond to such energy. In a second, the young man released his inner energy. Fire flared up in the air. The nurse had heard that Nam Gun-ho received the sword Surta. A few months ago, a dungeon burning with fire was found in Anhui province. The attack there was led by the Nam Gun family. The commander-in-chief was the clan head Nam Gun-ju. He is Nam Gun-ho's father. The dungeon master was eventually defeated, but the Nam Gun head could not survive such serious wounds. Before dying, he passed the sword to the young heir Nam Gun-ho. This is a sacred weapon, the sword Surta. The Dark Swordsman had no idea that he would encounter a sacred weapon at the academy. This sword is a family relic, but the boy recently took it in his hands, so he has not yet mastered it perfectly. If his opponent is a Dark Swordsman without a sword of such level, there is no way. The Dark Swordsman is confident the opponent cannot defeat him with such a sword. This time, the young man intends to attack first. If the opponent uses fire energy, he will freeze it with ice magic. After the dungeon appeared, another event happened. There was footwear that gave the owner speed. There were also armor that healed stab wounds. By event is meant the discovery of unusual items, sacred weapons for destroying monsters. But of course, monster hunting proved not all sacred weapons are equally powerful. The larger the scale of the dungeon, the stronger the enemy. But if military skills are lacking, he won't even be able to hold this weapon in his hands. This time the Dark Swordsman is going to strike first. In a moment, he activates the demonic small hand attack. Suddenly, Nam Gun-ho, I feel the ice beginning to squeeze his leg. He cannot understand how this is even possible. The opponent can feed the ice with energy even despite such furious fire. It's unbelievable that the Dark Swordsman does not react at all to the fire and calmly froze the ground. At this rate, Nam Gun-ho will soon be completely frozen and will no longer be able to move. For the first time in a long while, the Dark Swordsman encountered an opponent with whom he could truly have fun fighting, so he wants to show him his real abilities. In just a second, the young man rushed at his opponent. The Dark Swordsman decided to put everything he had into this attack. Meanwhile, Namgun-ho threw all his strength into blocking this incredibly powerful attack. Meanwhile, the second-year class began their lesson. Today in class, they will study the concept of mutual assistance. Suddenly, the teacher noticed an empty seat. So Jin says that Lee Han is not present. He has a stomach ache, so he went to the medical office. But in reality, that was a lie. Right now, Lee Han just went out somewhere for a walk. Yu Ryan immediately realized that the blonde lied and asked him about it directly. Before the lesson, Mu Ryan went to the medical office for medicine and did not find Lee Han. He thinks the blonde definitely knows where he is now. For the whole day, this was the only good news for Mu Ryan. He just happened to have a case against this rascal. Now he doesn't have to bother searching and the fun will be twice as much. Mu Ryan orders So Jin to bring them to this impudent person during the next break, and if he refuses, they will beat him up. For now, the roof of the main building of the Academy of Heavenly Warriors. The main character was lying on the roof and admiring the wonderful sunny weather. Ku-ok did not understand why he kept feeling sleepy. The boy thought that in the lesson about mutual understanding they would tell them about the knightly spirit. But already in a second Lee Han sharply gets up on his feet and is going to erase this from his mind. The internal energy no longer accumulated in him. He wasted the reverse blood circulation technique in vain. Although in his past life he almost reached the level of the sacred demon to achieve this with the current body, several necessary conditions are required. The first thing needed is awareness. Each person reaches different levels of mastery in martial arts differently, so it is necessary to find the optimal way of awareness. Since he is now in the body of a child, it is impossible to raise the level using the previous awareness method. The second condition is the body's internal energy. To accumulate it, one must have patience and perform training. To move to the next level, this boy will need at least a year. To reach the level of the demon who fled, it will take at least 2.5 years, but that is already too long. He thinks that this time can be shortened and understands, besides this monster, there are no other options. He wholeheartedly hopes that this monster will become famous because he wants to get the net in. Meanwhile, the fight between the boys continues. Our hero notices this duel. He pauses for a moment to watch how they fight. The duel was fierce, as if it were not training but a real battle. The boy found himself in a difficult position. He could not even find a moment to attack, and the dark swordsman still kept pressing him with strikes. His trouble was that he allowed the opponent to use this technique. Now his feet were stuck to the ground. He must find any way out as soon as possible. In a second, the dark swordsman felt the opponent was exposed, and he decided that this was the perfect moment to strike. The boy was firmly convinced that he would win this fight. Suddenly, something happened that drew the attention of all the spectators to the fight. The boy's sword began to melt right before his eyes. It shattered into pieces. This fire was not ordinary dark. It seems this is also an ability of his blade. With its help, one can unleash the strongest fire. If the young man has already broken, he is offered to achieve victory with the last strike. The dark swordsman is forced to admit, inside him, such a strong fighting spirit has not awakened for a very long time. I don't even remember the last time my heart beat so wildly. The boy heard that the Namgun family is considered the rulers of Anhui province. He understands that these rumors were true. He has already realized everything here is truly serious. Now the dark swordsman is going to put an end to this battle. And in a moment, the youths rushed at each other preparing to give their all. The spectators closely watched their actions and could not take their eyes off. The forces were equal. Namgun-ho is stunned. The opponent managed to repel such an attack. Dark swordsman asks if the boy intends to continue their battle. He says that enough is enough for today and admits his defeat. But Namgun-ho does not admit defeat and claims that they are tied. If he were without his weapon, he definitely would not have managed. But the boy still sticks to his position. After that, the young man leaves, but before departing, he wants to ask the last questions. He is eager to find out the name of his opponent's sword. It was the sword of Serta. After that, the dark swordsman leaves and thanks you for the duel. The boy was going about his business when suddenly he heard a familiar voice. It was the main hero. The boy did not even have time to think that he would meet him here. Ku-ok also does not forget to praise his fight because he was watching him. The boy thinks that now he will again carry some nonsense, so it is easier to just ignore him. Our hero decided that the mercenary used the small hand demonic attack technique. Upon hearing this, the young man suddenly freezes as if struck by electricity. The dark swordsman does not understand how the mercenary knows about this. Young man, I don't understand how the mercenary knows about this technique. How did he learn about this if he didn't even study at the demonic school? This is a technique by which you can freeze an opponent by releasing cold energy. Once, the demonic attack of the little hand was one of the secret techniques that brought fame to the demonic school. But 140 years ago, the sacred school of the heavenly demon was completely destroyed. Most of the legacy of secret techniques was lost. Therefore, the Dark Swordsman does not understand at all how some unfamiliar youth could know about this. Li Han, quickly make up a story that you just heard about this technique somewhere. The boy abruptly changes the subject and says that the Dark Swordsman was just hit very hard. The Dark Swordsman begins to insist that he simply did not want to fight at full strength. The boy tries to dodge the topic and states that he is interested in something else. He does not understand how the mercenary knows about the technique of the demonic attack of the small hand, since he is not from the demonic school at all. Li Han sets conditions for him and says, for the payment for what he will tell, the non-swordsman will extend the contract with him for another month. The boy was mortally irritated by such impudent behavior of the mercenary. If it were not for this contract, the boy would have long ago finished off this freak with his own hands. The Dark Swordsman says that the contract cannot be extended, but has an alternative solution. He hands him some vessel in which spices lie. They are passed down from generation to generation in the school. With their help, the young man intends to prepare a dish more delicious than any he has ever tasted. The main character does not hesitate long and immediately agrees. They make a verbal contract. OK wants to tell him about cudgel of the demonic attack of the small hand through an acupuncture point located on the palm. Soon the main character explained everything to the boy. Now he patiently awaited his delicious dish with those spices. The Dark Swordsman thinks that the mercenary really has at least some relation to the demonic school. Our hero is ready to provide additional information if the boy extends the contract with him, but he refuses. He has no idea how the mercenary learned about the inheritance of the demonic school. He wants to ask the commander of the Dark Blood Squad about it. Maybe there are still descendants left. Turns out our hero can explain to the boy why his last attack in the duel failed. Since it concerns a male boy to fully master the demonic small hand attack, he needs to reach the 9th level or higher. Also, the Dark Swordsman was hindered by an incorrect reaction to the enemy's attack. The thing is, fire must be suppressed by fire. If the demonic small hand attack belongs to yin techniques, then there are also yang techniques. The boy goes into shock when he realizes the mercenary also knows about the bloody hand demonic attack technique. But the boy thinks that if he also used fire energy, it would not look like the sky, but like the one who has more flame. He says that the bloody hand demonic attack is not just a technique with fire inside. Perfect it and it will settle in a state unshakable by water and fire. Defeating an enemy who manipulates fire energy is really difficult, but if you block this energy, everything becomes much easier. Though getting used to the fire technique comes naturally through training. Dark Swordsman, I think the mercenary might be right. But as it turns out, the Dark Swordsman does not possess the demonic bloody hand attack. OK says he can teach the boy the technique the demonic bloody hand won, but he must extend their contract for another month. If he does not trust the employer, he will have to make the boy start believing him. In a moment, he hands him a piece of paper with red text and orders him to simply look at it for a start. Dark Swordsman does not understand what it is, but I really want to see it. Turns out it was cudgel of the initial stage of the demonic little hand attack. If the boy is curious about what will happen next, he can simply agree and continue the contract. In a moment, the young man jerks away from the spot and flies away, muttering that he needs time to think. Even if some from his school survived in reality, this is no different from destruction. But it was obvious because now he lives in a world full of monsters. Moreover, the demonic school was destroyed by the own hands of the Lich King. For those who lived in this time from the beginning, such a world will not seem strange. Soon MURIM came here. It is interesting how Li Han realized that he needed to climb exactly here. 3 appeared here and all 3 were extremely aggressive towards our hero. They decided to put him in his place. Li Han loves everything that is based on logic and reason. People who do not belong here crowd into this school, and they come here not because of abilities, only thanks to money and connections. Ryan feels nauseous from such people, especially from degenerates who bring donations to the academy. Suddenly, in Li Han's memories, he notices a flash about his father. He says he has a plan. He knows a master who has connections in the Academy of the Heavenly Warrior. Many people dream of entering this academy even for a lot of money, so you have to work as hard as possible. It turns out Li Han was hated because he entered the academy thanks to donations. This trio is going to beat our hero very badly. MURIM expects that Li Han will feel uncomfortable because his parents have just been insulted, but he does not care. Obviously, these three are deliberately provoking him so that he loses self-control and attacks him. This tactic no longer works, although earlier Li Han would have already rushed at him with fists. Then MURIM stands up and takes a fighting stance. Now he is about to beat him badly. But instead the boy is going to give the opponent a chance to pretend that he is first. In fact, our hero doesn't care who will hit first. He is tense, waiting, will MURIM withstand his blow. The main character won't need much persuading. In a moment he gets up and takes a fighting stance. MURIM doesn't understand where all of Li Han's logic disappeared to. Today he decided to correct his rudeness. MURIM wants to use the Qigong of Heavenly Advantage. The boy is confident, but suddenly our hero rushes sharply at the opponent and is already standing right next to him. The boy definitely did not expect that. For a moment he even froze from stupor. And then, in a moment, Li Han delivers an incredibly powerful punch right to the face of this bastard. He definitely did not expect that. And the next blow from Ku Ok hit MURIM right in the stomach. This blow threw MURIM several meters back. The boy simply couldn't stay on his feet. Li Han knew a boy who also begged to be hit. He insisted that it made him stronger and asked to be hit again and again. But in the process, he couldn't endure and died. Now Ku Ok threatens that he will hit them again. MURIM's friends were in shock from what had just happened. They couldn't believe he was hit and so hard. The blow was so strong that the boy was knocked off his feet and he flew down the stairs. Blood gushed from the young man's nose. Suddenly, he thought it wasn't Li Han but a real ghost. Fortunately, MURIM did not die and everything was fine. They immediately rushed to their friend. They were afraid of our hero, so they wanted to escape as quickly as possible. At that very moment, Sojin appeared on the stairs. He was looking for his friend. He was in shock when he saw two scoundrels dragging MURIM, who had lost consciousness. Sojin could not understand at all why this big guy was dying now. The boy stands silently and watches this, trying to understand what happened here. Finally, he notices his second and goes to him wanting to find out what happened here. Li Han calms his friend and says that this fool definitely will not die from his blow. Our hero tells his friend not to bother his head with these thoughts. They already needed to go to the next lesson. Sojin begins to doubt, could this really be the same friend he knew before? It feels as if the person next to Sojin is someone completely different. A little later he will definitely want to find out what happened to his friend. Next, they had the following lesson: theory of foreign species, and it was taught by Hachin. In this lesson, they studied a creature called a necromancer. But first, the teacher asks a question. Does anyone among the students know when the necromancer was first discovered? Someone wants to answer this question. 140 years ago, a gate to another dimension opened on a mountain ridge, and just 67 years later, a necromancer was found in the first dungeons. The teacher praises him for such a concise answer and further asks if he knows what those dungeons were called. Since a large number of evil spirits who cry were found inside, the dungeon was called the Banshee Dungeon. This answer was truly worthy of one of the best students of the academy. After that, Hachin orders the students to open their books and look at the illustration of this dungeon. If you take several dungeons where banshees live, the danger level in each of them may differ. Their common feature is a female physical appearance. A student from the Shaolin Temple could not understand why the instructor brought up banshees, although the lesson topic was about the necromancer. One of the necromancer's abilities is mind control using black magic. During the exploration of the Banshee dungeon on the throne, deep inside, a necromancer was found. At the end of the dark dungeon, besides the dangerous banshees, there swarmed a whole pack of monsters with a 6th-level threat. As soon as the threat from the dungeon intensified, many warriors had to give their own lives, and only after killing the necromancer did the dungeon finally become quiet. Now the main topic of the lesson became clearer. Suddenly the main character also raises his hand to ask a question. Li Han directly asks where to go to catch that bastard. Ku Ok was fired up by this idea. He asks where exactly the necromancer is located now. Meanwhile, in the central building, Hu-chan knocked on the head of department's office door. The girl immediately understood that she needed to approve the documents. The blonde took the documents and began to read them carefully. She was very surprised. Suddenly so many dungeons appeared in the land of Sichuan. Over the past year, more than 20 new dungeons have already been found. They say that if the dungeons spread across the entire territory, they will be countless. A serious problem awaits them ahead. The girl says that there is no need to worry about the large number of dungeons, because most of them are inhabited only by low-level monsters. On the contrary, this can be useful for students to accumulate real combat experience. The attack on the new dungeon, Demonic Ruins, was decided to be entrusted to the instructors of the Academy of Heavenly Warriors. It seems that fierce quarrels were raging in other academies. They say that the real combat instructor Unbai himself took the defense. Thanks to him, there were no quarrels. Unbai is among the top 10 warriors of MURIM, so the girl will not mind his personal participation in the attack. But even with such support, one must be extremely careful in the dungeon. Now she feels a slightly different energy from the necromancer. She cannot explain it, but it unsettles her. The man understands the girl's words must be taken seriously. And the girl asked if the newcomer, who recently joined their academy, feels comfortable. It seems he has already gone through the entrance clashes and is now getting used to the academy. Even if the instructors keep insisting that he lacks something, she says not to pressure the student. When the opportunity arises, the girl wants them to arrange a personal meeting. This surprises the professor, because before this the girl refused all the Kanho clans for meetings. The professor heard Ligvezer's words and said he would fulfill them. Then he turned around and disappeared completely. All the students considered this question very strange. They did not understand why the boy needed this information. Sojin tried to calm his friend, but it was already too late. The teacher concluded that this young man is just a little boy who still understands nothing in this world. Among their graduates, 6 have already died at the hands of the necromancer this year. The bodies of half of them could not even be brought back. If these foolish kids keep going into the dungeon, a terrible tragedy will happen. The teacher calmly replies that this information is a great secret, told only to senior students. He says that in this country there are 3 known places where a necromancer lives. One of them was very recently discovered in their province. The dungeon was not far from here. This place stretched right on the outskirts of the city. Of course, even if the students want to go there, they will not be allowed. The warriors of MURIM diligently guard the entrance to the dungeon. The main character was already fired up with the idea of killing the necromancer. He firmly believes that he can find him. He is going to order the mercenary to do it. The dark swordsman, meanwhile, entered the classroom, but it was still empty. Could it be that everyone is still at the duel? The boy was already terribly tired, so as soon as the opportunity arose, he sat down to rest. He was intently staring at that thing he received from our hero. If Li Han is not from the demonic school, then the guy does not understand how he knows about this, but he believes that the mercenary can be trusted. The boy is insanely annoyed that not everything he needs is written on this paper. He only wrote about the features of fire emission, but there is absolutely nothing here about how to use energy. Li Han seems to tease the mercenary, deliberately aroused his curiosity, but said nothing. He begins to weigh the boy's proposal to add another month to the contract. The dark swordsman does not decide this so easily, as everything can only get worse. The young man decided to think about it later, because now he has to rewrite the introductory Kyugal of the demonic attack of the bloody hand, so as not to forget. At that very moment, students begin to return to the auditorium. These were friends of Namgun-ho. They came to congratulate him on his victory in the duel. Namgun-ho noticed the dark swordsman and was surprised. He was sitting alone in the office, although after the introductory fight, everyone usually goes to the party. The boy decided that the eccentric was writing a written analysis of their fight. Namgun-ho tells his friends to go without him. He suddenly has one matter to attend to. Friends did not need much persuading, and they decided to leave the young man alone. When the boy passed by the dark swordsman, he was shocked at how much he had already managed to write. Perhaps the fact that Namgun-ho defeated the dark swordsman is just a coincidence. If a worthy opponent sits and works, then the boy does not intend to fall behind. If he does not try, the young man will easily catch up with him in strength. The fight is just starting. The reason why the necromancer is considered a terrifying creature is his magic. He can control undead creatures. Our hero is disappointed in necromancy because he himself is incapable of anything. He only controls his subordinates. Against the backdrop of rising to the level of mastery in martial arts, any curse would be taken as a joke. Before letting the students go, he asks, can any of them explain how to fight a necromancer? Samanyan raises his hand and says he wants to answer. In the fight against a necromancer, weapons that contain anti-magic energy are used. If you use this weapon, a sacred power appears that can resist black magic. If that was an incomplete answer, it could still be supplemented. Orion confirmed that sacred weapons are an excellent option in the fight against black magic. But such equipment is very rare, so it probably won't suit a realistic method of fighting. She talks about a squad that is different from others. Not every member can be an heir of a great family to have the right to such a weapon. Girl says that fire will be a more realistic method here. The source of black magic is darkness. If you coat the weapon with oil and set it on fire, the destructive power of fire can work as purification. Teacher praised the girl's answer because this method will indeed be more universal. Teacher praises both students and gives them 10 points each for behavior. Students thank the teacher for generosity. Jin tells our hero that this red-haired girl is first in the ranking among freshmen. She has a wonderful mind. You could say she is the best in the academy. Lee Han does not consider the girl beautiful at all. On the contrary, he calls her ugly. It seems she heard that. So Jin tries to stop his friend, but it was already too late. Everyone had already heard his words. Teacher intervenes and says that the boy is directing his attention in the wrong place. Lee Han says he is listening carefully to the lesson and adds, "Sacred weapons and fire are useless things in battle. There is a much simpler way and you won't have to strain your brain." Teacher listens attentively and waits for an answer. If the boy makes a mistake, he will have to repeat the year. Lee Han believes that this monster without its curse is a real loser. You just need to defeat him before he manages to use the curse. But the teacher says that he is not satisfied with this answer because no sacred power can help against such might. But that's not all, the young man adds. If the opponent resorts to darkness, you need to use a power capable of absorbing that very darkness. The main character insists that such a power has existed since ancient times. He talks about people who, with the power of darkness, can punish the monster. And the name of such people is the sacred school of the heavenly demon. If a necromancer is one who emits darkness, then they are those who absorb it. After these words, a real silence fell in the classroom. The boy was talking about a clan. Many years ago it was destroyed, and now they are simply considered bandits. The girl thinks this is nonsense because if such an organization had remained, they wouldn't even attend the academy. Even the instructor himself was stunned by such information and dropped the pen from his hands. After such an answer, silence fell over the entire auditorium. The instructor was really stunned. He couldn't believe that a student was capable of that. Saman was still angry at Lee Han for calling the girl of his dreams ugly. Our hero has a very important day today, so he is going to leave. So Jin is surprised the class is not over yet. The young man is preparing to buy a book where the lesson material is excellently presented. After that, the main character suddenly jumps down from his desk and quickly runs out of the auditorium. Lee Han was already rushing to Mount Mother. He hurried to reach the mercenary and tell him all about it. When the boy was running, he stepped on the pen given to him by the head of the department and crushed it. The instructor is going to give the student 10 points for behavior a little later. After that, the man finishes the lesson, praises everyone and leaves. The girl noticed his surprised expression. There is no expert on monster and dungeon theory better than him in the whole country. Though Ryan was shocked, it turns out that darkness can actually be absorbed. The girl wants to ask her great-grandmother about this. She definitely must know. After that, she gets up and is about to leave to meet her. At that moment, Salman's friend ran up to him. The boy ran to Salman, probably bringing him news. The boy was not sure if it was true, but Assam from their family personally checked everything. Assam said that he had recently seen Lee Han and the Dark Swordsman together. Salman begins to think that Lee Han's audacity might somehow be connected to the Dark Swordsman. If you think about it, the boy now understood where our hero's audacity comes from. It's all because he has connections with people from the demonic school. A friend wants to give a cheeky warning, but since they are still classmates, Salman tells him not to do it. Moreover, not only they are tense, the Shaolin students are too. Apparently, they are angry because the Shaolin temple relies on the manners and behavior of its disciples. It seems they are going to teach Lee Han a lesson. It will soon become clear whether Lee Han has talent. They face group hunting. When divided into teams, they will kill monsters. If our hero has the ability to hunt monsters, he will definitely demonstrate it. But he bets that the young man will get scared and just run away. Surpass their team, no way. When the time comes, they will overcome it with their skills. And after he disgraces himself, he will definitely understand where his place is. Namgun Ho is meanwhile shocked by how hard the Dark Swordsman is trying. He has been jotting something down by hand on a piece of paper for 2 hours already. Could he really have gained so much knowledge after their fight? Namgun Ho barely managed to write 3 sentences. He is extremely eager to find out the secret of this young man's analytical abilities. He feels a bit uncomfortable, but he still wants to ask him one question. As soon as he tries to ask a question, our hero, who is searching for the Dark Swordsman, bursts into the auditorium. This was the main hero. He ran to the mercenary. Dark Swordsman reminded him that the lessons were not over yet, so he must not be wandering here now. Lee Han notices the boy standing behind him and decides that he is his friend. Dark Swordsman apologizes to Namgun Ho for the rudeness of our hero. Namgun Ho wants to see what the boy wrote but cannot make out anything. His handwriting is too small and tiny. Li Han again insists to the Dark Swordsman they have to get out of here, they have an important matter to attend to. The young man is terribly irritated because of this. Nam Gun Ho does not understand who this boy is and why he is so disrespectful to the Dark Swordsman. Li Han briefed the Dark Swordsman on the situation. The boy is shocked the mercenary is going there. The main hero does not even intend to think and rushes there while the Dark Swordsman tries to catch up with him. Suddenly, Nam Gun Ho's uncle visited him. He congratulated him on first place in the fight. The uncle came here only to tell the boy the good news. Nam Gun Ho thought nothing would come of it because the mission is kept in strict secrecy and being there is forbidden. If the boy has already decided to take part in this, he will have to make some effort. Storming the dungeon is the best addition to a student's biography. The boy froze in shock when he heard that the difficulty level was 12. Rumors are already circulating that it is time to realize a new level of threat. Now it is clear why Academy students are forbidden to participate in the mission. The uncle said he has been serving in the monster extermination squad for about 10 years. Meanwhile, near Sichuansum Mountain, at the edge of the cliff stood a man, and his cloak was fluttering in the wind. Finally, he returned to Sichuan. 3 months had already passed. This time, the expedition lasted too long, and for the first time in a long time, he will finally meet Lady Ligvezer. Meanwhile, in Sichuan province, the Dragon Tavern. Inside, it was dim from the crowd too many people. The workers were working hard to quickly fulfill every order. Suddenly, a worker heard a voice he recognized painfully. This was the same man who stood on the edge of the cliff. The waiter immediately recognized him. It seems this man had been here often. His place was still on the upper floor. The man ordered the waiter to continue working, and he himself would check on him later. Guests were impressed to see this gentleman here. It was incredible luck. This was the king of the sword Cho Un by himself, one of the 10 strongest warriors recognized by the Alliance. He is the best among the masters who cleared many dungeons. It can be said that their peaceful life is his merit. He became the first warrior to be called a sword master. This is the same as the level of transformation. When the man was climbing the mountain, he was met by Li Gu, the master of what was already awaited inside. As soon as he opened the door, he saw people sitting at the table who were already waiting for him. The blonde smiled warmly and greeted him, then praised him for his efforts in the previous expeditions. Unbai greeted Ligvezer and asked how the development of the magical weapon was progressing. Everything was progressing extraordinarily well, and even the dungeon study instructor Val San attended their meeting. The man noticed that the head of the administration department had even been here. The composition of today's meeting indicates the scale of the assault that is expected. The girl suggests starting the meeting already and says to the king, "Lesser, sit down." Unbai is curious about the size of the dungeon, but the girl says it's better to see it all for oneself. In a second, she uses magic to lift the papers up and begins searching for the needed sheet. The man doesn't understand. Is she pulling it with telekinetic power or a special technique? Using magic, she arranges the papers in the correct sequence, building a layout of the dungeon. Ligvezer, I tell you, was also very surprised when she saw the reconnaissance results. But even this is not the final picture. More than half of the members of the first squad died. The Sword King is in shock. This dungeon has as many as 15 levels. Val San thinks this is the first necromancer who created such a large dungeon. Probably he spent a great many subordinates on it. Then the instructor orders the head of the department to combine all the maps into one. If you gather all the maps together, the drawing becomes too confusing. It's hard to catch the interconnection. But if you look closely at the outlines of the hieroglyphs, a very unexpected picture suddenly emerges. From the 1st to the 8th floors at night, you can see a hieroglyph, and from the 9th to the 11th, the hieroglyph of the crossroads. These factors help to understand that the shape of the dungeon forms the word King Yaksha. Professor believes that this is not a coincidence at all. It seems it's still too early to be surprised. On the floor from the lower to the upper floor, stone tiles made of magical stones that react to mana. If you look at the stone slabs of each floor separately, you might see nothing. But if you connect them together, you can make out a star called the symbol of the devil, the pentagram. And this is definitely not a coincidence. One could say the magic circle is a powerful curse that completely engulfs the dungeon. Everyone finds it hard to believe that black magic of such a high level is cast on the dungeon. If this is really true, then the man thinks that their enemy has already begun his invasion. Ligvezer, I think so too. The Lord of the Spirits of Death, Mephisto, has begun his invasion. Everything happened exactly as Instructor Val San said. A curse is placed on the magic circle. The first is the curse of compulsion. The second is mind control magic. She wants to see what the last curse is, but the Sword King tells her not to worry about it. Doesn't matter what kind of dungeon it is, the main thing is to clear it. If the enemy turns out to be tough, a lot of useful knowledge can be gained from it. Moreover, the Sword King says that everything will be resolved, and she just needs to trust him. Ligvezor catches the gaze of the man, full of thirst for victory. The girl, I think, was supposed to express support, not start worrying. This time, the dungeon will be deadly dangerous. Here the enemies have finally moved to real action. Soon Ligvezor contacts instructor Li Gu and asks if he can hear her. The man says that the preparation for the expedition is complete. Dungeon Squad, Demonic Ruins. Only 13 people and all of them are ready to set out at any time. As always, because the girl's location cannot be disclosed, they cannot go together, but she reminds them, her soul is always with them. In a second she proclaims, the assault on the dungeon Demonic Ruins begins. Everyone wildly rejoiced at this news. Ligvezor will be waiting for their return at the academy. Meanwhile, the Dark Swordsman reached the store with cultural history maps. Finally, the seller pulled out the map the buyer was looking for. It was a map of Mount Mother. The Dark Swordsman did not intend to explain why he needed it and wanted to pay silently. It cost as much as 10 gold coins, and this shocked the young man. The young man is boiling with dissatisfaction over such a high price for the map. But the man grumbles irritably that the buyer will not find this map anywhere else. It is so expensive because drawing it is not that easy. For the sake of this map, several people got lost in the tangled labyrinths of the dungeon and several of them never returned. The boy thinks that once the dungeon is cleared, the map is no longer needed, but in reality, it is quite the opposite. Books and chests are scattered throughout the labyrinth, so even after the assault is over, one can come across a lot of interesting things. The young man has no choice but to simply buy this map. There is no alternative. The Dark Swordsman really did not like that after hiring, his wallet became increasingly emptier. Recently, he had to buy several dozen more books by order of Li Han. But this dungeon will definitely become a grave for Li Han, and the Dark Swordsman just needs to master the demonic attack of the Bloody Hand. He glanced at the list given to him by the employer and shuddered as soon as he saw a live chicken on it. Night came. Kuo-K was busy studying the books that were bought for him. He flipped through all 62 and found nothing special. He already knew most of it, so he absorbed the material very quickly. Now there should be no problems at the academy. Soon the mercenary returned home. He bought a live chicken and a dungeon map as the boy had requested. The main character praised the mercenary for always performing his work flawlessly. The Dark Swordsman asked when the boy would finally tell him about the demonic attack of the Bloody Hand. Li Han says he will tell about it as soon as he returns from the dungeon, but the Dark Swordsman does not believe he will come out alive. Although even if the employer is near death, it does not mean the young man will not be able to learn about the demonic attack of the Bloody Hand. He must go to the dungeon with him and wait until the employer is near death. The young man is sure that Li Han will beg him for help. And he will help the mercenary only when he tells him the secret of the demonic attack of the Bloody Hand. It was the plan of the Dark Swordsman. As soon as he learns the secret, he will escape from the dungeon. Li Han watches as the mercenary says that he himself is going to the dungeon, and he freezes in amazement. The Dark Swordsman assures him that he will quickly prepare food, so there is no need to worry. Li Han teases him and asks if there will be any sense from him in the dungeon. These words infuriate the Dark Swordsman wildly. The young man assures the mercenary that he will be useful. After that, they head to the dungeon. Kuo-K is filled with a thirst for victory. He will tear off the head of this miserable necromancer. Finally, they reach the necessary mountain right to the entrance of the dungeon. But it was still heavily guarded by people from MURIM. It became clear they will not get through there just like that. The main character thinks only about defeating them and moving further, but suddenly the Dark Swordsman notices something. Judging by the map, there is a small road nearby. Perhaps it was laid out for a detour. Li Han just wants to deal with these guards, but the Dark Swordsman forbids it and orders to follow him. They push through the bushes and after some time come out exactly at the right place. In front of them is a back entrance, and they decide to go through it. The Dark Swordsman praises himself for such excellent preparation for their mission. The main hero wants to break the barrels to get inside, but that cannot be done. Monsters might be released from the cave. The invasion must always be quiet and fast, so the boy asks to rely on him. In a moment he grabs his sword and cuts the barrels on the way. The Dark Swordsman made a perfect cut. Now they can go inside. When they enter, they plan to put the boards back so the monsters won't get out. The boy suspects the mercenary of rushing into the dungeon. He doesn't even wait for orders from him. Li Han begins to suspect that he is hiding something from him, but the boy tries to justify himself. He says it just seemed to him. Li Han thought that the Dark Swordsman was doing this to wait until he was dying and find out the secret of the demonic and bloody hand. The young man is shocked he was read so easily. The young man urgently needed to come up with something, and he decided to tell what he had learned from the map. He says that the reason he went into the dungeon is because of the items and other sacred weapons lying in the chests. Moreover, sacred weapons are extremely expensive. Professional hunters even hunt for them. And this is the dungeon they are heading to now, just a continuous collection of interesting gadgets. Fortunately, the main character immediately believed this lie and also wanted to descend into the dungeon as soon as possible. These sacred items appeared immediately after they killed monsters. Finally, they squeezed inside. It was dark and a bit creepy here. Suddenly, the Dark Swordsman sharply stopped Li Han. It was necessary to study this place because the moisture on the walls had dried and it looked suspicious. This phenomenon was unnatural because such a thing is simply impossible in a damp cave. The boy is going to focus and try to catch any signs of someone's footsteps in this presence. The focusing was incredibly difficult. The chicken was not going to be quiet. On the contrary, it was loudly screaming. Our hero did not understand why the Dark Swordsman asked to shut the chicken up, because it was doing its job perfectly. But the young man insisted, if the chicken continues to scream so loudly, the monsters will find them. The main hero does not listen and says that the chicken will tell everything itself and he just needs to follow them. Strangely, but Li Han really was going to trust his life to an animal. Although the Dark Swordsman was not against it, now the boy was heading to certain death. This time he wants to start studying the map to immediately find a path for retreat. So far they are moving in the right direction. The Dark Swordsman must admit that the map is really well made. With every minute in the dungeon, the young man becomes more and more convinced. He did not waste so much money on the map in vain. He is wildly surprised that the mercenary all this time was going the right way, although he literally put his life on the chicken. The Dark Swordsman is sure, very soon they will need the map. The main hero is annoyed that the dungeon is so long, and he asks if it is possible to cut the path. And the young man answers evenly, there is no shortcut. If they go further, stairs to the second and third floors will appear. Unexpectedly, they reach a place not marked on the map. It seems no one has stepped here before. In that case, they will have to choose one of two roads. The chicken starts clucking. Chicken screams, and our hero concludes that they need to move to the right. Dark Swordsman was terribly irritated that the mercenary so naively relies on the chicken for his life. Li Han explains that he took the chicken not just like that. It tells him about the entire situation in the dungeon. Ahead at a distance of 7 meters stands a wall, and there are two roads. The left goes with a slope, the right is angular. The boy understands all this thanks to the chicken's screams. In a confined space, sound is heard by both ears. It was elementary and he does not understand why the mercenary is so surprised. The young man decided not to argue and silently followed his mercenary. Suddenly, hands fly out from under the ground. It seems these are the hands of monsters. In a moment, not only hands appear but also heads and their entire bodies. Suddenly, the monster notices someone's tracks, and I realize that someone has been here. He immediately sniffs them and understands that people have already been here. This news quickly reaches the other monsters, and now they have to catch the criminals. Meanwhile, the Sword King's squad was also making their way into the dungeon. Before leaving, the girl brought the Sword King a helmet as well. But it was not an ordinary helmet, a relic called the Invisibility Hat. Such a helmet could hide its owner. Turns out this is not just a magical item, yet the man still does not understand why he is being given it. Of course, Ligvezer does not doubt his skills, but she thinks it is better to wear the helmet just in case. Then Unbai is quite willing to accept this gift. I put it on, go away. Time passed. Finally they reached the dungeon entrance, and the Sword King ordered everyone to form ranks. Their goal is to clear the dungeon in the demonic ruins, but at the same time watch out for their own safety. No one must die in the dungeon. During death, an ally turns into an enemy. There was nothing more to say. It was time to go inside. No matter how many enemies there are, they must destroy them all to the last one. After that, they go inside. The horizon was clear and there were no signs of enemy presence nearby. Nothing unusual happened and everything passed quite calmly. It was too quiet, and this silence weighed on Unbai because it seemed they had already been detected. Half an hour had passed since they went inside and there were still no sounds, and this looked very suspicious. Suddenly, a heavenly warrior approached the captain. Apparently, he had some business. It turned out he just wanted to introduce him, the young leader of the Namgun sect, Namgun Ho. Looking at this young man, one could think that he had absorbed his father's spirit. The Sword King expresses sympathy because of what happened to the boy's father. Unbai heard, this young man is a true talent in martial arts. Nam Gun-ho promises that he definitely will not be a burden to them. This campaign will be a wonderful experience for the young man. Now there was no time for talking. The dungeon is dangerous, so they had to be cautious. After talking with such a great person as the Sword King, the boy still had goosebumps all over his body. Uncle says if he leaves the front, Nam Gun-ho must support him from behind. The boy was burning with inspiration. He was taken on this campaign. Nam Gun-ho led the academy rankings. Suddenly, Instructor Ha-chan sat down on the ground and touched it with his palms. He felt small vibrations, so the monsters were already coming here. That's why they urgently needed to switch to a defensive position. Class 4 situation arose, but the young boy did not understand what it meant. Panicking was not allowed. It was necessary to get his weapon as quickly as possible. The boy flawlessly followed orders, although he still could not comprehend what was happening here. Uncle explained that this happens rarely, so we must be as careful as possible. In a moment they already see monsters on the horizon. They are rushing at them with all their might. There was no time left. In a second the captain commanded, "Everyone attack." Meanwhile, our heroes calmly continue their journey. They came across stairs. These stairs led down and they went down, but the dark swordsman had some strange feeling. He already began to think that all this was not a coincidence, and our hero was really being led by a chicken. It was strange that all this time they had not even come across a rat, let alone monsters. But he does not object to such a situation because he has nothing to do. Earlier the boy thought that the mercenary was obviously a loser, but now thoughts creep into his head. He is strong. But he quickly dismisses these thoughts and sets off to act according to his own plan. Suddenly the main hero abruptly stops and asks, is it true that those scoundrels ahead of them are their enemies? A huge crowd of monsters grew before them. They wanted to kill. The dark swordsman immediately realized that these were skeletons. He hated them fiercely. There were plenty of skeletons of various kinds here, even skeleton wizards. The stunned young man quickly blurted out that these monsters have a threat level of 5. Suddenly, the main character just throws the chicken into the mercenary's hands and orders, hold it. Li-han hopes if he kills these skeletons, magical items will drop from them. The boy finds out about this when he kills them. Suddenly, a strange smile appears on his face. The dark swordsman does not understand how the mercenary can possibly kill this entire crowd of skeletons alone. Then in a moment, our hero rushed straight at the monster. For the attack, he grabs a demonic bloody hand like that. The boy suddenly recalled an event that happened in his house 10 years ago. He diligently trained and did not spare himself at all. It seems the young man was purposely trying to master a new technique. He put all his strength into it and did not spare himself at all, despite the fact that his hand hurt incredibly badly. The man who was watching this ordered him to stop, but he did not stop. He continued, despite already screaming in pain. When the young man stopped, he turned to his teacher. It seemed to him that he would never succeed. The man calmly and evenly reassured the student and said that progress does not come so quickly. The boy still does not have much internal energy, so the technique stops at the elbow level. If he reaches a certain level in martial arts, the side effect of the left hand will disappear. Just in case, the teacher decided that for some time he would not teach him other techniques. The dark swordsman believes he must master all techniques as soon as possible to restore the demonic school. But the teacher is afraid. The moment will come when the boy will no longer be able to control his left hand. And then he will have to kill the young man with his own hands, otherwise he himself will end up in the grave. In that case, the boy will definitely have a bad influence on the school. When the boy finds a way to restrain his left hand, he will continue to teach him techniques. That will be safer for everyone. For the boy's internal energy to finally calm down, it will take at least a few days now. He needs to rest. The young man realized if he doesn't learn to control his left hand, he will never become the true heir. The dark swordsman is in shock when he sees the same demonic attack of the bloody hand that he so wanted to possess. He closely watches every move of the main hero. At the same time, our hero rushes towards the enemies to mercilessly set them on fire. It seems that none of the skeletons expected that right now they would be burning in a package fire. Half of them were already dead and the rest were frozen in stupor, watching their comrades burn. The boy thinks about whether he should use some internal energy because he is sure, I have killed too few of these monsters. Monsters know they cannot delay because their enemy is too strong. That is why the skeleton sorcerer enters the battle. He attacks our hero and it seems as if it pierces the boy through. Fortunately, Li-han was unharmed, only his uniform got dirty. Because of this, he became insanely angry at his enemy and within a second simply crushed him with his attack. So, something incomprehensible fell out of this creature like a shell. The boy was about to ask the mercenary what it was, but now is not the time. Behind the main character towered a huge monster. It was already swinging at him, but he didn't care. Right now our hero is going to show a demonic attack with his right hand, so he advises the Dark Swordsman to watch carefully. Now he will demonstrate to him the 9th level of the demonic attack of the Bloody Hand. In a moment he presses his palm into the explosion of the Bloody Hand. From such a powerful attack the monster instantly begins to crumble into pieces. It seems no one can withstand such an explosion. Even this largest skeleton begins to die from this hot fire. This was still not enough to kill it. Already with the sword he lunges at the monster. As soon as he looks, memories of the past overwhelm him completely. Once, a very long time ago, he already had the chance to stand in the way of the skeleton. In a moment the main character hits him on the head, not understanding why these skeletons are so persistent. A moment later an explosion sounded even stronger than the previous one. It seems the monster was finally defeated. After recovering a bit, Li Han said that it was over, so they could move on. But before that, he wants to inspect everything around because he believes that some sacred items might drop from the monsters. Indeed, he finds some armor. The Dark Swordsman could not believe that the academy student killed the monsters so quickly. Earlier, he thought his mercenary was just an ordinary madman. But now there was no time for surprise. The boy did not want to fall behind him in strength for anything. Meanwhile, Li Han had already put on the armor. It fit him perfectly. The Dark Swordsman says not to relax, there are still many such monsters ahead. The main character did not understand why the mercenary suddenly became so stern and serious. The boy tried to convince himself, despite the big difference in knowledge of techniques and experience, he was much higher than him. Our hero thinks that the boy was upset because of the sacred items, so he decided to give him the shell he found earlier. For now, someone sat on the throne in the deepest floor of the dungeon. It seemed that this was their main enemy. He was dissatisfied because he received too little internal energy. Was that really all the warriors had? Well, the enemy concluded he would need living sacrifices. After a moment, he called Arver to himself and ordered him to stop the enemy who had already broken into their temple. After that, he addressed his dead subordinates, those who were sleeping right now. He ordered them to wake up, and in a moment they jumped out from under the ground. The monster was dying of curiosity who had come to him this time. Meanwhile, the fight between the warriors and the monsters did not stop. First, it was necessary to protect the non-combatants while the reinforcement squad was casting spells. Namgun-ho also did not lag behind and attacked the monsters whenever he could. He had already smashed several dozen monsters, but they still did not end. This is what dungeons are really like. He cannot be an anchor for others, so he decides to hold on until the very end, even though it is unbearably hard. While the boy was exposed, a monster attacked him from behind, almost killed him. Fortunately, an uncle covered him in time, cut the monster's head in half. The boy was extremely grateful. His whole life flashed before his eyes in an instant. The uncle noticed that the boy's movements became more tense and decided he was scared. But being nervous is also useful. However, if the boy overexerts himself, stress will only harm him. The uncle is sure this fight will end soon. This time, the king is also fighting monsters. For some reason, they do not attack him immediately, probably because they are afraid. Right now, he wants to test the abilities of this helmet, which was given to him by the head of the department. In a second, he activates the abilities of this helmet, and it seems he really disappears from the monster's sight. Now the enemies do not see him, and he easily rushes among them, delivering blows. They don't even have a chance. They don't understand at all where the attacks are coming from. In just a few strikes, and the Sword King put an end to these freaks. Finally, the battle ended. Their squad suffered no losses. They spent about an hour on this fight, so they were already a bit late. They had to hurry. Namgun-ho didn't even have time to blink. The Sword King had already dealt with all the enemies. The young man was stunned by the incredible power of the man. Namgun-ho was very upset that he got into trouble because of lower-level monsters. He thought he would never reach the power of the Sword King. And to become even a little stronger, you have to keep up with the pace of the Sword King. Meanwhile, our heroes move on. There was no one here, although monsters recently came from here. The main hero was meditating and gathering his inner energy at this time. The Dark Swordsman had already made a circle and returned while Li Han was circulating energy. The boy is very surprised by this because such a method of circulating inner energy was lost 140 years ago. The Dark Swordsman was incredibly curious about what power this mysterious boy hides. Since the flame of his demonic energy did not burn all the enemies, his level is probably not very high after all. Very soon they continue their journey. Suddenly the Dark Swordsman notices the landscape changes here. The boy thinks their enemy deliberately forced his subordinates to build this slippery wall. It can be considered that the dungeon only begins from this place. Ahead of them awaits a bunch of monsters. He also warns that here one can encounter a trap or a barrier. Suddenly they notice something appeared before them. They need to sneak closer and take a look. It is hard to believe that such a large-scale structure was built right inside the dungeon. They notice some inscriptions on the wall, and the Dark Swordsman thinks that it looks very much like Egyptian hieroglyphs. He is most interested in what these hieroglyphs are doing here. They also notice stone tablets with incomprehensible inscriptions and a too suspicious control panel. So the Dark Swordsman begins to think that they turned the wrong way and suggests turning back. On their way they did not encounter monsters, but now it takes time to find a new path. But instead of rushing back, the mercenary starts pressing all the buttons on this panel. The Dark Swordsman asks not to do that because they might get trapped or something else bad might happen. The main hero calms him down and says that he can decipher some of the signs. In a moment he presses this tile and nothing happens. The boy thinks he just got lucky, the trap did not activate. As soon as these words faded, something incredibly large collapsed behind them. Probably it was a boulder. With this button he triggered the trap, and now the way back was blocked. The Dark Swordsman began looking around, searching for an exit as quickly as possible. Our hero calmly says that it seems he activated some mechanism. In a moment they noticed a bright green light burning on these hieroglyphs. The Dark Swordsman did not understand at all which button the mercenary pressed. In a moment a dark blue beam shot from this wall. It hit directly the huge stone that stood behind them. Do they understand? The wall began to gradually disappear, clearing some passage. The Dark Swordsman immediately realized that these were teleportation gates. It was hard to believe that our hero so quickly deciphered the dungeon's secret code. The boy immediately realized that these were gates to the other side. The main hero said that he could decipher the secret code only because he was simply an incredible guy. At first, the Dark Swordsman orders to carefully inspect everything around, but Li-Han does not like this idea. He wants to move inside immediately. He did not intend to listen to the boy, and in a moment he already rushed to the portal. He immediately runs into it, leaving the shocked boy behind. There was no time to delay, so the boy grabbed the chicken and also ran into the portal. He was insanely irritated by the behavior of the employer, but unfortunately he could do nothing about it. We're now the 7th floor of the dungeon of the demonic ruin. The portal opens right in the wall and throws the boys to the floor. The sensation after teleportation was terrible, as if the joints were pulled out of your limbs and then pushed back in again. Breathing was impossible, as if you were underwater. The Dark Swordsman was no longer going to step into this portal, even though it was convenient. He immediately realized that this was the 7th floor. The map in his head did not fail. But when he looks around, he cannot understand where our hero is now. It seems they were scattered to different places. Suddenly the boy hears quiet wheezing and begins to cry. When he turns his gaze aside, he sees a barely alive girl covered in blood. The boy immediately rushes to her and cannot understand where a person came from here. The girl tries with her last strength to explain that enemies suddenly attacked them. She does not even remember how it happened. Everything was decided literally in a moment. This place is deep, so monsters from the 6th level and above can live here. It seems that no one except her survived. Everyone was completely destroyed by the monsters. First, it was necessary to urgently get out of here. But the girl cannot stand up, so the boy carries her on his back and asks, where did they come from to find the exit? But the girl cannot answer him properly and she is crying. She herself had a hard time on the road with her. Unfortunately, the young man will not be able to take the chicken with him. He does not understand why it died so suddenly. He thinks the chicken died because of the polluted air in the dungeon. Suddenly, the Dark Swordsman had a question for this stranger. He became curious how she knows that he is a mercenary, although he did not tell her about it. It turns out that it was not the unfortunate wounded girl, but a real demon. He had already started the attack. The young man reacted lightning fast and dodged her strike. The Dark Swordsman was almost fooled, but he realized everything in time. And already in a moment, the young man tears this monster in half. However, the youth did not feel that he had cut the monster. It seems this was not the end yet. The creature roared and the sounds were simply terrible. The boy realized it was a banshee, so he did not feel the blade. Within a second, all the dead who heard this scream stood up. Now they were ready to fight the boy. But this was not the end yet. The wall moved and from it emerged a stone golem, and along with it appeared many more level 5 monsters. There was nowhere to run, and the boy had to enter the fight. Meanwhile, our hero also got to work fighting the monsters. The boy thinks something is wrong with his strength. Probably the internal energy is slowly recovering because the body is too weak. During all this time, he spent only 1 drop of energy. He thinks something went wrong because of the teleportation through these gates. There also seemed to be some strange air here. It became uncomfortable to breathe. If the air is already polluted now, the boy concludes that it is somewhere on the 7th floor. The internal energy has been restored, but the speed still slowed down. Nothing can be done. Only controlling breathing with a special technique remains. And especially for this, our hero brought a chicken with him. Let it search for the dirty air. Li Han did not understand where the mercenary disappeared, but suddenly heard strange sounds. That was exactly the same dark swordsman. The main hero immediately realized something bad was happening here. There was definitely something wrong with the boy's hand. It turned red and began to enlarge. It seems that exactly what his teacher had warned him about earlier happened. That was his limit, so he screamed and begged the main hero to retreat from him faster. Li Han urgently needed to get away if he wanted to live. The young man was already giving up and could not hold his hand at all. It pulsed with a bright red light. From his hand, blood gushed like a fountain and strange fangs began to sprout there. It seems the boy was losing his mind. Now his hand no longer looked like a hand, it had turned into solid flesh. The boy felt unbearable pain and could not do anything about it. He tried with all his might to take control of his hand again, but nothing worked. The boy glowed with a dark purple light. Something strange was happening around him. A fierce wind was blowing and our hero just watched it. There was definitely something wrong with the dark swordsman. He grabbed his sword and ordered the mercenary to go away while he himself would kill all the monsters. At that very moment, a stone golem came to them. The monster was large and terrifying. It was already swinging at the boy. The creature roared louder and lunged at the dark swordsman, but he dodged every strike. The young man suddenly approached the monster. He knew, without the sword's energy, it could not be defeated. So far, the youth was not strong enough to use it, but with this bathtub thing on his hand, everything changes. Thanks to what happened to his hand, he will be able to defeat this monster with one blow. The moment he sliced this creature in half. This was not the end yet. A huge army of other monsters awaited him. They also did not wait and in a second rushed at the young man. They were evil spirits. Of course, the dark swordsman was not going to lose to such miserable creatures as they were. In a moment, he unleashed a strike. The main hero is just in shock watching everything happening right before his eyes. He sees that all the blocked energy pathways of the dark swordsman have cleared and the internal energy begins to expand. The young man seems not tired at all. On the contrary, he was ready for battle and waited for the monsters to attack him. It seems the dark swordsman was seized by some other force and it needed a battle. The boy agreed. As the teacher had shown earlier, he received an item that caused a bloody tragedy in the village. Precisely because it is dangerous, the teacher recorded it. Now he says that this item belongs to the student. The dark swordsman is stunned to have obtained it, as he still lacks skill. He explains that this creature is alive. When it penetrates a human body, it will suck out energy until the host dies, but in return it will take internal energy for itself and the donor can gain the power of this creature. But if control is lost, this creature will seize his mind. The more energy the creature gathers, the stronger the side effect becomes. It is for this reason that the teacher cannot handle the creature and the boy has little internal energy, so he will be able to endure the side effect. If he analyzes the character of the creature and its combat spiritual techniques, he will be able to tame them. Very soon the dark swordsman agreed to this. He chose the right hand for the transmigration, but after this, the place cannot be changed. The boy stubbornly held on to his choice, so after a few seconds they began the transmigration. The teacher plunged his hand into this chest and pulled out a strange creature that hissed eerily. The teacher reminded, under no circumstances should these monsters be allowed to seize his mind. Suddenly the monster was in the air and began to scream loudly. This sound was terrible. In a moment this creature squeezed into the boy's hand. But it turned out to be not the right hand as planned, but the left. The body was pierced by unbearable pain, but consciousness could not be lost. The young man tried with all his might to hold on. Pain covered the whole body and blood came from his mouth. The boy felt something new settled inside him, new and incredibly terrible. Meanwhile, the boy was still stubbornly fighting the monsters. They were still advancing and he mercilessly cut them into pieces. He sees the monsters are no longer acting so confidently. Probably they are simply afraid of him. It seems everything was really bad until the boy's eye turned black. In a moment, these creatures again rushed at the young man. They didn't even manage to approach the boy, had already cut them into pieces. He did it mercilessly, precisely, and quickly. He radiated an incredible amount of inner energy. Now the boy used the demonic technique of such a small hand. Immediately after that, all the monsters froze and could not move. The young man did not hesitate and continued cutting them into pieces. It seems that all the monsters were finished. He was breathing heavily. The main character was in shock from the show that the mercenary had arranged. He cut through the bodies of evil spirits without wasting the sword's energy, and so quickly defeated the stone giant. The Dark Swordsman seems to have regained control of himself again. He did not intend to talk about the thing in his hand. The boy says they will not be able to completely clear the dungeon. As soon as they go down even further, monsters will appear even stronger. He advises to stop on this floor and go back up, because now even he can no longer protect the mercenary. No matter how much he wanted to admit it, this dungeon was beyond his strength. He reminds that life must be the priority. Li Han says if the boy continues to use this creature in his hand, it will completely take over him. The boy only needed to look at this monster, and he immediately realized it was a yakai. This is not a spiritual being that can be tamed through training. The Dark Swordsman was angered by these words. He was sure our hero is not capable of understanding the nature of this monster, so he must not get involved. The boy realized the mercenary will only understand when he sees everything with his own eyes. The Dark Swordsman still holds his position and tells him not to interfere. Suddenly, the young man grabs the sword and without any doubt decisively cuts off the mercenary's hand, simply deprives him of his left hand. In a moment, his hand was simply cut off from the shoulder. The Dark Swordsman didn't even have time to blink, his hand was already cut off. In a second, the boy fell to the floor and started screaming from unbearable pain. In a second, our hero pierced that hand with the sword. Li Han ordered the mercenaries to pick up the part of the hand that remained, because now they would reattach it. The boy froze in stupor. He could not understand how the boy was going to attach his hand back. If it is a parasite, then it must understand everything itself. This creature would not have detached from him just like that. The young man was in furious rage at the mercenary for so easily taking and cutting off his hand. Our hero sees the parasite is already returning to its place, but the Dark Swordsman considers all this nonsense. But as soon as he looks at his hand, he sees it is actually slowly, step by step, reattaching itself back. To avoid suffocating from the dirty air of the dungeon, one must know breathing techniques, but the mercenaries are not obliged to this, they manage anyway. Everything is because of this bandage that sucks his blood. Enhanced regeneration is one of your traits, Yaka. Carrying such a parasite on oneself is very bad, but there are also some advantages to it. In just a few seconds, his hand returned to the same place again. Li Han says that the boy can no longer hold back this monster. Even now there was a banal proof. The hand attached itself back of its own will. The boy was really shocked. The hand attached itself back again. Our hero throws the sword because he does not intend to dwell on this. He is going to move on. But now the Dark Swordsman wants to hear advice from the mercenary and find out what to do next. But the young man does not want to get rid of the parasite. On the contrary, he wants to learn how to control it properly. The reason the boy could not learn other techniques was in his hand. Li Han immediately understood what his teacher meant, the demonic technique of the small hand. If something happens, the monster fed on the carrier's blood, so it did not react to combat techniques based on yin energy, particularly the demonic technique of the small hand. If the boy had studied the demonic technique of the bloody hand based on fire energy, the creature would have either disappeared or killed the boy to protect its body. The number of techniques the boy can learn is very limited, yet it cannot be said that the situation is hopeless. The main character says the boy can only apply combat techniques that feed the creature. The Dark Swordsman thinks that such a technique cannot exist, but our hero denies it. He was in shock when he saw the mercenary exuded such strong, powerful energy. He was releasing energy of a bloody color. It turned out to be a demonic attack of the beastly hand. This technique mercilessly tears all the opponent's blood arteries, and for a creature that constantly needs blood, it was just perfect. The boy froze in shock as soon as he saw this technique live, because he had only heard about it from legends. He is stunned. Everyone said that this technique was lost forever. Even among the elders, the opinion spreads it is impossible to restore it now. The Dark Swordsman does not understand who this strange boy standing before him is, what a genuine expression he has. In a moment, the young man fell to the floor, powerless, all this because of the demonic attack of beastly blood. Li Han had already answered his question, so now they had to move on. Without the chicken, it will take a lot of effort to find the way. It was a mistake to trust the chicken to the Dark Swordsman. Li Han orders the boy to get up and move on. Suddenly, the Dark Swordsman kneels before him holding some object, saying that he agrees. If the contract they talked about on the academy roof is still valid, the boy is ready to sign it right now. It was incredible luck to receive such an offer to extend the contract. Although the Dark Swordsman initially said something completely different, now he began to praise him. The young man desperately begs for permission to continue serving the employer. The Han agrees, only the signature on the contract remains. The boy quickly starts searching for a pen to sign with. But our hero insists that it is not necessary and is ready to sign with blood. He needed to press his fingerprint into the empty space on the contract. If the boy masters the new technique that the employer will teach him, he will be able to carry out all his orders even for life. The Han slowly brings his finger to the contract. Suddenly he breaks because he notices red energy far away. The boy never placed the seal and went off to see what this strange energy was. The Dark Swordsman thinks it is his fault because the boy did not place the seal, but in reality it was completely different. The Hana was interested in the red energy seeping through the room. They approached the portal from which monsters had recently emerged. Our hero flawlessly remembers the way. Although the boy pressed everything correctly, the portal did not appear. Unfortunately, only the structure of 8 floors is marked on the map, and there is no further information. Suddenly, the main hero ordered the Dark Swordsman to look at the mountain. A strange thing appeared on the stile, and its color sharply differed from everything around. In a moment, thick rays shot out from this thing. It grabbed the boys, pulled them right into itself. Meanwhile, the warriors continue their path. They check their path with magic. The Sword King said if the girl is struggling, it is better for her to step back because healers are the heart of the assault squad. Having reached the 4th floor, they lost their pace. The speed of the assault sharply dropped, probably because no one took a break. The instructor was wildly worried about the condition of the members of their squad, but all that remained was to take energy stimulants and keep going. The instructor ordered the squad members to take energy stimulants on the move and not to stop. Namgun-ho was already very exhausted and breathing heavily. They were already on the 6th floor. During this time, they had to endure as many as 4 battles and they were extremely exhausted. The boy slaps himself on the cheeks to come to his senses. He cannot waste such a chance, so he needs to focus to gain even more knowledge. The uncle gives him an energy stimulant and orders him to chew slowly and only then swallow. Namgun-ho heard when they reach the 8th floor they will need to maximize their sensations, but he does not understand what exactly that means. From the 8th floor, a thick darkness covers them, blocking out the light. Therefore, one must rely not on physical strength but on intuition. There is no time left to talk. They have just been attacked again. The squad urgently prepared for battle. It was important to maintain the circulation of the heart's protective energy. The squad took a defensive position and pressed their backs against each other. A very unusual creature emerged before them. It became clear that it was a type of banshee, so everyone had to be cautious. This monster was engaged in compressing the air. In a second, it screamed loudly. This scream was unbearable and disgusting. In a moment, the creature began its attack. A huge beam flew lightning fast towards the warriors. Meanwhile, the Sword King quickly cut it and deflected the attack. It was important not to lose self-control. If they fell under the curse, serious problems would arise. Although the Sword King softened the shockwave with the energy of his sword, the attack's power was still too great. Namgun-ho was extremely struggling, but he knew he had to remain in memory. He had to break through everything and hold on. The boy's blade ignited with flame and rushed into battle. He was ready for the fight. In a moment's time to attack had already come. The strike group was to move forward. But suddenly, instead of the strike group, a student jumped forward. He squeezed out all his strength for this. No one expected the student to surge forward. He, without a single drop of fear or doubt, rushed straight at the monster. In an instant, he split this creature in half. It was burning in his flame. The Sword King was too worried about the boy because he thought he might be injured. The uncle is beating the boy for acting so foolishly, even though he himself is not even in the strike group. Namgun-ho apologized for his spontaneous decision, but the King of Swords said it was not necessary. The academy students managed to withstand the Soul Demon, a rare spectacle, so the man praised the boy. Banshee's Cry is a large-scale curse magic that harmed the entire squad. The man reduced the attack's effect thanks to the energy of the orb, but the magical effect still remained too strong. Several people from the assault group suddenly froze in stupor and could not launch counterattacks in time. The student managed to break the curse and defeat the monster at a rapid pace. If he continues to develop his skills in the same spirit, then perhaps after his graduation from the academy they will be able to meet again. Namgun-ho was stunned by such kind words from the man. He could not believe that he would have a chance to meet the real combat instructor, a representative of the academy you are not without. Although the boy was praised by the Sword King himself, it does not mean that his actions were correct. Safety must come above all. Namgun-ho's heart seemed about to jump out of his chest. He was just praised by such a great warrior. Not long ago he had no idea how to keep up with the Sword King, and now he praised him and said that he was moving in the right direction. Probably the Dark Swordsman was keeping records with the same mood then. Ho believes that now he is on the same level as that swordsman. The instructor occasionally felt something strange like an echo from small fluctuations around. It is strange that they encountered only one monster, although in the underground labyrinth they should be everywhere. Another man pressed him into silence and said that the bracelet on his wrist reacts to deadly energy. That is, they will definitely be able to find out the target they are heading to. It was precisely thanks to this bracelet that they managed to get here by a shortcut. Suddenly they catch some very strange loud sounds and begin to think that the dungeon is collapsing. Judging by the sound, it can be understood that some mechanism has been activated. Unbai asks if any of the instructors heard that someone else entered the dungeon besides them. Meanwhile, on the deepest floor of the dungeon, the same red portal appeared on the floor. It sent our heroes to the lowest floor. Dark Swordsman felt very bad from these teleports. Suddenly some creature appears before them, and it seems Li Han has already seen it somewhere. They immediately understood it was a Death Knight. The monster was sitting on its bony horse. They must be careful because the Death Knight is much stronger than the monsters they encountered on the way. Within a second, the knight drew his sword and prepared to launch an attack. And then, riding his horse, he charged at the enemies. The young man did not hesitate. He immediately grabbed his sword and blocked the strike. Holding back his strike was incredibly difficult because the knight had colossal strength. Our hero does not intend to intervene, he just wants to watch how the mercenary handles such a worthy opponent. And then, in just a moment, a real fierce battle flared up between them. The Dark Swordsman exerted all his strength to block his opponent's attacks. The young man barely deflected his strike well immediately noticed. The Death Knight was exposed from below. He seized this moment and struck with a demonic attack of the small hand. The knight lost his balance, and that was exactly the perfect chance for the boy. Suddenly his horse opened its mouth wide, as if it was about to bite. But it was not for that. In fact, the horse simply jumped over the Dark Swordsman. The Death Knight becomes stronger when riding. That is why the young man's attacks were irregular. Dark Swordsman feels he will have to work hard. The mercenary now cannot take his eyes off the fight, so he orders Li Han to go alone in search of the necromancer. The Death Knight never goes out alone, so if he is here, there is definitely a necromancer nearby. At any cost, the necromancer must be found, only then can they save themselves. They didn't even have time to blink when a whole army of various monsters grew behind their backs. There is nowhere to run. Moreover, another Death Knight appeared here, in their eyes combat readiness, so things are bad. Suddenly they realized, behind the crowd of these monsters, someone is sitting on the throne. Perhaps it was the necromancer. He looked much scarier than they were told about him in the lesson. Li Han tells the mercenary not to disturb him. Now Ku-Ok is going to show him a real show. In his hands, the necromancer holds some kind of multicolored sphere. In a second, he orders his subordinates to start the attack against the enemies. In a moment, the army of monsters begins the offensive. The Dark Swordsman cannot just start the fight and ignore the mercenary's order, because the transfer of the demonic attack technique of beastly blood was at stake. If the monsters come even a little closer to him, he will no longer be able to do anything and escape will be impossible. It was necessary to act urgently, but the employer ordered to do nothing. The monsters were already very close, and there was no time to delay. The main hero asked the mercenary not to shout, he needed to concentrate. In a moment, Li Han used the flame tongue technique. Bright blue flames flared up in his hands. The boy used a layer of flame tongue that destroys hell. Everything around flared up bright blue, flames scattered everywhere. In a moment, a strong explosion thundered, the blue glow blinded everyone around. It was the very same technique, it was passed down only through writing. Monsters could not withstand this flame. The fire with explosive force could not spread evenly, only the creatures standing in front were scorched and the rest remained unharmed. Prepare for the worst. Dark Swordsman at that time was shocked by our hero's abilities and could no longer understand who he was. There was almost no time left, so he explains the conditions that must be met to use the demon sow in beastly blood. First, apply the spiritual technique of reverse blood flow, and second, it is necessary to focus on the meridian points from which demonic techniques change. Dark Swordsman does not understand which spiritual technique to use to evoke thirst and desire for blood. There are several methods, but now it is best to use the enemies standing before him. If the boy falls under the curse's influence, he will either destroy himself or break free from its power and kill the monster. If he overcomes the demon state in his soul, he will gain understanding of how to use the spiritual technique. It was important to discern the goal in this struggle. The answer was hidden here. Meanwhile, their main enemy had already begun to recite some spell. In a moment, even more monsters appeared, ready to attack. They all screamed with all their might, maddening our hero. It was necessary to act quickly, so Li Han applied the external energy connection of heaven and earth and synchronous energy circulation. After these actions, the young man was already ready for battle. The main hero did not waste time and immediately rushed at the enemies. He like lightning flew through them, killing everyone in his path. He did it mechanically and quickly. The young man was not going to spare absolutely anyone. In a second, he unleashed a demonic attack of the small hand. After that, he grabbed the mouse and was going to show how to use it properly. Then he jerked the demonic bloody hand and created a whirlwind of flames around himself. A strong explosion thundered and took some monsters with it. The dark swordsman froze in stupor and watched them fight. He sees such power for the first time. The mercenary not only uses amazing techniques but also pierced the very center of the army, where a monster roars fiercely. The dark swordsman was distracted and almost paid for it. If he hadn't managed to dodge, his head would have been cut off. Another death knight was already waiting for him. He wielded a spear. This is from what we need to fight at a distance. The young man is not at all against getting into a fight. He has nothing else to do anyway. The boy is holding back his blow with all his might. He is not easy to handle. So far, the main hero has not stopped fighting either. He cut through an incredibly large monster with one blow. But Li Han said that this monster was too weak. It was hit several times and it was already dead. The sword blade was dulling, and that meant the fight had been going on for a very long time. Li Han has already killed several hundred of these creatures, and the necromancer is still summoning new ones. It is necessary to conserve internal energy as much as possible. The fight will be long. He sees right now the dark swordsman is fighting the death knight. For the dark swordsman, such an opponent is still too difficult, but Li Han cannot help him. He must find the answer himself. The dark swordsman must understand the true meaning of the mercenary's words. A few hours ago near the entrance to Mount Mother. Then our hero asked the mercenary if he had ever fought a necromancer. He just wanted to pass something on to him. At the academy, they said that the necromancer's curse magic is very harsh, so a foot soldier like a dark swordsman might not withstand it. Demonic martial arts make all monsters step aside, but along with that disappears the chance to meet them face to face. No matter how strong the boy is, he cannot avoid the curse magic. It will seize his mind. If he falls under the curse, he must remember the phrase that he will not die. Fear drives one mad, but it cannot kill. When he realizes this, fear will become his enemy. The mercenary talks about this as if he has come to this himself. It looks like he really knows something. He says he has experience because he once had to try hard because of one goat. The necromancer next to him is just pathetic. The boy recalls these words of the mercenary in fragments. The endurance of the dark swordsman is declining lower and lower. It seems the reason is that he used his left hand. That is why it was necessary to end this fight as quickly as possible. The young man unleashes a demonic attack of the small hand on his enemy. It seems he still managed to freeze the death knight, so now he couldn't move. He had to act immediately, but the knight still broke free from the bonds and repelled his enemy's attack. The monster overpowered the dark swordsman's attack, so he had to defend himself, otherwise he simply wouldn't endure. And the boy uses demonic armor made of flesh. And it was then that the death knight struck him with a strong blow and the young man was thrown back. This death knight and the one he once fought are like night and day. And the only difference was that this knight was sitting on a horse. Obviously, ordinary attacks won't defeat him. Something had to be invented immediately. Suddenly the youth raised his eyes, saw the banshee's head above and realized he had to kill her immediately. But if this monster suddenly uses the curse of suppression, the dark swordsman will be completely exhausted. The monster says that the boy will die and the monsters will come to kill him. When the boy dies, the real end will come. He will cease to exist. Voices of evil spirits do not cease. They insist to him that he will die right here and no one will help him. Everything around frightens him. Wherever he looks, monsters everywhere. From fear, the young man begins to tremble and thinks that this is truly the end. But suddenly, through these grotesque and disgusting voices, he catches a phrase that he will not die. Fear tortures him and drives him mad, but he cannot die. And when the boy realizes this, he will perceive fear as his only enemy. What is dissolving before the eyes of the dark swordsman are his enemies. How is he supposed to fight if these are the real bodies of his opponents? The monsters try to sneak up on the young man, but he swings his sword and orders them not to come closer. Suddenly, a stone giant strikes directly at the dark swordsman. The dark tentacles of the monsters reach for the unfortunate young man, who is already extremely exhausted. They pierce him right in the stomach, and an unbearable scream bursts from his chest. A grimace of horror, pain, and fear froze on the boy's face. He was stuck in the dome inside these monsters. But in a moment, the young man managed to gather his thoughts and drive all these scoundrels as far away from himself as possible. Finally, he managed to scatter them, but he himself was badly wounded. A sword was sticking out of the boy's chest. But the dark swordsman was completely indifferent to this serious wound. He wanted to kill his enemies. Yet exhaustion takes its toll. The boy weakly falls to his knees before his enemies. And it seemed like the end. The Death Knight delivers the final blow. Suddenly, the dark swordsman blocks it with his left hand, in which a yokai lives. The dark swordsman was very exhausted but still did not intend to give up. He was breathing heavily, beaten and nervous from fatigue. The young man has difficulty breathing, that's why his heartbeat is irregular, so unstable. It's strange that the youth is still alive since the last blow was supposed to kill him. It seems this creature on his hand revived him. The dark swordsman feels fear creeping back to him again. The curse still controls his body. Strange as it may sound, the young man was no longer afraid. He was no longer frightened by such a pitiful creature, his enemy. The knight swings his sword, but the youth manages to block the blow with his hand and the blade pierces it. Now it was time for the dark swordsman to launch an attack. The boy was about to put all his strength into this attack. The knight's horse began to behave anxiously. The Death Knight did not stop. He made another swing to strike. And suddenly, the dark swordsman disappeared from the Death Knight's sight. It turned out the young man had fallen on his enemy from above, grabbed him by the head and pressed him firmly into the ground. And immediately after that, he kicked him right in the face. And while the rider was not nearby, he used this moment to behead the horse. In fact, the dark swordsman still does not fully understand how he survived. But he is incredibly grateful to the mercenary for those words that he would not die, because it is precisely because of them that he is alive. Meanwhile, our hero also does not stop fighting. He uses a demonic kind of ball lightning. He burned too much energy on this attack. Now he doesn't understand which technique to use. In a second, he notices the Death Knight he just fought with the dark swordsman. This monster even had the energy of a sword, but the young man is still confident he will handle him. In a second, Li Han rushes forward, and their energies collide head-on. Li Han heads straight for this freak to strike. But the chief stabbed the sword right into his horse instead of the knight. Suddenly, something extremely strange happened. A huge bone fell in front of the young man, but he never figured out what it was. It turns out it was the work of the necromancer. He relentlessly interfered in the battle and even covered it with such crude attacks. The mercenary notices the dark swordsman's hand turned red, claws and fangs grew on it. The young man thanked the mercenary. Although everything was normal with the dark swordsman now, it didn't last long. This state is abnormal. A parasite moves and devours the youth's life. The donor whose blood this creature absorbs is in danger, and those monsters have no blood. Soon the parasite will get irritated and the dark swordsman will lose his sanity. The body will come under the control of the parasite. The dark swordsman began to worry as soon as he heard about it because he had no idea what to do. Suddenly, a bright red light flashed as if a teleport had just activated. Suddenly, our heroes see their enemies all disappeared together in an instant. It looked like a baiting tactic. The necromancer definitely knows if they have already come here, they will not retreat. It seems the necromancer finally turned on his brain. Unexpectedly, the necromancer spoke their language and asked if they knew where they were. The main character behaved quite bravely, but the monster was not surprised at first. Everyone is like that. People like them have come here more than once to storm the dungeon. The reason the necromancer is still alive is that he has not yet met Li Han. His confidence is unlike any other. The necromancer has one unusual ability. He can roughly determine the strength of an opponent. The two of them have only 1.5 drops of internal energy left each. It won't last long. But our hero does not think that this matters now. Now the necromancer is going to show them what awaits them. In a second, he shows them the corpse of some man. 2 days ago, people from some reconnaissance squad came here, and this cocoon is one of the dead. This corpse is weaker than our heroes. He died only in a fight with the Death Knight. For the fact that our heroes got here, he greets them, but they still do not differ from the others. If they agree to die peacefully, the necromancer will kill them as much as possible painlessly. He says he can show them mercy. It seems the situation was bad. His authority alone strongly pressured them. After using the technique of the tongue of flame, half of the internal energy was spent at once. Even after the spiritual technique, energy recovers very slowly twice. It seems the necromancer deliberately scattered a bunch of enemies around the labyrinth to steal internal energy. He mentally addresses the swordsman and says they must finish in 15 minutes, not a minute more. All that can be done here is to defeat the Death Knight and absorb his magic. If he can do this, he will avoid the seizure. The dark swordsman still doesn't understand exactly how to absorb his magic. Now the necromancer realized the enemies are not going to surrender, therefore battle is unavoidable. Two Death Knights whom they fought recovered and returned. Since the necromancer heard them, there is no point in speaking mentally. You need to press your hand to those creatures and use spiritual technique. You need to use the demon absorption technique of the one who fled. But the necromancer does not take them seriously at all and is confident that he will definitely win. First, Li Han asks how much internal energy the necromancer has. The necromancer thinks this is a stupid last question, but still decides to answer. He says that he has 7 capsha of internal energy. But instead of being scared, the main hero starts laughing loudly and cheerfully. Now the monster has 7 capsha, so originally it had 8. Predatory smile flashes on our hero's face and excitement in his eyes. This will be enough for him. But the necromancer, of course, did not take his words seriously. He was not going to delay any longer and ordered his subordinates to start the attack. Our hero was not going to lag behind either. He rushed towards the enemies. The young man was extremely focused. He struck his enemies with his fists and hit each one without missing. Suddenly he saw some incomprehensible thing flying at him. It was the work of the Death Knight. Li Han did not lose his composure at all and immediately used the sacred defense technique, the great shift of heaven and earth. It was a very good attempt to attack him when he was not expecting it. But in that case, our hero is going to repel this attack back to the sender and twice as strong. The blow hit the Death Knight directly, and he definitely did not expect that. Meanwhile, the young man did not waste time and headed straight to their main target, the necromancer. It seems the monster itself did not expect them to reach him so quickly. The boy thought he had almost caught him, but suddenly something red appeared right in front of his face. Turns out the necromancer caused him a feeling of confusion. As soon as it happened, Li Han felt something was wrong with his body, as if he was lost in space. On his head and eyes was some red thing. It was exactly that which caused all this. He could poorly see what was happening around him. Everything around seemed to pull into the water, and he immediately realized this was the necromancer's curse. It confused his senses, everything blurred before his eyes, and sounds reached his ears poorly, meaning the enemy had tangled him. Suddenly, someone cut the main character on the shoulder. He did not understand how he was cut. There were no enemies nearby. They did not talk about such a curse in lessons. It seemed to be a special ability he possessed. The young man skillfully dodged attacks, but it maddened him. Due to the low amount of energy, he could not even cast spells. In such a case, he had to focus on his intuition and, relying on it, sense the enemy's energy. Even if the necromancer threw perception into chaos, it does not disappear. Even if his hearing and sight were impaired and other senses paralyzed, it was still the same feeling. Suddenly he was hit hard in the back, and the boy immediately understood it was a fake. Real monsters were from a completely different side. Li Han struck this monster with a blow who already definitely knew victory was hers. If his senses were confused, it was enough to awaken others and everything would work out. Now our hero saw everything. One thing gnawed at him: how many more tricks the enemy planned to pull off. In a moment, the young man rushed again at the necromancer. The Dark Swordsman is still shocked by Li Han's abilities. He won't be able to intervene in this fight at all. At first, the necromancer had no mind, and if the boy's assumptions were correct, this was the magic of the feeling of confusion. Only the mercenary who continues to fight, completely ignoring the curse, goes beyond the bounds of common sense. Maybe the mercenary will really manage to win this battle. In a second, the boy gathered all his strength to deliver a very strong blow to the necromancer. He launched a powerful attack directly at the enemy, and in a moment a strong explosion thundered. But the necromancer had already managed to repel his attack and praised the techniques the young man uses. The necromancer begins to smile joyfully and smugly declares that the boy's strikes cannot reach him, but the boy ignores this and swings again. Within a second, the young man struck his enemy. The latter almost got injured. The necromancer does not understand what is going on. The enemy's speed suddenly became completely different. Meanwhile, the young man was already behind him. While the monster did not see, he appeared behind him and hit hard. The monster cannot comprehend how a person with such a low amount of internal energy can move like that. Li Han is not just fast, it feels as if his movements are predicted in advance. Maybe he really uses the hidden step technique. Necromancer, I can't imagine how the boy can master this technique with such low energy. The enemy is not going to give up and launches an attack with a spear made of bones. But our hero dodges lightning fast and rushes at the enemy again. Now the boy has almost caught him and managed to swing his fist. The necromancer wanted to use bone armor, but didn't have time. The boy hit him in the stomach so hard that he trembled. The monster does not understand where the mortal has so much strength. Our hero confidently claims that breathing exercises are not the only way to quickly build up internal energy. Right now, the main hero is going to put an end to this and take all the internal energy of his enemy. The necromancer managed to dodge, so he only got a wound and his hood was torn. The dark swordsman was very surprised when he saw that this monster was not a skeleton. Suddenly, bones grew out of the ground, firmly grabbing our hero while he was not expecting it. Now the enemy is going to show how big the difference between them is, and it does not matter whether it is magic or martial arts. For his next attack, he uses the 9 heavens of the dragon. Lihan is shocked. The necromancer knows the Kunlun technique. He strikes so hard that the boy does not manage to block it. In response, he takes off from the spot and flies several meters back. Unbearable pain spread throughout the body. The blow hit right in the chest. The dark swordsman was too worried about the mercenary, but still did not know exactly how to help him. Lihan lay among the ruins and could not even move. An incredible pain pierced his entire body. The guy still didn't figure out how this freak knows the Kunlun clan's technique. Could a person from this clan really have turned into a monster? The necromancer was furiously enraged because this guy dared to touch him and even inflicted a wound. Then the boy turns to the mercenary and asks him to hold out for an hour. That will be enough. This time, the enemy gives orders to all the monsters sitting in this dungeon. He orders them all to appear here to carry out his command. Suddenly, something strange happened, as if someone was moving underground. The dark swordsman threw our hero onto his back and rushed to run away. He had no idea how he was supposed to hold out here for a whole hour. It was clear that this magic was very dangerous. At first, the boy rushed to the exit. The enemy saw this but was not going to let his own guest go. Suddenly, right in front of them, something exploded. The young man decided that it was something like a recent curse. The necromancer ordered his subordinates to capture our hero and allowed the dark swordsman to simply kill him. In an instant, all the freaks rushed straight at them. Then the young man did not lose his composure. He grabbed 2 bottles and drank their contents in one gulp. These potions cost a fortune, but he was not going to spare them in this situation. When they get out of the cave, the boy will demand a sincere reward from the employer new techniques. Meanwhile, the dungeon where the warriors were held began to collapse. They decided that a device with a trap had been triggered. Suddenly, another trap was triggered. It almost killed them, but the uncle pushed Namgun-ho away from there. It seemed to be curse magic. Everyone who got there began to scream and cry. Unbearable pain covered them relentlessly. The uncle ordered the healers to break the curse and set up a barrier for protection. But that was not the end yet. Suddenly, something explosive rumbled behind them as well. Fortunately, Namgun-ho managed to jump aside. It was another trap. Curses were coming from all sides, and many were already under their influence. Walsan shouted in horror that nothing could be done here. The curses were created from 5 parts. It seems Namgun-ho was also affected by the curse, so he urgently needs to come to his senses. The Sword King was well aware, if they continued at this pace, their squad would be destroyed even before the real slaughter began. He ordered the squad to practice the breathing defense technique and conduct energy circulation. Meanwhile, the escape of the dark swordsman and our hero continued. The young man jumped right onto the heads of the skeletons, trying to break free. There were too many monsters, and none of them intended to fall behind. The boy runs while simultaneously watching the mercenary, so he cannot either increase the distance between them or get away from the monsters. The young man shouts and grabs the mercenary by the shoulders, but the mercenary does not wake up in vain. Meanwhile, the enemies continue to attack. Now they are throwing spears at him. With each of their strikes, his consciousness became increasingly clouded. The dark swordsman is still holding on. He must do it. Suddenly, ghosts appeared before him, and he used the divine palm of the dark soul. The boy ran further but collided with the Death Knight, who was already raising his strike above him. Things were bad because the knight attacked directly from the mercenary's side. It was extremely difficult for the dark swordsman to dodge because he had to watch the boy. However, surrender was not an option. The young man kept running. Suddenly, hopes for salvation began to fade. The boy thought that even if the mercenary woke up, nothing would change. But despite this, he still intends to hold on to the last. Fear must not take hold of him. Suddenly, hands of enemies emerge from the ground. They grab the boy by the leg, and he immediately starts to fall. There is nothing to be done here, so he throws the mercenary as far away from the monsters as possible. Meanwhile, they were already very close. Now, in a moment, a battle began between the dark swordsman and the enemies. The young man fought desperately as if this was his last chance. He was not going to lose to these miserable scoundrels. To defend himself, the dark swordsman uses his left hand. Sharp spikes protrude from it. If he is to die, the boy will do so after a proud battle. The young man is already about to strike with a demonic attack of the bloody hand, when suddenly someone grabs his hand. Turns out it was the mercenary. He had already awakened, and as soon as this happened, the atmosphere in the room changed sharply. After awakening, Li Han began to behave completely differently. Subjects of rebellion and decadence, settled in curse and degradation, united body with soul. Fear still lives in the gray, although the world divides white and black. The boy did not understand what kind of spell this was. Now our hero will become the master of monsters. The main character continues to recite the spell, while the enemies keep advancing just the same. After this, the young man addresses the golden ruler of the world. After this, the Death Knight turns around and begins to slaughter his own comrades. This happened not only to the Death Knight, all the monsters started fighting among themselves. Commander of the Night Squad Elver says that he splashes after his master. After this, the fight between the monsters continues. Li Han breathes out with relief and explains that it was the magic of the blood cult. He does not intend to explain it would take too long, and the boy says that the sacred items turned out to be much more useful than he thought. Without this armor, the young man definitely would have ended up in another world. But the Dark Swordsman does not retreat. He wants to find out what this blood cult is. Suddenly, the youth hits the mercenary on the head because he did not listen to him and activated that thing on his arm again. But after that, he praises the boy for his effort. Final battle remains, and the boy takes it upon himself. But in reality, I am not sure he will succeed. The necromancer descends to the enemy. He wants to find out who he is, how he managed to control the dead, and why he did not succumb to the curse. In fact, our hero himself does not understand why this happened. But if you think with your head, then probably all this is because he is incredible. The necromancer says that once in a past life there were times when he also did not raise his eyes upward. But as soon as he met that gentleman, the veil fell from his eyes. He knew no one compares to that gentleman. The young man is mistaken if he thinks the enemy is just a necromancer. In reality, it is a great god who controls the lives of death. Now he's going to show him all his power. Li Han concentrates to the maximum and pulls himself together. The enemy advances, but he dodges all his attacks like this. The problem was by no means in the speed of his movements. There were no gaps between them, so it is difficult to understand where the attack is and where the defense is. He notices that he has seen this stepping technique somewhere before. Suddenly, arrows appear in the air. The necromancer uses them against Li Han, but he swiftly dodges every arrow. The monster does not give up and throws another into action, linking bones together. After that, bones crawl out from everywhere and try to grab the young man. The main hero is not going to give up and fights off all these bones. While Li Han was fighting the bones, the necromancer took advantage of the moment and began his attack on the boy. Since the mercenary did not expect this, the enemy managed to catch him by the shoulder. It became clear the monster is going to use magic again. But the young man realized this in time, so he was able to dodge the bright and powerful beam of magic aimed at him. Attack after attack without any pause, and now the necromancer uses the summoning phantom. It was necessary to urgently stop and heal this wound, because a lot of blood would flow from it. Suddenly, an unknown purple energy grabbed our hero and tied him up like a rope. After that, the necromancer pulled out his spear and threw it straight at Li Han. He could not move freely now. The boy, it seems, was almost not scared when the spear was already hitting him. Instead, he took a deep breath. After that, he let out an incredible scream from it. The spear turned around and flew in the other direction. Finally, Li Han remembered the technique used by the necromancer, the dragon step. It is recognized by the movements as if you are calmly floating through the clouds. Through this smoothness, the technique is easily mistaken and taken for an ordinary slow step, but it is precisely this that allows attacking and simultaneously defending. It seems our hero has resistance to dark magic, yet the enemy still feels superior. I also see the necromancer noticed that the creatures the boy summoned have already reached their end. He praises the young man, but it seems he no longer has the strength to stand steadily on his feet. If he dies, he will be made a very useful toy for the monster. Li Han admits in his current state he is unable to defeat the enemy because the difference between combat levels and body capabilities is too great. The mercenary is confident that the situation is not hopeless. If the youth manages to use the power of the demon-level boundary once, he will be able to surpass the necromancer. It is necessary to artificially raise his level by several steps. Of course, after this, his essence may be completely destroyed, but there is no other choice. Now he is going to show one of his best martial arts techniques. The necromancer watches this carefully and wonders what the hero is about to do. The necromancer is not going to listen to this nonsense from the man any longer, so he assumes a fighting stance again. Li Han also has no desire to talk to someone who is already 1 foot in hell. He directly radiates this power. This time the boy decides to take the initiative into his own hands. Even with artificial level enhancement through energy point stimulation, it was not possible to create more than 3 clones. Now there appeared as many as 3 Li Hans. This was the Heavenly Demon Domination Step technique. Right now the technique cannot be called perfect, it needs to be turned inside out fully, but it is enough to destroy the enemy. The Necromancer became insanely angry because the boy tried to deceive him with these clones. Emotions overwhelmed him, and within a second he rushed at the enemies. But all 3 clones skillfully dodged the Necromancer's attack. Li Han raised his level, so now his step will not be as slow as before. Moreover, this technique creates not illusions but real people. These guys have real physical bodies. 2 of them held the Necromancer while Li Han prepared to strike. In a second our hero drove his fist straight into his stomach. He even spat out blood. From such a blow, the monster flew back several meters. An unbearable scream burst from his chest. He did not understand where a mortal could have such strength. He recalls the events that happened 140 years ago on Mount Kunlun. The Kunlun clan was completely devoured by fire. Clan elder Chen Myeon could not comprehend what kind of freak attacked them. Man, I do not know how one who lives on Earth can have such evil and terrifying energy. It seems it was a necromancer. He decided to use this man as his toy because he would make excellent material. Even the clan elder could not surpass such strength. It was a complete defeat. The enemy attacked and did not get a scratch. For her defeat, she embraced a curse as payment, and the man became a death knight. He turned into a monster and took the lives of many warriors. As soon as the curse broke apart, he finally found himself. But only after 100 years did he open his eyes, and before him stood the Lord of Darkness, Lord Mephisto. His power was incredible, and from just one touch of Lord Mephisto, all memories returned to him. Power came. The mana flowing through his body transformed him into a necromancer. This unique body allowed him to use both magic and martial arts. Hardly had he gained the power he had dreamed of in his past life when it became everything he once aspired to. He thought that becoming one of the 10 guardians of the Lich King was not such an impossible task. The Necromancer was confident that his plan would work, but now he writhed on the ground in pain. The Necromancer was given his powers by Mephisto himself, so he cannot lose. The main hero heard the enemy mention Mephisto and wanted to find out who that was. He became curious whether he was stronger than the Lich King. Necromancer, I don't understand how this mortal knows the name of their king. The monster did not hesitate and used a bone wall. But he did not stop there. The enemy kept summoning walls one after another. The Necromancer was burning with shame for being unable to surpass this boy. In a moment, he used a bone explosion. The bright flash nearly blinded them. The Necromancer will gradually accept anger is exactly powerlessness, and then powerlessness will flare into fear. It seems the monster really felt powerless. It used the hands of death on the boy. But as it turned out, this was not the real enemy, but a clone. The hand meanwhile fell on him from behind. The Necromancer managed to dodge, and he used 8 great styles of the Cloud Dragon. The dragon's tail attack raises the wind. He directs it straight at Li Han, and he does not have time to dodge. But it turned out this was also just a clone. The main hero climbed out from a completely different side, while the Necromancer did not expect it. In a moment, he firmly grabbed the Necromancer by the face. Now finally our hero could take the inner energy of his enemy. But it turned out this was not the end yet. Suddenly the Necromancer began to emit incredibly powerful energy. The monster grabbed the young man and tore apart the separation of body and soul. Li Han did not understand how he could have been so reckless. He screamed in pain as his soul slowly left his body. In a second he fell to the floor without a strong impact. Immediately after that, the monster laughed smugly. It had won the victory. This was the power that Mephisto had given him. The separation of body and soul is a complex curse. It is the power of the word death. As soon as it hits the target, the soul separates from the physical body. If the boy had not used this technique now, he would definitely have died. Suddenly, the Necromancer remembered. This young man was from the demonic school, and they had met 140 years ago. Now it became clear why he survived the curses and why black magic did not affect him. In any case, now he intends to gather a new Death Knight. Our hero will make a wonderful toy. But it is too early to celebrate. In a moment, Li Han stood on his feet again. In fact, the boy was very lucky, otherwise he could really have died. By pure chance, 2 souls were found in his body, and now one problem has already been resolved. The main hero got angry because that bastard dared to deceive him. In a moment, Li Han rushed at the Necromancer again and hit him right in the stomach. He did not even have time to blink. Right now, the main hero is going to take all the necromancer's power for himself. In a moment, a bright light flashed, one that could blind anyone who looked at it. Meanwhile, Namgun slowly opened his eyes. Finally, consciousness returned to Namgun Ho. Before him, he saw the Sword King. Namgun Ho did not realize when he lost consciousness. He wanted to get up, but his whole body was pierced with pain, so he could not. The uncle pressed on acupuncture points that now put strain on the body, so the boy needed rest for some time. Unbai praised the boy again. He had no idea that a fourth-year student could hold out so long. It seemed they were already surrounded by a sacred barrier. Even Wal San was shocked because for the first time in his 50 years, he encountered such a cruel curse. The structure of this dungeon seemed suspicious to him, so just in case he took several sacred magic stones with him. If he had even been late in using them, they all would have died. The Sword King's scream repelled the curse, and the instructor had only his last strength left. Right now, Wal San was about to say something to Unbai. It became known that this was a three-dimensional magic circle. They were told that magic reigns throughout the dungeon, consisting of 3 stages. But the curse used as a trap had not 3 but 6 layers. This is the magic of the 6th circle. In other words, it is not excluded that it was artificially planted. Suddenly, the Sword King hands his helmet to the instructor for some time. After that, the man approaches the barrier. Unbai says nothing to anyone and simply silently exits it. The other warriors are in shock. For the first time in a long while, he was so nervous. If he had not directed energy into the energy pathways, he wouldn't have had a chance against such a terrifying energy. Suddenly, the man sees some excessively bright light before him. It almost blinds him. Suddenly, he orders the instructor to remove the protective barrier. Even despite the curse around, he asks to trust him. Within a second, the instructor removes the barrier, and this surprises all the warriors. Everyone was in shock. They noticed that the curse had disappeared. No one could understand how such a thing could have happened at all. There is no reason for the monsters to suddenly stop being hostile to them and just take away the curse. Everything was simple. If the curse's effect stopped, it meant the owner of the curse was already destroyed. After that, Unbai suddenly rushed forward in search. Meanwhile, our heroes had already escaped from the dungeon. Our hero tried to wake the Dark Swordsman and kicked him in the head. Because of this, the young man suddenly jumped up and started screaming. The boy looked around carefully and tried to understand what had happened. The main hero calmly explains that everything is already over. Li Han promises later he will tell everything in order. Just now, another important matter has appeared. Li Han was extremely hungry, so he asked the Dark Swordsman to prepare something for him, and that was the very important matter. Dawn was already breaking. The guys were sitting in their temporary shelter, and Li Han was immersed in meditation. Right now, the main hero was fighting with the darkness. He put all his strength into it. The special nature of the necromancer's inner energy does not allow it to be absorbed immediately. To compress this energy into a human body, its nature must be changed. Finally, the purification of the inner energy came to an end. Now Li Han tries to shove the inner energy of 7 Captcha into the Danshan. And then, a few seconds later, a real rainbow bursts from the young man's mouth. Unfortunately, another failure. The youth wonders if there is any other way. Li Han has acquired 7 Captcha of inner energy, but this weak body cannot fully absorb it all. It can only accept 4 Captcha. In any case, energy cannot remain untouched forever. Our hero is not in a position to choose anything right now. As soon as Li Han accepts the energy, the reaction flares up instantly. The trembling sensation still unpleasantly cuts to the bone. Mastery of the technique level of fusion with the sword and with the Captcha of inner energy. This is only the beginning of a transformation that exactly crosses the boundary of demons. Meanwhile, the Dark Swordsman has already prepared breakfast. On the table, a bunch of different dishes. The boy incredibly liked his work, and he felt as if the dishes were literally shining. Li Han also came for that delicious aroma. Dark Swordsman was glowing with joy upon seeing his employer. Dark Swordsman flinched with surprise when he saw the slightly bare mercenary, for he had never noticed any muscles on him. The main character eagerly sits down at the table and is only glad to see such a perfect table. Ali Khan also reminds, you cannot be late to the academy. Therefore, they needed to eat quickly and hurry to the academy. Some time passed and they had already finished breakfast. Thanks to the secret spices, the dishes actually turned out wonderful. This was not the end, yet after the main meal there must be dessert. The main character rewarded his mercenary for such dedication to work. Li Han thought if the monster is strong, then the item will be good, but it turned out otherwise. However, he still decided to take it just in case. Li Han thought he would get a good weapon, but instead he only got some kind of stone. It seems it was obsidian. A grand treasure Kanho has only a few specimens. Our hero allows the mercenary to take this thing if he wants. There is no sense in this, but if you say it fell from a necromancer, maybe it will sell for more. It seems our hero has no idea what this stone is. In that case, he should have taken it for himself. Taking the obsidian for himself would be very profitable if he had to extend the contract through the transfer of techniques, but he is afraid. As soon as he shows his true intentions, the mercenary will change his mind. Since he had to act strategically, the guy thanked and refused the stone. The dark swordsman begins to play a role and says he doubts he can even pawn this stone. In that case, our hero says, throw it away. But the dark swordsman was going to take the obsidian for himself. He slowly reached out his hand to it to avoid suspicion. But suddenly the guy firmly grabbed his hand on. The dark swordsman realized. The plan was revealed. Li Han wanted to ask him about the hand. Is he really going to leave it in such a state? The attacks became more frequent because the monster was prowling in search of a chance to break free, and when the guy loses caution, it is even harder for him to maintain control. At this rate, this monster will simply devour the guy. To prevent this from happening, one must train. One must know the demonoid such beastly blood, as well as the spiritual technique of reverse blood circulation. If the dizziness effect could somehow be dealt with, then the boy cannot manage to control the bloodlust. To see blood, it is impossible to find and destroy such a large number of enemies, so this type of training does not work. Our hero spoke of another method, imagination. The dark swordsman did not understand what he meant. One had to imagine the enemy and fight him in the mind, so that the boy himself could not even control his breathing inside his imagination. This may sound strange, but this way it is not necessarily required to cover oneself with real blood. If it works out, the boy might even lose the thirst for blood. The elder from whom he received this hand ordered the boy to make progress in martial arts until he could control the monster in the hand, but our hero responds quite differently. The dark swordsman cannot simply refuse, because the mercenary showed him a demonic attack of beastly blood, the one forgotten by the demonic school. The boy sees the direct answer and asked who this youth of theirs really was. Li Han tells the mercenaries to immediately imagine the strongest person among those he knows. Now he had to imagine an immaterial being that could suppress him. But the dark swordsman could not do it. It turns out the main character was talking about himself. Whoever the boy imagined, he was always superior. Li Han is truly a great man, but the dark swordsman kept thinking that he has problems with his head. The young man decided to pretend that he heard nothing. Meanwhile, Mount Mother. Some people have already arrived at the place, and the writer declared that they will now form a barrier. In a moment, the sorcerer used magic and built a barrier. A girl in a hood got out of the carriage and asked where she should go. An urgent telegram was sent, so no one knows what is happening here, but they said that the necromancer disappeared. Probably it will be better if Lig Vezer himself checks how things are going. Meanwhile, in the dungeon of demonic ruins, the 14th floor, the warriors came across the same place where the portal was, connected to the entrance. Someone else might have thought that the necromancer retreated, but for the head of the dungeon, it means more than just a house. Moreover, absolutely all monsters have disappeared. This means that the dungeon boss, the necromancer, was eliminated. At that very moment, Lig Vezer was arriving at the dungeon. She was trying to get there as quickly as possible. The girl praised everyone for this work. She was glowing. The whole team remained intact. The girl already knew what had happened, but only superficially. From the 10th floor, curses stretched for a long time, and the squad fighters found themselves in a critical situation. But then extremely unexpectedly, all the curses were destroyed, and the monsters disappeared without a trace. The king felt something strange and immediately rushed inward, but there was nothing left there, only traces of a portal. This meant that someone had already been here before them, but who? If a stranger managed to descend into the dungeon, it means he is not ordinary. But if such a strong warrior had been sent here, they would definitely have added something from the MURIM alliance. The girl says that the alliance may not be involved in this, so they will have to conduct the investigation themselves. Suddenly she notices some skull and takes it for herself. She uses psychometry. With its help, you can see the desired picture. You just need to extract thoughts and they permeate everything. The girl activates magic, and thanks to it, hears what was happening here. The image, which was supposed to be clear, turned out to be very blurry. After some time, she was able to make out the picture of the battle. She saw a person who can control fire. This feeling of energy was not like what the MURIM left behind. She does not remember ever encountering such dark energy. But still, it had to be verified. Not immediately, it was hard to say for sure, so more information had to be gathered. Suddenly the skull flashes with a bright red glow. This red glow blinds Lig Vezer and she squints. At the same time, the skull cracked. Even for them, this was quite a powerful force. The Sword King wants to find out what it is. Bezer lay down and said that the person who led the battle took control over the monsters. However, the girl still did not make out who exactly it was. She was sure the stranger was fueled by energy similar to black magic. Such energy can even be compared to demonic. Barely hearing about it, all those present opened their mouths wide. Could it be that she means the demonic school? The instructor believed that the girl was mistaken. Even if we assume that this school still existed, there definitely wouldn't be anyone among them who could defeat the necromancer. Ligvezer asked them to gather all their strength and find the one who infiltrated the dungeon. They also need to clarify his intentions and route. The Sword King flared up with rage upon hearing about the demonic school. Meanwhile, the Academy of Heavenly Warriors, the main building for second-year students. Main hero, as always, was sleeping in the classroom. Li-Han had been sleeping for 2 whole lessons in a row. If this continues, he will start having problems with behavior points and he will be held back for a second year. The only consolation is that the instructor of military literature is very kind. Finally, the lesson is coming to an end. The instructor is angry that this insolent boy simply slept during her lesson and even snored throughout the entire classroom. The woman is not going to turn a blind eye to this. Even without glasses, she tries to find his name on the list. But as it turned out, she confused him with MURIM and marked him as the worst student. Li-Han sat in another seat because he liked to look at everything from above, although according to Academy rules, one cannot change their seat arbitrarily. The main character does not pay attention to this. He is more bothered by something else, why the lessons are so boring. Starting from the 3rd year, they will constantly be moving somewhere, so sitting still won't work. Li-Han could not understand why everyone was looking at him so strangely, competing with each other. Han-Ryan was irritated by the students' behavior. She complained that because of this impudent guy, she could not concentrate, and he treated the teachers with no respect at all. But Philia, who came from the western regions, did not pay any attention to Li-Han at all. Besides, in the last lesson, he answered the teacher's question well. Han-Ryan was angry at the girl for being indifferent. By covering for our hero, she lowers the grades of the whole class. If the instructors and they get a bad look, then all of them will have to repeat the year. No one openly showed it, but it became clear that they were not satisfied with this situation. Moreover, Saman seems to have some plan, and the Shaolin students are also going to teach Li-Han a lesson in physical education. Our hero finally decided and went down, returned to his place. Saman was extremely irritated by this impudent behavior. After some time, the instructor enters the classroom and orders everyone to sit in their seats. If this lesson also turns out to be boring and Li-Han understands all the material, he will consider transferring to another year. It was a new instructor. The girl's name is Elisha, and from now on she will teach them magic. When OK immediately remembers those blue eyes. In Li-Han's memories, he also saw a girl with blue eyes. The girl's appearance was slightly different because she was a supernatural being. A strange phenomenon occurred, through which MURIM people capable of using magic began to appear. People very rarely are born into families where the parents are skilled in magic. At first glance, it is clear they are not like ordinary Chinese. At first, people hated these creatures, but 140 years ago, the time of great changes came. Monsters appeared all over the world, and these supernatural beings actively fought them. They have incredible talent and are also able to use sacred power. After 50 years, these creatures became incredibly valuable and respected figures, those who can stop a catastrophe. And they also have a wonderful appearance. Our hero longs for the time when he had Li-Han's knowledge, then he could understand many things, but now he does not understand them. After the fight with the necromancer, Li-Han's soul disappeared. After that, his physical sensations became much sharper. This body still has its flaws. At this moment, the lesson begins. Elisha opens her suitcase and says, whoever guesses what is inside will receive points from her. It seems those were precious stones. Li-Han thinks these are ordinary precious stones, but Sojin looks at them differently. Saman raises his hand because he wants to try to answer. He says these are magical stones: red ruby, blue sapphire, yellow topaz, and the last, green emerald. These are the 4 elements: earth, water, fire, and wind. The stones lie at the foundation of magical powers. The red stone, fire; blue, ice; green, poison; and yellow, lightning. These stones can be used to enhance power. He praises him for the answer. All the information is in school books. The instructor said that today they will not need books. After that, Elisha takes the red stone and asks what magic it has. Though Ryan volunteered, she said that magical stones are processed the same way as precious ones. Depending on the number of corners and the transparency of their function, everything changes. She thinks that this stone is capable of casting a spell called the Fire Wall. She thought so because the stone has an almost bloody hue. The darker the color, the more the Manu canvas can hold the stone within itself. The instructor praises her. She had no idea that this class had such deep knowledge of magic. Salman is amazed at how the girl answered easily, even he did not know about it, although he also studies additionally. Magic stones can be so powerful that their might surpasses the power of several hundred pounds of gunpowder. Apparently, the main character is not interested at all. He just yawns sweetly. Elisha says that magical stones of this size can be used differently. Magic stones are powerful, but after a few uses they are destroyed. It seems no one has an answer to this question. With the help of stones containing an extraordinarily large amount of mana, it is possible to determine students' talents in magic. After this, she asks everyone to come forward one by one. Now she will show the ability hidden in the high-class magical stone. Meanwhile, friends surrounded Namgun Ho and asked how the dungeon assault went. Suddenly, the young man noticed the dark swordsman. He was sitting alone. Apparently, the lad was trying to comprehend what the tenant had explained to him. The boy imagined a terrifying space where no light reaches, and he imagines the blood of enemies spilled around, turning into a river. First, he had to push the image in his mind to the very end. The boy imagines that it was an incredibly hard battle, and to quench his thirst, he fell to his knees. After that, he squeezed the enemy's blood in his hands. It still trembled with warmth. He imagined pouring this blood into himself. Suddenly, someone called the dark swordsman, and he was distracted. It was Namgun Ho. He noticed the student's incredible concentration and couldn't help but praise him. The dark swordsman even turned pale from how intensely he was focused. The boy approached his acquaintance to find out if he had heard the news. Had he heard about the destruction of the dungeon of the demonic ruin this year? It was targeted by the Alliance. But it seems the dark swordsman was not surprised by this at all. Turns out the boy decided that they had already been exposed. He needed to stay calm. If they found out about them, they would have already set a trap somewhere. The boy thinks the topic needs to be changed quickly. The dark swordsman changes the topic and wants to ask Namgun Ho a question. He asks him about magical stones. Of course, Namgun Ho knows a little about them since the very beginning of entering the academy. He has never lost first place in the student rankings. Suddenly, the dark swordsman takes out a pouch and shows it to the boy, but he cannot see what is inside. There are too many people here. And if he wants to prove that they will not fit in the pouch, they need to go somewhere else. Namgun Ho says, "Guys, follow him." Meanwhile, the head of the department sits on a chair and thinks about everything that happened. The girl tries to recreate in her mind the picture of what happened in the dungeon. She feels demonic energy that resembles black magic, but in its essence, it is something completely different. Yet the power of this stranger absorbs the enemy's energy. You feel black magic obeys him. If power has a terrifying and strange nature, there is nothing fiercer than black magic. At this very moment, the head of the administration department enters the room. The man looks too exhausted. It's all because he was constantly tense during the investigation. Thanks to this, they had results. In a second, she uses magic and lifts all the documents up to examine them. The man is always amazed, although he has known this girl for a long time. It became clear the dark swordsman was looking for a map of the demonic ruins in the shop. The instructors said they do not have such a strong warrior. The dark swordsman, of course, is incredibly talented and stands out for his skill, but no one believes he can defeat the necromancer. That is not an argument, because a skilled master can wake up as a complete novice. A method must be found by which one can cautiously approach the dark swordsman. One of the tasks for fourth-year students is demon hunting. This option is perfect. In the dungeon area allocated to their academy, there is a wyvern lair. Of course, for someone who caught a necromancer, this is easy prey, but what if there are several of them? She orders to send the dark swordsman there and observe how many monsters he can handle. It was only necessary to fill the magic stone with internal energy. After that, the stone will react to everyone's energy and show the difference. The student stretched out his hand and said he wanted to try. She suggested starting with the ruby. It was necessary to lightly squeeze it in the hand and release a stream of internal energy. In a second, the boy did what the instructor said. There was no reaction, so the fire element does not suit him. Now the boy decided to try the blue one. But again, nothing happened. The boy decided that something was wrong with the magic stones. This only meant that magic does not suit the boy. It is better for him to focus on martial arts. After that, she called the next student. It seems this topic managed to catch our hero's interest. Deputy head also failed. She called the next student. The next boy thinks if the older brothers had no reaction, then he won't succeed either. Unexpectedly, the yellow stone in his hand flashes with a bright glow. The reaction of the topaz clearly indicated the boy had an affinity for lightning. This meant that the boy had a talent for magic. As already said, magical stones are precious gems that preserve charred remains that appear due to the stone's reaction. This way one can learn the inclination of their talent in magic. Of course, one can master magic even if the stone shows no reaction, but you will learn it much more slowly. The fact that the stone did not react at all meant they have no talent. But do not be upset statistically. About 1 person in 10 reacts to the abilities of magical stones. After the explanation, she calls the next student. So everyone starts trying, but for the most part nothing works out. And then, as soon as Philia touches the stones, they immediately flash 3 shine at once. It was amazing. In the academy, it is unlikely to find more than 3 people with such an inclination. In other words, she said that she has a talent for magic. Salman also lifted the stone. The topaz immediately responded, so this means that he has an affinity for lightning. After that, Unso Ryan approached the stones. When the girl took the sapphire in her hands, it began to shine brightly. This scared the girl a little, so she immediately put it back on the table. The instructor was surprised because this was induction. The girl was a bearer of minimal magic and could go dual class. This meant that she was capable of mastering both martial arts and magic. She suggests talking about this a little later. It was time for the next student alone. It was time for our hero. He was confident in himself. Li Han watched everyone carefully and immediately realized they were just forcing energy into the stone. That's why nothing was working. Here, it was necessary to release energy through an acupuncture point in the palm. The main character takes the red stone in his hands, but he sees no reaction happened. After that, some students start laughing at him and mocking. As it turned out, it was not so simple. Ku-ok was afraid the stone would break, so he released too weak a stream of energy. Now he took the sapphire and decided to release 10% of the energy. In a moment, the main character releases his energy. Everyone was shocked by what they saw. It was the most powerful reaction of all that the instructor had seen. Li Han was pleased with himself. And then in a moment, the stone in his hand simply explodes. Li Han was not satisfied. This stone turned out to be too weak and did not withstand his power. It turns out it was not a reaction. The magic stone simply fell apart. Its energy was rejected. After that, our hero wants to test his power on the green stone. Li Han decided this time to use only 5% of his strength. But already after a second, the stone exploded again. This time, the young man wants to take the yellow stone, but the instructor grabs him and does not let him do it. When the boy does not listen to her, the instructor starts shouting and asks to remove it. Today, she finishes the lesson and says that others should try to do it themselves. Meanwhile, Namgun Ho and the Dark Swordsman reached the place where there was not a soul. Now the Dark Swordsman took some stone out of a pouch and showed it to the student. Namgun Ho is shocked when he sees that it is a dark stone. The young man wants to find out where the Dark Swordsman got this stone from, or at least find its source. The Dark Swordsman said he found it in a dungeon. He is not going to answer other questions. After that, Namgun Ho took this stone in his hands and began to do something with it. He immediately intended to assess it using internal energy. Since the matter is very delicate, the Dark Swordsman in such cases takes out a professional measuring device. Is the student really that confident in himself? This magic stone reacted not only to his inner energy, it endlessly absorbs it. Namgun Ho concluded that this is a genuine treasure. The boy can confidently say that this is an extremely valuable item, because in his whole life he has seen many different magic stones. This stone had a very strange color, the color of mud. More precisely, it was the color of the mineral garnet. As far as Namgun Ho knows, this magic stone possesses the magic of darkness. It can be said that this stone exceeds the rare class, yet it falls a little short of the unique class. Darkness is the power of the dead. In other words, this stone specializes in black magic. With its help, one can revive corpses and control them. Other magic stones emit light, but this one casts a black shadow. This can be considered proof that black magic resides within it. To use this stone, a person must first be able to control black magic. It's the same as with a ruby. To use it, one must possess fire layer magic. In reality, using it is, of course, not easy, but these stones can be called an amazing find. None of the great Namgun family even touched the magic stone that has the power of darkness. This is a high-class stone. Dark Swordsman was very interested in how much money he could bargain for this thing. Turns out he was asking the boy about this stone only because he wanted to sell it. Meanwhile, the main building of the Academy of the Heavenly Warrior is the training hall. The physical training instructor for the students was Shim Sanchen. In a second, the instructor throws daggers. These swiftly fly around the mannequins. and after that, they precisely embed into the target standing at the end of the room. If someone hits the target with any weapon on the first try now, the instructor will give them a higher score. Now it's time to move on to practice. Suddenly, the boy turns to his older brother and says he doesn't see the one he needs here. It seems they are talking about our hero and are sure that he just skipped the lesson again. The boy was insanely angry because of Li Han's behavior and was now going to set him straight. Because of Li Han's insolent behavior in the magic lesson, he almost exploded with anger. Mr. Ho says that rumors are going around. Our hero dealt with MURIM. Now the boy thinks that this insolent person might be much stronger than they thought. The angry boy thinks that from the beginning the main hero's skills were not even enough to enter the academy, so he was admitted here only because of his father. The older brother calms the boy, saying that he won't even have to intervene in this. They set off to find the young man to hold an official duel in front of the instructor. So Ryung got angry at herself because she kept getting distracted by some nonsense. In a moment, she focuses intensely and throws a dagger right at the target. In fact, she doesn't understand why her grandmother told her to watch him. Last night, the girl came to her grandmother to ask about people who kill monsters with the power of darkness. She came here to find out if a person can really use such power. The grandmother ordered the girl to carefully watch this person Li Han. At first, she was supposed to just watch him. One must not hold prejudice when it comes to information. After that, she hands her a cup of tea, and I think about how much the granddaughter resembles her. She asks if possible to tell her about her observations. Her great-grandmother is a witness of times of great changes, and stories about them are passed down in writings. So Ryan is very curious why the grandmother has such an interest in the vanished demonic school. While the girl was lost in her thoughts, she did not even notice how she hit the target directly. At first, she really intends to just observe the boys, but the decision will still not be hers to make. Salman does not understand if this will really count towards the evaluation, because it seems too easy for them. The young man asks her what she does after classes and wants to invite her somewhere, but he doesn't even get to finish listening. She immediately says she is busy. Ryan approaches him and says that there is no need to rush in this matter. He came over to give advice because this situation was too interesting to her. The girl could not help but notice that So Ryan had become a bit strange. It is rare that she even looks for someone in the academy, but she literally just asked where the student Li Han went. When Salman heard about this, jealousy, anger, and misunderstanding overwhelmed his entire body. For now, our hero is in the main building of the academy circulating energy. The young man is maximally focused, but at some point he suddenly feels as if he is just wasting his time on this. Today his internal energy finally surged, but only by 0.5%. He could not believe that spiritual training of reverse blood circulation was not used to accumulate such a meager amount of internal energy. Until he absorbed the necromancer's energy and broke through to the demon level, everything was fine. Usually with growth and achievement, the energy vessel also increases, but Li Han's was small since childhood. Now the internal energy required to advance to the next level has doubled. At this rate, 10 years and even further to the next level, but that is too long. It seems there is no other way but to look for Neden again. But there are those who will be difficult to overcome in the current situation. That previous necromancer had power beyond his calculations. If he did not have 2 souls in his body, death would have come immediately. If such a strong opponent stands before him again, he does not know how to act. It seems I'll have to go into the dungeon again. Suddenly, Sojin entered the classroom and asked why his friend didn't go to physical education. It turned out that Li Han simply thought the instructor would come here. The guy just didn't know that physical education was held in another place. Sojin didn't come to physical education, he was excused for health reasons. Even without explanations, Li Han understood. His friend has a disease of the energy pathways of the 3 yin. Sojin doesn't understand how he found out about it, since he hadn't told anyone in the entire academy. It was obvious the boy gets tired quickly, often gets injured, and if he overexerts himself, much more serious symptoms can appear. Therefore, it can be considered that the boy has almost no talent in martial arts, because of this. Li Han doesn't understand why this person goes to the martial arts academy, so Jin's face twisted with anger at these words. The guy says he is confident in the written exam. With such a disease, you really can only rely on the brain. A person with this disease is distinguished by cleverness, high memorization skills, and quick understanding. When Li Han asked Sojin if she knew King Lik, of course she knew him. In that case, our hero fiercely wanted Sojin to tell him everything she knew about this king. An eager smile flashed across Sojin's face. It seemed he was already ready to start his story with pleasure. The Lich King is the leader of unknown individuals who appeared 140 years ago on Mount Kunlun. The creator of countless dungeons, he summoned monsters and completely overturned MURIM. There are many different theories, but the exact reason is still unknown. However, if we stick to logical assumptions, the Lich King spent enormous power to change the world. And for this to recover, he could seal himself. The sages say the Lich King will reappear as soon as he regains his power, but no one knows exactly when this will happen. Although the Lich King has not appeared, his 4 guardians still exist. They are not as powerful as the king, but still very strong. They are now beyond the Great Wall. If they had stayed here any longer, there would have been only 2 options left: the death of monsters or the death of humans. It turns out that now in Zhongyuan balance is maintained only because these guardians are beyond the border. The first servant of the Lich King is Calves von Untamame, the leader of the Death Knights. He is also called the Commander-in-Chief. History books say that this Death Knight wears a mask and rides a black horse. He was so strong that 50 years ago he killed 2 masters of the transformation level simultaneously. Even the Sword Emperor was not sure he could defeat him. Li Han is shocked now there are 3 masters with the depth level. He heard that all the powers of MURIM pass their secret techniques to each other. The second guardian is the leader of the guards. His name is Lingard. He is the commander-in-chief of the other guardians. According to legends, he guards the sealed Lich King. He is capable of controlling all inorganic creatures, for example, stone giants. The third guardian, the Lord of Darkness, Mephisto, he can control necromancers. There is almost nothing written about him even in books. If Sojin finds out something, he will definitely tell. The last guardian, Okrod, he has round eyes, green skin, huge fangs, and a large axe. He was the leader of the Green Skins. These are cruel creatures with a penchant for war. They include orcs, goblins, and all similar monsters. Among them are those who are close to humans in intelligence. Each individually does not pose a threat, but that means nothing. Suddenly, Li Han interrupts his friend. The main character asks if among these monsters there is one who is Nedden. The young man is sure these chapters must have Nedden. This thought ignited excitement inside Li Han. It was indeed so. The young man wants to find out who among them is the largest in size, the most agile, and the strongest. Jin said that it is the ogre, also called the Emperor of the Shore Monsters. At that very moment, another student entered the room and asked what they were doing here. The boy was furious. These fools skipped class just to talk. He was a boy from Shaolin's school. They had already crossed all boundaries, disrespecting instructors and other students. The Academy of Heavenly Warriors is a place where only a small fraction of several thousand candidates get in each year. And these insolent ones have the audacity to laugh at someone's efforts, those who wanted to enroll but couldn't. But our hero seems completely indifferent to the fact that they are shouting at him now. If they are not going to follow the Academy's rules, they should get out of here. They really didn't do anything wrong, yet the boy still isn't going to listen to them. In a second, Li Han threw off his uniform and hurled it right in the face of the student who was already yelling at them. After that, the main character calmly heads towards the exit of the classroom. Jin was shocked when he saw such bold actions from his friend. Man was furious and shouted after our hero, officially challenges him to a fight. Li Han confidently smiles and asks if this loser has enough strength to fight him. The young man is already confident in his victory, and Pan Man is boiling with rage and anger. Meanwhile, the building of the Academy staff, 3rd floor, Educational Department. The senior instructor of the faculty received the news. The assault on the demonic ruins failed. To be more precise, the assault is already over, but someone stole the achievement. Now the instructors are investigating, looking for the one who did it, but they have not been able to find exact information. The old man did not expect that the best instructor of the Academy, Unbai, would fail so badly. The second, they burst into ringing laughter. They should have laughed more quietly so that people from neighboring offices would not hear. Still, the Academy was disgraced, so do not behave incompetently. Maybe for them it was a chance, but for the Academy a big question that strongly affects it. Even he noticed, people applying to be instructors lately tend to lean only in one direction. To be precise, students want to go to senior instructor Unbai. They all choose the Sword King. No matter what, since such a situation has already occurred, you cannot sit idly by. The Unbi mistake will leave a mark. Surely, now there will be students who will doubt him. But to lure Namgun Ho to them, who is currently first in the ranking, will be incredibly difficult. His family was on Unbai's side. Now they are talking about the Dark Swordsman. It seems he is just ruining the Academy's image. Even though he is from the demonic school, the world has changed a lot. First, he must be marked as a candidate, and only then a decision should be made. He believes it would be better to cultivate second-year students so that true specialists grow from them and bring them to his faculty. The man scrolls through the lists and thinks that Unso Ryan and Saman Yon will be excellent candidates for this. So Ryan is the best among all subjects, and Saman takes first place in the military faculty. With these students, the faculty's bright future is guaranteed. Of course, the old man really wanted to see these students in person, and they will set off right now. Master Kai Gon was extremely surprised that the senior instructor Chen Bayak appeared here personally. The man, it seems, is clearly not thrilled that he is already here. Kai Gon says he ended up here because the weather outside was nice, so he decided to take a walk and then found himself here. It turns out he is here for the same reason as they are. This became clear because the Faculty of Military Honor lacks instructors. It seems that in a moment, something really interesting will start here. Most likely, there will be a fight between the fighters of Pimu. First fighter was from Shaolin, his name is Pan Man. And the second student, named Li Han, the son of a merchant, he got into the academy through a donation. The main character was surprised that instructors would be watching their fight. They had an exceptionally stable energy and it sharply differed from other instructors. In other words, they have a level of transformation. Li Han thinks that the old man with the beard is stronger than the bald one. Meanwhile, his opponent was in a furious rage at Li Han for allowing himself to look away. Meanwhile, the spectators were betting on who would win. Of course, everyone thinks that our hero will lose. So Ryan meanwhile says that one should not make premature conclusions. Han Ryang looks at the girl and cannot believe it. She has taken the side of our hero. But she did not mean that at all. She just said that one should not be prejudiced against people. The girl could not understand why So Ryang suddenly started to be interested in Li Han. But Tan Ryang understood. She must not lose her temper because of this, because Saman will do it. Saman Yang does not understand at all why the girl looks at him with such a strange expression on her face. Anjayu thinks that the main hero can produce some results, so he should not be underestimated. Saman Yang is sure this fight will prove that Li Han is a miserable failure. Some other guy whispers rumors Li Han defeated Mu Ryang, and that was Chengdu. But I still believe that Saman's rumors are pure lies. But despite this, Chengdu bets on our hero, and this surprises everyone so much. Our hero stands confidently and is not nervous at all, even though he is standing right in front of his opponent. Saman is angry about this and is sure very soon the boy will be overwhelmed with shame for his words. The fight is about to start. The instructor reminds, if the situation becomes dangerous, he will urgently stop the fight. Pan Man was very irritated by the opponent's behavior. He was turning his head to the sides and seemingly paying no attention to him. Now he is giving him one last chance. Either he leaves here voluntarily, or if he asks for forgiveness, he will not be beaten badly. But no, he does not do this. Instead, he takes a fighting stance, demonstrating his intentions. He wants the opponent to rush into the attack faster and for the fight to end sooner. Pan Man also took a stance and was already ready for battle. A second later, the instructor announced the start of the fight. As soon as these words sounded, Pan Man swiftly rushed at our hero. In the Shaolin Temple, there are techniques for strengthening muscles, so the members of their clan have bodies much stronger than others. So Jin was also watching this fight and was sure that his friend would lose. But unexpectedly for everyone, the young man quickly dodged this blow. In a moment, our hero delivered a devastating counterattack and hit right in the jaw. From such an attack, the boy was thrown several meters upward, and he began coughing up blood. Pan Man fell to the floor with a loud crash, and the instructor immediately rushed to him. Li Han got a little nervous. He thought he had overdone it, although he tried to do it more gently. The main hero hopes that the opponent did not die, otherwise he might be expelled from the academy. Fortunately, nothing serious happened. The boy is just unconscious now. Fight ended, and the instructor declared our hero the winner. Li Han breathed a sigh of relief. His opponent was alive. Everyone present at the same time could not believe that such a loser as our hero managed to defeat such a strong adversary. The bald man was shocked that this young man managed to defeat a boy from the Shaolin school. Don Bayak mockingly asked what kind of muscle training he was talking about. The man mocked him and asked what else the Shaolin temple was different for. In a moment, the disgraced man desperately jumped off the balcony. He no longer wanted to listen to the senior instructor. Hai Gon ran up to Pan Man, lifted him onto his back, and pulled him back. The attendees were still in shock. Pan Man was knocked out after a single blow. Samanyan, meanwhile, was also in complete shock. He couldn't even comprehend what had happened just a moment ago. Then Sorayan spoke up and said that Li Han pushed the space. Another student believes that he used the Fist of Wind. Among the senior students, there are those who can release wind with a fist or blade. So Ryan is confident. Our hero's fist did not touch the opponent, meaning he simply shifted the space. Jindu's bet that Li Han would win turned out to be correct. And Ryan believes that the main hero won thanks to some item, because he doesn't believe he can move so fast. Perhaps to understand this situation, it's better to think this way. Han-man's younger brother did not acknowledge the boy's victory. He thought he achieved it with the help of an item. Li Han said he didn't even hit hard. The young man simply doesn't believe that our hero defeated Pan-man with only his skills. So the instructor approaches them and explains that the boy did not resort to objects and these were truly his skills. Hearing this, the boy freezes in shock. Could it be that our hero moves so fast that no one could see his movements? But the proud boy is not going to put up with this, so he decides to check everything himself. Meanwhile, Chon Byac was closely watching Li Han and one conclusion was spinning in his head. They had stumbled upon a real treasure. So the instructor asks IMU to gather more information about this student. No second-year student is capable of the moves the boy just showed. IMU still does not fully believe it. If he does not believe it, now he can watch the fight again. In a second, the boys take fighting stances, and the instructor announces the start of the fight. In reality, our hero was already too exhausted. He did not even think that shaking off these students would be so difficult. The boy tried to demonstrate strength that matches the level of others, but even that seemed unreal to them. If he has already attracted a bunch of unnecessary looks, then someone will definitely come at him again. Now there is no option to pretend to be weak and lose. Everything must be done quickly. He is going to use the technique that is used in the academy. It is better to make sure that no one pokes at Li Han. Our hero is preparing to use the Shaolin Temple technique. But the young man has no intention to explain anything, and in a second he uses the technique. The palm flashes with bright light. This bright light flies into his eyes, blinds the boy. He definitely did not expect such a turn. In a moment, this bright beam knocks the opponent off his feet. He doesn't even have time to blink. After that, strong dust and smoke rose in the room. It was the Shaolin technique. Li Han struck the air and pushed the opponent more than 9 meters away. IMU is amazed how a second-year student is even capable of this. Therefore, the instructor asks to add Li Han to the list for the physical training faculty. After that, the man walks away, feeling that a bright future awaits them. Meanwhile, near the academy, a squad with sword hilts. Someone is carefully examining a photo where our hero is depicted. Squad leader Moon Pyong was in shock. This guy managed to defeat MURIM with one blow. MURIM was in despair because of this. That event severely bruised his ego. The young man was insanely angry at Li Han because of his loss. Ha-Yun interrupted the conversation. He didn't understand what MURIM wanted from them. Did he really want to beat Li Han? Ha-Yun got angry because MURIM came only to complain to them, but the leader quickly calmed them down. Although the leader doesn't know what Li Han did, he still accepts MURIM's request. Later, he will decide for himself what to do with our hero. After that, he drives the unfortunate one away. First, Moon Pyong wants to meet with the guy to figure everything out. Ha-Yun asks if he will invite Li Han to their squad if he has such good skills. The leader begins to think about the best way to deal with the main hero. Meanwhile, there was a break at the academy. The students disturbed the silence with their activities, each one moving around the classroom on their own. Everyone already knew about Li Han's fight with the brothers from the Shaolin Temple and couldn't help but spread rumors about it. It was hard to believe the incredible power our hero had just shown. At the academy, everyone was just talking about Li Han, and it seriously annoyed Salmon. One of the students found out this boy's parents were killed by monsters and his home was destroyed. Some think the guy hired some sorcerer and pulled a trick, because there is no other explanation for how the boy became so strong. Chandu did not think so. If sorcery could be learned for money, everyone would use it. It was a simple truth, so it just had to be accepted. And besides, the physical education instructor said nothing against it. The guys were not going to pay attention to him. Chandu teases Salmon and asks, is he really sure he can defeat the main hero? The boy seems to be challenging him. Meanwhile, other students start whispering among themselves. This greatly annoys Salmon, but Chandu is just joking and insists that the other students also did not see Li Han's actions. Chandu also does not know how Pan-man lost, so everything suddenly changed for him and interest appeared. That's why he asked Salmon maybe he saw something. Soon there will be the 5th lesson in martial arts. They will conduct evaluations. Everyone needs to split into teams to hunt monsters. That's where Salmon will show his strength. He intends not just to show that he surpasses Li Han, but to crush him into the ground so that he never brags again. The students eagerly picked up Salmon. Now they are looking forward to it. Salmon Yona, this situation definitely hurt his pride. Judging by Saman's look, it's clear that he also didn't notice what Li Han did. Either Saman will trample Li Han as he said, or Li Han will show his unexpected progress and defeat Saman Yona. First have a proper fun time and then put the combos into action. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria of the Academy of the Heavenly Warrior, first floor. Li Han ate greedily but very soon the next lesson, so he had to hurry not to be late. Sojin doesn't understand why our hero is eating so much. Did he really starve all day yesterday? The blonde asks him to finish eating faster so they can go to the lesson. The past life of our hero was nothing but fights and training. That was enough to have fun. But as soon as he found himself in another body, the taste of fatty meat and sharp spices replaced everything else. He never thought such things could bring happiness at all. Now the young man begins to think that his past life was truly miserable. He was not allowed to be late for the lesson. There would be an assessment in the martial arts class. They will gather teams and hunt monsters. This task will affect the certification. There are rumors that someone among the students even died during this evaluation. Li Han does not understand how his friend will be able to live with such abilities. The young man is convinced, with such abilities he himself is capable of departing to the other world. Still, in life there are things that cannot be overcome by effort alone. Sojin cannot believe it. His friend, who used to be the worst in the class, has now become so strong and even says such wise things. The blonde understands that the guy is completely right, so I ask him for advice. The main character did not mince words at all and stated that it is easier for the boy to give up because nothing will help here. Although if Sojin works hard and finds someone who can help, there is a chance. Li Han just spoke about the level of transformation and this greatly surprised Sojin. He stated that this is the maximum level the boy can achieve. After that, the boy asks what his friend can do at all, but he himself does not know. Sojin has read far more books than all the others, therefore he understands the subjects. In this world, there are many sacred weapons, and if the boy knows their functions and methods of use, it will be incredibly useful. Our hero asks to memorize this, and only then will he consider whether to take the boy with him. Sojin V is shocked by our hero's words and does not understand when he managed to become so strong. Although the boy is strange, he is still his only friend in the academy. Perhaps if he continues to stay close to him, he will have a chance to improve his abilities. Even though Sojin is still very weak and lacks a lot, he will give it his all. The lesson at the academy has already started, and it was led by the senior martial arts instructor. From the very first minute, he directly stated that he does not care about the students or their grades. He says, the strong will live, the weak will die, and he plans to replace all lessons this semester with an assignment where they will have to kill all the monsters. This was the traditional evaluation method, so no arguments were accepted. Targets of the students were gargoyles. They can look different, but most have wings and a mouth capable of tearing a person to pieces. These are monsters of the 5th threat level. The exam will be held on the mountain at the royal tomb. Many instructors have died in this dungeon. The house of our hero stood right next to this dungeon. Maybe these are the same gargoyles that killed his parents. The instructor advised them to act in teams, but the number of points would be counted depending on the level of the monster they caught. They were given a week to complete the task. He had already talked with other instructors, so there would be no lessons. He also added that there are no bosses in this dungeon, so there is no point in breaking into the very heart of the tomb. After that, the instructor left the classroom, leaving the students alone with their questions. The students did not waste time, they immediately split into teams. Many dream of joining Saman Yan's team, but everything depends on their role. Real combat requires a clear understanding, analysis of the enemy, and the ability to assess the situation. You definitely can't handle it alone here. So Saman decides to gather a team and clearly distribute roles among everyone. They needed a defender, a guide, a strike squad, and a medic. And the commander will be Saman Yan. He is confident. With him, this assault will be very easy. Li Han still does not understand why the students spoke with such intonation. He sees no point in dividing into teams if this monster is so weak. Sojin knows which gargoyle is the strongest, but I think now is not the best time to talk about it. So Ryan says that this is an ancient gargoyle, and there are people who saw it alive a few years ago, but almost nothing is known about it in detail. Hearing this, the main character decides to catch it. Saman Yan still did not understand why this girl paid attention and showed interest specifically to this boy. Li Han said he does not want to go with the students, but if someone wants to join his team, they should give their name to Sojin. After that, he proudly raised his head and left the auditorium. Evening came and the guys had already returned home. Li Han told the Dark Swordsman about their mission. If you think about it, the academy is really boring, but at least with our hero, there will be some entertainment. Li Han is very annoyed that all the students will go to the dungeon because the instructor told them to split into teams. But the main character wants to go there alone. The Dark Swordsman clarifies when he will go to the dungeon. The Dark Swordsman insists that they need to prepare a whole mountain of food for the journey because this task will last a week, but Li Han refuses. Suddenly a knock sounds at the door. It seems someone has reached the mercenary. The main character is already about to leave, but before that, he advises the Dark Swordsman not to quit training. He also reminds him, you can't just learn demonic technique and the bloody hand easily, you have to try hard. Li Han went outside, he was sure, so Jin had already come to him. But it turned out the boy was not alone. Along with him came So Ryan and Philia. They also wanted to join his team. Our hero still doesn't understand why exactly these girls decided to go with him. In fact, So Jin himself was embarrassed when the girl wanted to join their team. And Ryan was very angry at the girl because she was going to go with them and then changed her mind. And so Ryan suggested that Philia also join the team. He felt that the blonde did not really want to be on a team with these girls. It seems the main character was disappointed, so few people wanted to join his team. The boy did not remember their names, so he asked them to say them again, and they did. The main character was already about to set off, but his friend stopped him. First, they needed to finish the preparations. Time passes and here they are finally at the place. Students arrived at the store where one could find anything. As it turned out, it was the So family's store, but the boy simply did not want to boast. No one could imagine that the boy's family was so wealthy after all. At the academy, he behaved very shyly. Our hero ordered them not to stand still, but to walk faster so they could move on. Inside the building, the young heir was awaited by a friendly gray-haired grandfather. So Jin explained that he had brought members of his team with him as well. Students came here to look at the equipment. Inside there was so much stuff their eyes just scattered. They climbed into the lifting device, which operated by the power of a magic stone to reach the upper floors. If you press the up arrow, the elevator will start moving thanks to the magical power of the stone. Girls were shocked by such technology. It was really fun. Finally, they reached the part of the store where all the attributes needed for a dungeon expedition were gathered. So Jin asked to prepare backpacks for reconnaissance for them, and the others would go look around. So Jin told them, look for something for yourselves if you need it. So much is gathered here that everyone can find something for themselves according to their role. The girl just approached the stand where items for guides were displayed. There was also a bottle of chalk. It was used to mark directions and set traps. And this iron thing, a lighter, it is used to light the way. It was extremely convenient. Thanks to it, fire could be summoned in a few seconds. This thing was found during excavations in a cave. A master from their family repaired it. Father said that a magical item from the dungeon is good, but equipment that can be used even in everyday life is much more useful. Although the girl is first in the academy ranking, she understands such knowledge is not given for nothing. Meanwhile, Philia focused on equipment for archers. The girl chose a thimble for herself because recently she has been severely injuring her fingers. It turns out she is an archer. The girl said that the draw weight of her bow is only 20 kilograms, but that was too much and the boy was quite surprised. Suddenly, the students noticed that our hero was nowhere to be found and were surprised. Li Han, meanwhile, was descending the stairs. Apparently, he was looking for something specific, but the employee replied that customers are not allowed here. But the main hero was not going to listen to him and struck him in the neck, so he quickly lost consciousness. He blocked his energy pathways. Because of this, the boy will not remember what happened. From the very beginning, the main hero felt that dark energy was emanating from the store, the energy of monsters. Although maybe the reason was that a bunch of items were made from monsters, he reached the door which could not be entered without a card. Since the boy did not have a map, he simply broke down the door and looked inside. It was an unusual energy of the monster, felt something familiar in it. Our hero began to look around and it seemed that there was nothing here except trash, although he still felt some kind of energy. The boy was sure this item was hidden somewhere. Li Han believes that the item might be behind the wall, so he knocks on it to check, but in vain. Suddenly, he notices a crack in the wall and thinks that a passage might open thanks to it. Suddenly, our hero was noticed by the guards and was ordered to surrender. The men immediately remembered the young man and that he came together with the heir. They did not plan to be kind to this boy. After all, he broke down their door. At first glance, these men look capable, at least for guards. Li Han is also confident in himself, so I think it will not help them. So he very quickly destroys these guards. Now the main hero must erase the memory and become a fool because of it. And so, from the pocket of some guard, he took out the very card, the one needed for entry. Li Han used it, and after that the doors to some room opened. Inside there were many different items. Our hero recognized the very item from which that eerie energy was emanating. It was precisely because of this item that the terrifying and strange atmosphere was rising. It was a demonic arrow containing darkness. From the very beginning to the last moment, it was made of bones. It's hard to believe that such powerful energy surged from a single arrow. Moreover, Li Han feels something very familiar. He will have to check what the arrow really is. For this, he takes a great technique of soul simplicity. Simplicity in the eyes of the soul, one of the highest spells of the demonic school, which releases the soul from the body and reads memories accumulated during life. Usually this works on a person, so Li Han is not sure it will work on the arrow too, but he still decides to try. For this, the main hero concentrates to the maximum. When he opens his eyes, he sees that he is standing in the middle of some kind of stone field. It seems these are the memories of the arrow. Suddenly he catches a scream, as if he had heard it before. Unexpectedly, some blue matter from behind swiftly heads towards our hero. In a moment, a gigantic creature with eyes glowing with pink fire appeared behind him. It was a monster, and it seemed it was not going to befriend Li Han. Suddenly, Ku-ok remembers that this dragon looks very similar to the one he saw during the fight with King Lick. This dragon begins to roar fiercely, glaring at the main hero. Now the boy felt the familiar energy coming from the arrow belonged to this dragon. Suddenly he saw a huge bone in front of him. It seemed to be an arrow. Meanwhile, behind our hero, a stranger emerges. In his hand is a bright energy sphere. At the same time, above this bone in space, a hole appears and sucks the bone inside. At this moment, our hero feels someone's presence behind him. The boy turns around and at that very moment sees an arrow flying straight at him, aiming for his eye. In an instant, he is back in real life and firmly grabs the arrow at the very second it is about to wound him. Previously, Li Han had never seen such crazy arrows. He understands that internal energy can be embedded inside an arrow to enhance its power, but this is the first time he sees an arrow that shoots by itself. Probably the one shooting it is not just shooting, he is also simultaneously activating magic. The arrow was found in the royal tomb, where they will soon go, so there is a chance to encounter a magical archer. However, if they manage to meet him, the boy would be only glad. Li Han dealt with everything, and now it is time to put things in order. Night has already fallen. Mount Ami, the checkpoint of the main gates. 3 strangers reached the gates, but the guards immediately stopped them and said that this place is guarded. It turned out to be Salmon Yon and his team 9 people. They came here to carry out a mission. The guard ordered them to come forward so that a representative could record his name and the names of all other team members. Everything that happens in the dungeon is the responsibility of the students only. If something happens, no one will have to fight. There were 10 people in the group. They decided to move to the southern entrance. The guard orders them to enter but warns, do not go to the central square near the grava, there is nothing there. The instructor had told them the same thing earlier. If they were warned not to go there, then maybe there really are traps or something similar. Their goal is the 4th Maidan, which leads straight to the heart of the dungeon. On the 1st and 2nd squares stand ordinary stone gargoyles, on the 3rd reinforced gargoyles, and on the 4th the strongest gargoyles. Strong monsters constantly crawl out there, so it is important not to lose caution. If they can hold out until the 4th Maidan, victory is already in their pocket. Finally, everyone is already at the start. They are ready to go. Meanwhile, Li Han's team was still rolling in the carriage. There are not many of them, but to properly form groups, you need to clearly know who is responsible for what. So Ryan takes the vanguard upon herself. She acts both as defense and as a strike group. The girl will take on the monsters running ahead. But she asks So Jin and Philia to stand behind her and block those enemies that So Ryan could not handle. So Jin will analyze the monsters and suggest how best to attack them, because he has a lot of knowledge about monsters. Philia is to fill the necessary fiery power. And when So Ryan went to Li Han, she saw the boy was sleeping peacefully and snoring. Philia began to doubt that at this pace they would even manage to pass the exam. No matter how much So Ryan observed, it seemed to her that our hero did not look special. Maybe her grandmother was mistaken. She recalls her grandmother's words about why King Lick fell into a deep sleep. The warriors of the Kunlun clan did not defeat any of the 4 guardians. The Alliance knew the truth that the king's advance was blocked by their enemy, the demonic school. Therefore, grandmother wondered, could it be that at the very end an absolute warrior of the demonic school appeared, who should be considered only a rumor? Since then 140 years have passed. 4 years remain until Lady Ligvezer's prophecy is fulfilled. King Lick will definitely awaken and return to MURIM, and as soon as that day comes everyone will be engulfed in horror. So Ryan does not understand why, of all the members of the demonic school, grandmother is worried specifically about Li Han. Once upon a time, there lived a person who said the very same phrase as that boy. That person has already died, and there is nothing to ask him anymore. Meanwhile, the main character was still sleeping and snoring loudly. Ilya was sure they would lose, so Ryan and Jin only sighed heavily. He is certain grandmother was mistaken. The girl is convinced that he said the same phrase as that person, and it is just a coincidence. Most people carry at least minimal protection with them, but Li Han took nothing. He says he needs nothing. The main character asked if there are gargoyles who use arrows. There are gargoyles who possess magic, but he is not sure if there are those who use arrows, although most likely it happens. Jin is curious why the boy needs this, but he is not going to explain anything. Ryan asks if the guys are ready, because it is time to go inside. Everyone was already ready and even managed to put on their protection. Li Han's team reached the northern gates of the royal tomb. The evaluation began. Meanwhile, another group entered the first floor of the eastern part of the gates. The monster level here was low. This place is managed by the Academy of the Heavenly Warrior. Brunette is not sure that these people can be relied upon, but Tan Ryan relieves her tension. Tan Ryan is confident. The guys from the Shaolin Temple are very strong. They can be relied upon. They have at least 5 people on defense. Even if our hero's skills are genuine, there are only 4 in his team, so the Shaolin team's positions are more advantageous. Finally, they reached the scene. 4 gargoyles stood on the first square. The boy ordered everyone to act in reverse formation. No one was allowed to relax. In a moment, they all rushed towards the monsters, keeping distance between each other. Meanwhile, the gargoyles also did not waste time and took up defense. In a second, they were already spitting fire at the students, but the students covered themselves with shields and raised their defense. At the same time, our hero's team also reached the required place, the very spot where the enemies stood. 4 gargoyles stood on top of the ceiling, so they were not immediately visible, and the gargoyles had not yet noticed them. So Ryan was very surprised that Li Han noticed the monsters, and Philia was too. So Ryan knows that there are items that improve visibility, but she did not see our hero and Philia use them. The girl wants to act according to strategy, but Li Han says it is unnecessary. In a second, the boy turns to Philia and orders her to kill all these gargoyles. The main hero is confident. The girl herself will be able to destroy these 4 monsters. Li Han asks how much longer Philia intends to hide this. No one understands what exactly is being talked about. Philia realized our hero knew everything from the very beginning. A second later, an incredibly powerful energy emanated from the girl, and this surprised Ryan and Jin. Philia summoned the Earth Guardian Ganum. In a moment, some strange creature emerged beneath her. Jin was in complete shock when he realized that this was soul summoning magic. She commands a legion as if it were one soul. Her enemy is the enemy of the soul. She orders the spirit to punish and throw the enemies into the swamp. In a moment, she activates the Earth Spear. Her hero calmly observes this while Ryan stands in complete shock. The spirit summoned by Philia instantly attacked the gargoyle and devoured them. Now, after just a few minutes, everything was ready. Everyone was shocked. Philia is a soul summoning mage. The girl hid this because she did not want to draw attention to herself. Li Han realized the girl's power is unlike magic or martial arts. They require the use of true energy from the lower Danshan. Perhaps the source of this power lies in her high intellect of the lower Danshan. That is why she is able to conceal her abilities. The level of these souls summoned by Philia was average. She does not yet reach a high level. Jin only knows about spirits from books and sees them for the first time. Philia advises not to touch them. They can even eat stone. Now Jin understood why the girl needed a thimble, so the spirits would not bite her fingers. Moreover, these are earth spirits. It is said they are a class above summoning spirits with other abilities. Our hero said their level is simply pathetic, but their ability is quite convenient. Ryan began to argue and stated that soul summoning magic is very powerful and rare. In the whole city, probably barely a dozen well-known soul summoning mages can be found. Li Han still thinks that it is incredibly easy and that he will be able to learn it. The ability is very convenient. You just need to tell the spirits what to do and they will obey. Meanwhile, Samanyan's group is still engaged in battle with the gargoyles. Samanyan gathers all his energy into a fist to strike. And in a moment, the boy throws a lightning bolt and hits the gargoyle directly. After entering the second hunting ground, the hunt slowed down. Everyone lost self-control because they were attacked by as many as 14 gargoyles. Even though there are many of them, they are still just gargoyles who do not make unexpected moves in battle. There was no time to waste here. The fight had to be ended as quickly as possible, so Saman rushed forward. The battle between them continues, and the boy has no intention of retreating. Saman Yan tried to shout to the other squad members and tell them not to be afraid. If they all gather together, they will definitely be able to defeat these monsters. Suddenly, a powerful fireball flies at the young man. In an instant, it hits him directly and explodes. Fortunately, Saman Yan remained unharmed. Fire does not affect this guy. In the next moment, he again rushes at the gargoyles to finish them all off to the last one. The young man mercilessly chops each creature. This raises the fighting spirit of the group members, and they also fully engage in the battle with the gargoyles. Everyone was supposed to follow Saman Yan. Don't fall behind. This time, they need to snatch first place as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the Shaolin group's fight also continued. Man mercilessly deals with the gargoyles that stood in their way. His strikes were harsh, precise, and without a miss. He was not going to spare anyone. Finally, they dealt with almost all the enemies, only a little left to finish. Thanks to practicing the technique of the outer family, Shaolin students don't even need armor. No one can stand idle, so the leader orders Yang Mi to freeze the enemies. The girl jumps up and strikes the gargoyles. As soon as the monsters were frozen, Tang Ryang struck and tore them apart. In fact, Tang Ryang did not expect high scores after So Ryang left the team. Only 4 gargoyles remained. Tang Ryang had no idea such a wonderful team would grow from them. But at this speed, they can definitely take first place. Meanwhile, our team moved forward. So Jin in the branch asked if she could find out how many gargoyles remained ahead. There were 24 gargoyles on this site, so Jin wondered how the girl distinguishes statues from real gargoyles. She did it with the help of earth spirits. Even without knowing exactly where the gargoyles were, they easily identify the stone statue. They managed to locate where the monsters were hiding, but there are too many, so each must destroy more than 2. If the monsters come at once, So Jin will be in the greatest danger. In this situation, it is incredibly important how many monsters the main hero can handle. She has already personally witnessed the boy's abilities, but still did not fully trust him. Anyway, she is just an observer and definitely not in a position to order him around. After she followed the path behind Li Han, her nerves began to betray her treacherously, so Ryan pulls herself together. Anyway, there are many monsters, but these are ordinary gargoyles, so there is no need to worry too much. So Ryan draws her sword and says she will go ahead. After a second, she starts counting to 3, and immediately after that, they all rush into battle. Ilya said that 6 gargoyles stand on the poles to the left, but for now they are in stone form, so no one has noticed them yet. So Ryan thinks that they can climb the pole and destroy 2, but at that very moment our hero appeared there. In a second, the main hero makes a swing to finish off this monster. Li Han delivered a strong blow to the enemy. There was a huge hole left in the gargoyle's stomach. The blow was so strong that the monster flew several meters back and could no longer hold on. Everyone was shocked by such a blow. It seems it was a wind fist that the boy used in the Pimu fight. Although these are ordinary stone mountain ghouls of a lower level, destroying 6 at once with a single strike cannot be a coincidence. So Ryan realized when the boy said he was not going to gather a team, it was pure truth. They could not get distracted. The gargoyles were still hanging in front of them. Li Han was not going to hesitate and immediately rushed at the enemies again. His group of course supported him and also charged at the monster. Ilya will deal with those monsters that are now on the ground. After that, the girl summons the spirits again. And within a few seconds, they pierce the enemies, leaving no chance for survival. Ilya uses the technique Flower of the Earth. This gives So Ryan a chance to break through. She rushes to those gargoyles that are now above. To finish off these gargoyles, So Ryan uses the Moon Maiden's sword. And in a moment, the lady with one strike cuts down everyone who stood in her way. So Jin stared in surprise. She sliced the stone skin of the monsters with a thin sword. But for this, the girl did not even put energy into the sword or external energy, yet the strike still turned out to be incredibly powerful. The boy could not have imagined that their team would work so harmoniously. So Jin was ashamed that he could not help his team in any way, but if he did not have an illness, he would train martial arts all day long. First, he needs to find what he is capable of doing. Meanwhile, Li Han brought a gargoyle for So Jin because he decided, since he was nearby, he should also kill at least one monster. So Jin begins to be afraid, but this does not stop our hero. He continues to make his way to his friend. Li Han tore off all the limbs of the monster, so Jin got the perfect chance to finish it off, aim for the chest and hit any core. So Jin was still incredibly scared, and he threatened that he would shoot now. Our hero did not wait long and simply threw the gargoyle right at So Jin. The frightened young man missed but hit the gargoyle in the head, although he was supposed to aim for the chest. A strong explosion thundered in a second, and Sojin was thrown several meters back. Seeing this, the girls immediately rushed to Sojin to check if he was alright. Turns out the explosion happened because it was a phosphorus device. The boy was simply confused because Lee Han kept bringing the gargoyle to him and he accidentally fired. Fortunately, our hero was fine and he calmly walked out of the flames. Lee Han is not offended by this, but now his friend is in debt. The boy praises Sojin's shot. Girls, having just seen this, froze in a stupor. Ryan could not believe that Lee Han was completely fine after the phosphorus device. It seems she still does not know something, and now she definitely will not take her eyes off him. Meanwhile, near the entrance to the southern gates, the group stopped to rest. They set up a small camp to rest and prepare food. The boy is curious why they did not go further to the next square since they had enough strength to get there. It is all because there could be casualties. Moreover, the gargoyles would be much stronger in the next square. 5 more people joined the team. The main goal of the exam is to show how safely and competently the team is managed. Today they just tried to work together, and tomorrow the division will make a strategy. To defeat the other teams, they need to deal with at least the monsters of the third square. One must not lose caution. They have intellect, so the attacks will become much more diverse. Suddenly they catch a sound and it explodes. Out of fright, the boy even spills soup on his face. Meanwhile, the team does not stand still, it moves forward. Lee Han goes forward alone and a friend tries to stop him because it is dangerous. The girl quiets the boy and says not to run. Our hero will not listen to him anyway. Sojin seems very afraid to go out to the next square because it is much more dangerous than the previous ones. The girls are not afraid of anything at Allen. This throws the boy off track. Suddenly the girls begin to whisper. Both she and he think Lee Han does not look like a second-year student. There is no doubt left that the guy's skill is simply incredible, but how can this even be? So Ryan is sure something happened to him during the winter holidays. Maybe he mastered some special technique. In a moment, the main character opens the door to the next square. He immediately began to analyze and counted. There were 8 gargoyles in total. For him, this was too few. He also noticed several monsters that were different from the others and realized they would be stronger. Sojin called the young man to hide before the monsters noticed them, but he refused. Sojin's problem was that he was constantly afraid. Suddenly, one of the gargoyles swiftly flew up to Lee Han and grabbed him by the shoulders. After that, it rushed upward and disappeared somewhere far away with the young man. They rose right up to the ceiling. While in London, they were shouting at the boy for his recklessness. But a second later, the monster appeared in front of the boy. Unfortunately, now all the gargoyles had awakened. Sojin was very scared because the monster was right in front of him and was already swinging, so Ryan in a moment rushed to help him. He looked and saw, above the creature, some bright red stone was shining. Suddenly it exploded and severely wounded the monster. Flame was so strong that the gargoyle began to melt. In a moment, Ryan arrived, used the Moon Maiden technique, and cut the monster apart. This was not the end yet. Another gargoyle emerged before her. Ryan could have been harmed, but Philia came to the rescue and summoned the roots of the dryad. With their help, she firmly bound the monsters and they could not move. They had to act quickly because Philia is very difficult to obtain. They had no time to worry about our hero. Now they themselves were in danger. With intelligence, these gargoyles hunt in packs. While one draws attention to itself, the other comes from the other side and starts the attack. So they had to stick together very quickly. Ryan made a plan, so now they had to act. Suddenly Philia felt very bad. The girl curled up on the floor in pain. Sojin realized she had started the reverse flow of mana. He heard that with rapid spell use a pious effect can manifest. The situation was already out of control. Sojin offered the girl to drink a potion that could restore endurance, or a potion that restores mana. Ryan understands, in this situation no potions will help, so the boy has to fight instead of her. The girl herself is not able to overcome everyone, so she asks him for help. Sojin again gathers courage. Better to die here than to run away, so he will help. Better for him to die as a student who entered through a donation than to betray his comrades, save himself, and remain a miserable coward for life. The girl quickly lays out the plan to him. This is what they will do now. Ryan advises the boy not to aim at the monsters but to calculate the trajectory of their movements because he has poor eyesight. The girl tries with all her might to hold the boy back and insists that they can fully defeat the monsters. In a second, the roots can no longer hold the gargoyle and they break free. Our heroes took battle stances and were already ready for this. They see how their enemy fills himself with a fiery attack. Ryan ordered the boy to protect Philia, and she herself sharply rushed forward. Sojin grabbed the girl in his arms and they managed to jump out of the strike zone just in time. Philia, it seems, was feeling really bad. So Ryan, meanwhile, used the interior of the room to reach Gargoyle. The monsters noticed this and again tried to use fire. But it seems the girl was not afraid of this at all. She used the technique of stairs leading up to the clouds and skillfully dodged the attack. However, this was not the end yet. The gargoyle attacked her with wing strikes. So Ryan quickly dealt with this as well, after which she finished off one of the gargoyles. So Jin watched with admiration as the girl fought. She struggled right in the air and the boy immediately understood what technique it was. It was the absolute technique of the Yuden clan with which one can rise higher and higher, flying in empty space. And so Ryan noticed that she had lost sight of one gargoyle, and it was already flying towards the frightened So-jin. The young man was extremely scared. He aimed his weapon at the monster but suddenly stopped. He did not understand what this strange feeling was, pressing on his whole body. The boy was now seized by an unknown fear, and the enemy was not alone. It was necessary to act immediately. The boy must shoot. But he cannot overcome himself. His whole body froze as if made of stone. Could he really die so miserably? Suddenly the young man hears a voice. Now is not the time to worry about yourself. Now in his hands was not only his own life but also the life of Philia. If he continues to stand like a pillar, they will both die, so Jin simply must shoot just as he shot our hero. If Ku-ok were who he was 140 years ago, he wouldn't even glance at So-jin. So Ryan loudly shouts at the boy and asks him to shoot, while at the same time the monsters rapidly approach. This was their last chance to shoot because they were already very close. Finally, the boy was released from fear and he was able to shoot. The shot hit the gargoyle directly and a loud explosion thundered. The main hero really wants So-jin to face the enemy one-on-one. Suddenly So-jin felt the body that had just been as hard as stone relaxed. The young man hit the gargoyle flying behind and in a moment it exploded, hitting the one in front. Fire closed around the entire body of the monster and tore out an unbearable scream. This was not the end yet. The boy aimed and hit the monster right in the mouth. After that, the enemy fell to the floor without much loss, painfully hitting something face first on the hard surface. The explosive force pushed the weapon even deeper. The gargoyle will not spit it out. It also pushed them farther apart. This explosive has a timer. It detonates 5 seconds after the flash. Now So-jin has to cover Philia with his own body and protect her. Almost immediately, a strong explosion thundered. It seemed capable of destroying everything in its path. Fortunately, So-jin managed to cover the girl with himself. After that, So-ryan immediately rushed to her friends to check how they were. It turns out our hero was already watching this. Li-han helped his friend by loosening his stone thing, and So-jin hit right on target. The main hero had no idea that So-jin would suddenly develop this cold rationality. If he were stronger, he would definitely have been useful. Besides, he praised the technique of the Moon Maiden's sword. It seems So-ryan still hasn't fully mastered it, but it still looked very similar. They say if a student has no innate talent, this technique will not be passed on. It is an ancient technique and its authority lasts until the very end. This sword was so harsh that it still clearly etched itself into Ku-ok's memory, and it is hard to imagine that the sword of a rough girl would end up in the hands of that very same girl. From observations, the most interesting thing is to admire the fights, and among them, it is better to follow the battles of the students. Jin fell to the floor too exhausted. The whole body was numb. Fortunately, everything worked out well with Philia. She was tired but alive. So-jin was incredibly happy that they were all alive and well. In a second, So-jin burst into tears. His whole life flashed before his eyes like a whirlwind, decided that it was the end for him. That very moment Li-han returned, he was fine. So-jin rushed to his friend and began to hug him tightly. He had just experienced severe stress, so Ryong suggests stopping for today. Everyone needed to rest. After some time, they got out of the dungeon. So-jin drags a bunch of boxes, but Li-han has no idea why it was necessary. Our hero is convinced all these things are unnecessary. Even when he infiltrated the enemy camp, he held only a sword in his hands. Girls also moved closer to the boys. They came to life, drank the potion, and regained their strength. So-jin is preparing to show everyone what he brought with him. When the boy opens the box, everyone stops and is amazed, even the main character. They all did a huge job, so So-jin offers each of them to drink a little, 1 bottle each. These bottles were cold. This is a new product from the So family store, and magic helps them stay cold. It was a cookware set, several pots convenient for cooking when setting up camp. There were also snacks here. Meanwhile, Li-han has already drunk a whole bottle of liquor. You look at the boy and immediately see his intellect is lower than the others. But with one strike he destroyed 6 stone gargoyles and even stood firm in a fight against strong gargoyles. This is definitely not the Li-han from before. It seemed to her that our hero had no thought of hiding his abilities, but now So Ryon is not sure about any of her theories. So Ryon started watching Li Han at her grandmother's request, but now she herself became interested. So Ryon thinks they did everything right because now they united with the boys and are drinking delicious coffee. So Jin bursts out in anger, but the girl immediately cuts him off. It was a joke. After that, she praises his shooting skills. She adds that his technique was incredibly captivating. Now she turns to Philia and also praises her, so Ryon could not even imagine that the girl had such abilities. It turns out that today Philia fought for the first time, using all her strength, so she is a bit restrained. Our hero was already a little tipsy, so Jin said that elite gargoyles sit on the fourth square. Unlike the reinforced gargoyles, these are lower and weigh more. Inside and outside they are covered with metal, and in aerial combat they are more agile. Next, a very strong opponent awaits them, so Ryon is terribly worried about Philia, recalling what happened recently. Unlike the previous squares, only 4 elite gargoyles appear. Although there are few of them, the girl thinks it is better to catch them one by one. They will work according to the baiting strategy, but first they need to find out which gargoyles are fake. Philia will help them with this. The girl thinks that this time it might be a bit problematic because she is very tired. Although the metal appeared from the same place as the stones, its character is completely different, so the earth spirits will not be able to distinguish them. The girl takes everyone's sedative in her hands and says that she will recover in a day and be able to fight normally. Then the main hero spoke up and said that the recovery would take several days. The most important thing is that the mind recovers, because it is the mind that she uses in battle. Powers of the mind return to normal in at least 3 days. Here it was not about convenience at all, it was a matter of necessity. If a warrior damages his Tanjan, he will become disabled, and if the injury affects the upper Tanjan, the mind is destroyed. Our hero leads to the conclusion that in this way, one can go insane. The girl completely agrees with the main hero. One must be careful, but this is not some kind of final exam. Therefore, Philia just needs to rest well to be safe. From the sharp manner of our hero, it was clear he does not care about other people's circumstances at all, but still he told the truth. He can be trusted a little. Li Han suggests doing something rather than sitting for several days and waiting. The young man addresses Philia and says that he has a job for her. Turns out the main hero really wanted Philia to teach him spiritism. The boy insists that this is a very useful skill in battle, and if he masters it, he will be in full combat readiness. Philia drew a circle on the floor. The preparation for summoning the spirit was completed. A contract with a spirit arises through the attraction to 4 abilities. This can even be verified with magical stones, and if a ritual is performed, it is possible to summon all the spirits with whom there is a chance to make a contract. Summons can be called greetings if the spirit's intentions are clear. It is possible to summon it and conclude a contract without any offerings. But if the spirit does not show interest in the boy, then nothing can save him. Right now the girl means the Great Celestial Circle. So Ryon is amazed when he thinks that our hero also possesses spiritism skills. In just a few seconds, they begin the ritual. Branch greets the spirit that holds everything lying below. After this, they see the magical circle flash with light. Finally, the girl calls the spirit and asks it to give its answer. Fortunately, everything succeeded, but it is still unclear whether the reaction will work. They see in a second a salamander appears before them, a spirit that controls fire. Our hero seems a little disappointed that he got some lizard the size of a palm. The summoned spirit is closely connected to a person's character. Water spirits suit calm and rational people. Wind spirits appear in free people who dislike restrictions. Even if he had a lower rank, he was summoned without a catalyst, therefore the energy expenditure will be colossal. She advises gradually approaching the spirit. The boy sharply exhales in surprise when he realizes that this lizard has taken so much energy from him. When he tried to touch her, she suddenly recoiled and stood on her hind legs. Philia herself did not understand what was happening. The lizard began to behave strangely. In a moment, the salamander dashed into the bonfire and burned there. It seems she herself turned into fire. The girl herself does not understand what it is she is encountering it for the first time. She had never seen a spirit that refused the one who summoned it and disappeared. Usually, such spirits show attachment. I think the branch was not scared of the spirit. Our hero scared him. Finally, our group went to sleep. But Li Han cannot fall asleep at all. He is annoyed by what happened recently. It seems illogical to him. The boy does not understand where some lower spirit came from and why it appeared to him specifically. When in his past body the boy reached a high level and merged with nature, he felt he could summon rain and wind at any moment. He realized a power similar to a small cosmos. The feeling of unity with nature when reaching the level of the demon who fled is like the skill of horseback riding. It can never be forgotten. So Li Han is insanely irritated that a lower-ranked spirit appeared to him and then even broke in and fled. This story painfully struck his pride. The boy gets distracted, so Jin mumbles to himself. He is terribly tired from the day. The young man does not understand how he ended up in a team with such weak people. But this has already happened to him in life. Then he most likely was transitioning to the level of the demon who fled. It was a thoughtless outing during which many people were with him. The outing was homeless because everyone was just having fun. I still remember the moment when during the hike they organized a table with alcohol. The deputy head, who behaved cruelly and strictly within the school walls, was very drunk. Members of the defense squad immediately began threatening our hero, poking him with their fingers. It was a real horror. The leaders began competing for a deer's leg. Uoka asked to stop those drunks, but he did not care. The boy was only interested in calligraphy. And after that incident, he no longer went out into the city. When he returned to school, he spent all his years training. Now the main character himself asks the question, why did he spend so much time training? He did not even intend to leave his physical body and ascend to the world of the immortals. He tried everything he wanted, so he regrets nothing, but still it seems that his life was a bit empty. Suddenly the boy looks ahead and sees the starry sky, but cannot figure out where he ended up. Moreover, he is surprised that he found himself in a body from his past. It turns out this is not reality, but his inner world. Suddenly he hears a voice, disappointed. He was summoned by a boy, not a demonic king. This unknown thing says that its name is Fatalist, and that it is the source of all chaos and darkness. Li Han thinks that this is related to the spirit summoning that the girl helped conduct before she went asleep. In a moment the main character laughed. From the very beginning. He was sure that no ordinary lizard would come out to him. This thing asks the boy how he managed to summon it. Now our hero considers himself the master of this spirit and is pleased that he was able to summon it thanks to his excellent skills. It seems this creature did not want to admit that the boy was her master. In a second this thing starts laughing. Looks like the main character really managed to make him laugh. Suddenly something incredibly beautiful and at the same time very strange flashes in the sky. In a second, meteors begin to fall from the sky. This creature orders the mortal to attack once to test his skills. Meteors flew at the boy with incredible speed, but he couldn't hold on and even got confused. In a second they were already falling to the ground. The boy rushed forward trying to dodge the fall. This creature is not going to give up and wants to measure death with another attack. In a moment a strong explosion thundered, but the main character dodged instantly. Li Han is not going to tolerate such treatment towards herself, so now she is also preparing to attack. For his attack he chooses fire magic. His opponent resembles an immortal creature. Physical attacks will not work, so only the energy of fire remains to be used. In a moment, the boy hurled strong fire energy at this unknown creature. But it didn't work, and instead of this incomprehensible creature, a person appeared before the boy. Turns out this creature is the dark side of our hero, which he fears the most. Li Han has no intention of listening to this nonsense, and in a second he lunges at the enemy. Since the young man does not believe it, the creature is about to make him feel what kind of consciousness he has. In a moment, the enemy will launch the heavenly demon explosion technique. It was incredibly difficult because the enemy's power repels him. He does not understand at all who stands before him because repeating the technique after seeing it for the first time is simply impossible. At this moment, the opponent releases the energy of very strong steel. With this strike, he pushes the boy back. The main hero immediately admitted, his enemy is very formidable. They continue to attack each other. You cannot say in advance who will win. If you mix blue, yellow, and red dyes together, no matter how expensive they are, you will eventually get only black color. The gaze of this man causes very unpleasant feelings. This boy could be called a true chaos. He was a demon in its purest form. Now finally, Li Han understood why this particular spirit appeared to him. It was all because they turned out to be similar. The noblest ideal pursued by demonic energy is eternal chaos. This is exactly what appeared before the boy, taking physical form. In this case, our hero has only one option left. The main hero is not going to end this battle at all. On the contrary, it is just beginning. Uoka rises into a combat position, trying to concentrate as much as possible. In fact, he loves fighting opponents as strong as himself. That's why he honed his demonic techniques. In a second, the young man activates the stepping technique of the ruling celestial demon. Uoka was shocked when he saw that his enemy was able to replicate even such a difficult technique. But he is still confident the enemy will not catch up with his experience. That is why he tries to overcome him with the tactic of anticipation. In a second, hand-to-hand combat flares up between them, but the enemy can repel it all to the last man. It seemed to only amuse that unknown creature. It did not take him seriously at all. The main character does not stop, continues to strike the enemy, waiting for them to break. At first, the creature only wanted to play with our hero, but then changed its mind. After his victory, he personally wants to possess the boy's soul. Now the enemy begins to attack and our hero skillfully dodges. Uoka was insanely annoyed that his enemy dared to copy him. In a moment, he kicked him on the hand. Finally, the boy managed to hit his enemy. It is interesting what he will do next. It turns out the man wants to put an end to everything and immediately. For this, he ignites the fire of destruction. In a second, a bright blue explosion flashes as if blinding everyone around. But this did not affect the creature at all. On the contrary, the monster now used the sacred technique of defense, a great shift of heaven and earth. In a second, she directed the attack straight at the main hero and he fell to the ground. The enemy had not a drop of pity for the boy. On the contrary, he mocked him. The young man meanwhile felt very bad. His whole body ached and blood flowed from his mouth. The boy knew before him was an enemy of the same level as that King Lick, but maybe he was even stronger. Until this moment, the boy had never felt such anger and fury. He cannot believe that there is someone who looks down on him. Uoka instinctively feels this leap will be his last attack. It seems the enemy did not expect our hero to rush at him so suddenly. But even if his soul leaves him, he will go only after delivering one more blow to those monsters. This attack was incredibly powerful. The ground even began to crack beneath his feet. Within a second, the boy used the technique of the dark spirit of the heavenly demon. The enemy had to admit, our hero is much more interesting than he initially thought. But it seems even this attack does not cause the enemy any harm. On the contrary, he uses the same attack. The miracle marvels, the boy fought to the last although he has only human strength. The creature listens to his apology for what he has done. Fatalist says that it is still too early for recognition. Spirit tells the boy to turn back, he is not ready yet. In a second, the main character disappears from this world. The spirit is sure they will meet again with this mortal. Unfortunately, our hero could not win this battle and lost. When I became a leader, I never felt so miserable. The only time was after the fight with the Lick King. Back then, he was boiling with anger, but now inside there is only turmoil. Because during the battle with the Lick King, the defeat was not as humiliating as now. When the boy gets out of here, he will clearly understand what awaits him. Suddenly, the young man opens his eyes with a scream and starts coughing blood coming out of himself. The whole body hurt incredibly, and his body stiffened from strong tension. Demonic energy was spreading through the veins. At this rate, the boy could fall into the state of Chukfame. The main character can survive only if he presses on the acupuncture point of the great artery. In a second, overcoming the pain, the boy presses on the necessary point. And already in a moment, he feels great relief. The hand was already sure, any moment now and he would die. His clothes had torn into rags, but that was proof. He was not dreaming and not acting under an illusion. The place where he was not at all like the real world. Our hero was so furious that he could not even use his power and lost in disgrace. Now he burns with the desire to take revenge on this bastard. But first he still decided to ask Philia what had happened to him. Before that, he needed to restore his body. It was already morning. At that moment, Jin was training. He tried very hard, but no attack hit the target exactly. The boy realized, you need to shoot with the same mindset as then. A second later, he managed to hit right in the center. Jin was disappointed but knew perfectly well, skills do not improve in one day. He released several dozen arrows and hit only with the last one. He remembered that day and what he was terribly afraid of, so much so that he couldn't even move. But suddenly he heard an unknown voice that seemed to resonate through his body. After that, everything happened very quickly. Jin is incredibly happy. He finally stopped being a burden for the team and he is useful too. In the first year of study, Li Han was in the same position as him, but as soon as the second year started, it was as if he had been replaced. Techniques became stronger and courage was added as well, but most impressive is his unwavering confidence. Li Han loves to eat very much, so this can be used to get even closer, and then ask him to reveal his secret of success. No matter how you look at it, it looked like a kindergarten's. Meanwhile, Philia enjoys nature, sitting under a tree and inhaling the scent of wildflowers growing right next to the dungeon. Before entering the academy, the girl spent quite a lot of time in the forest. It's hard to breathe in crowded places, so she hardly talked to anyone. Because of this, her presence is barely felt in the class, but Philia is indifferent. Suddenly, the flower she touched withered. When Philia tries to get close to other people, they will be as scared of her as these plants. She believes it is better to keep a distance from the group to avoid revealing her secret. Unexpectedly, Li-Han grows up behind her back. Philia, startled, screamed so loudly that it seemed the whole forest heard it. Li-Han immediately covered his ears and recalled this scream was terrible. Philia was very frightened. Our hero asked if spirits really have only 4 natural elements. He said that in a dream he saw a very strange creature, strong, black, and incredibly aggressive. The stranger called himself the King of Shadow and the source of all chaos. For a dream, everything looked too real. It is hard to call it a simple nightmare. Philia thinks that this guy means the shadow race. These creatures cannot be humans. She means a shadow spirit. It is a subtype. Moreover, it fits Li-Han, but the girl cannot believe it. The probability that an ordinary person has a talent for spiritism is 1 in 10,000, and shadow spirits themselves are very rare. If the spirit called himself a king, then he has a higher class. Spirit cannot lie about itself, otherwise its master has the right to destroy it. One could say this is an absurd case, and its probability is 1 in 100 million. The main hero was so angry at that spirit that in rage he tore his shirt. Philia suggests that it could have been an ordinary, just strange dream. Suddenly, Li-Han remembers the name of this spirit fatalist and asks the girl if she has heard that name. After that, she abruptly gets up and leaves, stating that she has heard nothing about it. The boy sighs heavily. He is back where he started. Anyway, Li-Han cannot defeat him now. He decided to try after this as soon as he reaches the level of the demon who escaped. Meanwhile, at the checkpoint in the north of the mountain, a temporary research base has already been set up. The boy went to the instructor and submitted a detailed report on the student's progress. The staff member was startled with surprise when he saw that a group of 4 people managed to reach the 3rd square, but everything became clear as soon as he recognized Yoon So-ryeon. But it is still an unusual case. Moreover, they were faster than the other teams. As the instructor said, he secretly infiltrated the evaluation site. Now the group has exited the dungeon and set up camp. The other teams also made a halt to devise a strategy and restore endurance. The senior instructor was completely exhausted. Dark circles lay under his eyes from chronic sleep deprivation, yet he still continued to check the documents. So Ching-gun visited them to find out how this year's evaluation is going. He came here as an inspection, but he still had to deliver someone or something. For this, the man asks everyone to step aside briefly. While the workers rushed outside, they finally saw the sun. The senior instructor asks not to pay attention to this because the workers are most likely just pretending. The senior instructor ordered to get straight to the point and asked why the man came. It all started with an unknown source of mana that appeared in the royal tomb of Karsak last year. The amount of mana in the dungeon is slowly increasing, but recently the level sharply jumped, so the instructor is carefully keeping it under control. There is no clarity in determining the cause of the progress, but they already have calculations. It turns out that every quarter several new gargoyles appear. First, the dungeon was not destroyed, it was left for student training. The problem was that the elite gargoyles increased several times by as many as 5. The man shuddered from shock when he heard such a huge number. At the same time, a decision was made to remove everyone from the royal tomb. It was an order from the head of the department. It was sad because, most likely, there is no other place where students can safely accumulate real combat experience. The man says, as soon as the evaluation ends, Ligvezer will come here. It seems she is going to launch a meteor and then the entire district will be completely destroyed. Meanwhile, some squad has already regained their strength and today they plan to strike the elite gargoyles. It was the Samanyan squad. The guy handed out giant belts to the members of his group, which increase muscle strength by 30%, and also some gadgets that maximize the sharpness of swords. With such equipment, even the physical endurance of the elite gargoyles will not scare them. Samanyan says that their plan is to kill 3 or more monsters. He is already prepared so the fight can confidently be brought to an end, despite everything. All squad members supported him and began putting on these magical gadgets. Earlier, Saman accused our hero of using items, although he does the same himself. The guy is firmly convinced their team simply has no right to lose. Meanwhile, the group of Shaolin students has already decided to go back into the dungeon. Each took 1 bottle. Tang Ryan distributed them to everyone. This is a deadly poison. Due to high acidity, it melts metal, causing severe damage. The elite gargoyle's entire body consists of metal, so everything could go awry for them. It is important to remember, the enemy must be driven into one place. Their plan was to bring them to the right distance and then hold them for 10 seconds. Guys have to hold the enemies and then first place will definitely be in their pocket. Finally, they were fully ready to set off into the dungeon. Meanwhile, our hero meditated to restore his strength. An incredibly powerful energy emanated from him. Fatalist revealed his influence on the internal energy, penetrating all the energy pathways of the body. He believed he had erased the traces of the Fatalist, but in vain. When Li Han remembers that bastard, anger instantly overwhelms him. One must think cold-bloodedly. The boy understands he cannot win now. The enemy's internal energy is almost infinite, and the purity of the demonic energy is even better than that of our hero. No matter how infinite the internal energy is and whatever its quality, a single strike with the Great Bear release techniqued it's done. It's hard to call this the subjugation of this spirit, but if he disgrace the boy, he will not retreat after just one simple battle. The young man is determined to make him his subordinate. Everyone was already prepared for the dungeon expedition and was only waiting for Li Han. This dungeon had already bored the boy, so he wanted to finish it as soon as possible. Finally, our group reached the 4th floor. Everyone noticed the doors here were different. Li Han immediately got to work and opened the door, then went inside. They were a bit confused as soon as they entered. The place turned out to be very unusual. Inside, it was almost empty. So Ryan noticed that there is not even a single statue or trace of gargoyles here. Suddenly, Philia notices some drawing on one of the walls and asks everyone to look at it. It seems to depict a dragon breathing fire, a sorcerer destroying a monster, and around them many gargoyles. So Ryan does not believe that this drawing appeared here by chance. It looks like the story of the gargoyles. This happens in ancient tombs where there is no text, or in the royal court. Due to limitations in transmitting oral information, text was replaced by pictures. It was a typical tale of rescue, a lineage being destroyed by dragons, sorcerers, and others. These were the gargoyles. But eventually they came across a mighty creature possessing enormous power. Suddenly, Li Han notices a drawing on the ceiling. Wherever he looks, gargoyles are drawn everywhere. This drawing was incredibly unusual, a person with wings. And in this person's hand was a bow. It seems to be the very archer. In a moment, Li Han realized this is not just a drawing. The main hero orders everyone to prepare. The monsters are almost here. They need to look at the ceiling. No one thinks that gargoyles can emerge from a drawing on the ceiling. If the friends had not left with Li Han, they would have considered his words nonsense. But for this dungeon, it is quite normal. Monsters can crawl out from somewhere at any moment. Our hero has not once slipped up in his words all this time. The group was already ready for the enemy to appear at any moment. They hear someone crawling behind them, so Philia immediately summons an earth wall. Li Han asks Sojin to try starting first at least once and tells him to shoot. Such a proposal, the young man's eyes lit up. Finally, the very elite gargoyle that was loudly screaming appeared before them. It was already reaching out to rush at our heroes, but Sojin shot it. The young man hit without missing, and a powerful explosion occurred. The professor's assistant from the faculty was watching all this and was shocked by such an unexpected attack. But it seems this attack did not affect the monster at all. They were rushing at our heroes at full speed. Fortunately, Philia managed to cover them with an earth wall. So Ryan asks the girl to open a passage in the wall. She is about to go out right now, alone. But as it turned out, the girl wanted to take our hero with her. Now it becomes clear why she needed the protective wall. So Ryan and Li Han were supposed to go beyond the wall and strike them, and when the situation becomes dangerous, return back behind the wall while Sojin covers them. This plan was clear and effective, but if the attacks focus on just one person, he will simply die. So Ryan herself knows her skills are not that brilliant. In a second, the girl threw rings right into his hands. Thanks to this thing, Li Han can become twice as fast. It was a ring that accelerated movements and a brooch that increased flight time. Thanks to this, our hero will be able to fight better than before. In a second, they break out of the earthen wall and rush into battle. Meanwhile, Saman Yan's group was also fighting elite gargoyles. The gargoyles did not stop and kept rushing into battle. Gargoyle strikes heavily at one of Saman Yan's squad members. Salman asks not to worry about this guy, he was simply knocked back. The guy did not expect the monsters to suddenly jump out of the drawings. They did not have time to prepare for the attack, so the whole team is in panic. Good thing they at least managed to dodge to the side thanks to the power of the items. Without that, they wouldn't have even managed to defend themselves, and in the end, everyone would have died. Because of the additional equipment, the hits won't cause too much pain, so act decisively and boldly. They had to use everything they had left for the attack. They couldn't allow the gargoyles to escape and kept hitting them relentlessly. In a second, the gargoyle gathered all its energy and spat out a mighty burst of fire. The attacks didn't affect the enemy at all. It's as if it's unclear where such incredible defensive power comes from. Salmon Yan thinks he can restore the team's fighting spirit if he kills one gargoyle himself. He calls his closest friends and suggests they finish off this gargoyle that was right in front of them together. In a moment they rushed at the monster. There was no time left at all. Dayu was the first to rush and push the gargoyle. At that moment, another boy jumped at it from the other side and loudly struck with his sword. The boy lost caution. The gargoyle hit him hard in the back. From such a strong blow, the young man immediately fell to the floor. Salmon Yan drew his sword and rushed at the monster. He was bursting with anger. The creature dared to touch his friend. In a second, he delivered an incredibly powerful strike and hit the target directly. From such a strong blow, a core came out of the gargoyle. Only one strike left. But everything turned out to be not so simple. The gargoyle began to fight back and did not let them approach the core so easily. Salmon Yan froze when he saw that the gargoyle was using the sword's energy. But it was not the gargoyle, it was Handu, who covered the boy and struck the monster. The boy was infinitely grateful to the boy. He had almost died. Handu suggests retreating because they are in a bad position now, but Salmon Yan is very annoyed by this. While Salmon was busy, two gargoyles began to attack the rear, and this was extremely bad. The longer this fight lasts, the more damage they take. In the worst case, their entire team will be destroyed. Salmon Yan was irritated because they had not caught a single gargoyle. It was necessary for Salmon Yan to urgently decide something. Every second counted. Meanwhile, the Shaolin student squad was already at the fourth square. For the attack, they threw these bottles. Someone hit the gargoyle's head precisely, and the bottle shattered with a clang. The gargoyle flinched at the sharp cry of pain. It seemed this method really worked. They still wanted to throw a few more bottles before advancing, but those were the last ones. No one could have imagined that the fight would drag on so long. When they first hit the gargoyles, the paralysis effect worked and their metal skin became thinner, so Tan Ryan decided their attacks would finally work. But these creatures gradually get more and more used to the poison. Moreover, the splashes of this poison also hit people, causing harm. Their younger brother was poisoned, so they had to urgently take him back and provide first aid. Everyone understands, if they move forward, they will have to pay a huge price. Therefore, right now everyone had to prepare to retreat. The strategy needs to be changed because they underestimated the enemy's intelligence too much. In a moment, Yan Mi uses the mirror reflection technique to dodge. That was the signal. They had to seize this opportunity and run quickly. The instructor had been watching their fight all this time now. She was going to give grades. Unfortunately, this squad failed to catch a single elite gargoyle. There were still 2 days left. This group definitely would not give up. At the same time, our group's fight continues. The main hero mercilessly deals with the gargoyles and a predatory excitement blazes in his eyes. The monster does not give up. She continues to strike, and our hero quickly dodges each blow. Li Han dodged any and all such monsters with incredible ease while you tried to catch him. It's already too late to react to your enemy. No matter how much you talk, it still won't reach the monster. So Ryung V is in shock. The guy dodged all the blows so quickly. Moreover, he didn't even attack, he only dodged. Now the main hero is ready to enter the fight. He takes his hands out of his pockets. It seems the gargoyle is getting scared. She suddenly flies upward. In a second, she begins fiercely spitting fire at the boy, hoping to defeat him. But everything was ruined. The main hero ended up on top and hit the monster in the back so hard that it trembled. After that, he pressed the helpless monster down to the very ground. And already in a second, he mercilessly tore apart her back, trying to find the core inside. The instructor watched this with horror because it was too cruel. And then the young man finally found the needed core and simply crushed it in his hand. There was no time to delay. Several more monsters flew into the battle. Li Han was not scared at all. On the contrary, he got energized. Gargoyles screamed loudly so as not to scare their opponent. Our hero turns to the girl and asks if she will do something, since she herself suggested going together. Of course, so Ryan is going to join the fight and uses speed enhancement magic. In a moment, she, like lightning, rushes at the monster. Orgulia did not intend to delay and also rushed to the girl. But the monster did not even have time to do anything. The girl had already managed to land several sword strikes. This did not cause serious damage. The monster's skin was too tough, so he only got scratches. If you conserve internal energy, you can die quickly, so you need to gather all your strength. So Ryang swiftly circles around the monster, striking it. Meanwhile, the fight between Li Han and the Gorgul continues. He delivers a knee strike to the jaw. He does not even give the monster a chance to manage to strike back. Li Han was already about to finish the battle, but suddenly an earth spirit appeared before him. It asked for food. And then, in a moment, the earth spirit lunged at the monster with all its might. The giant emerged before the boy, and he did not immediately realize that it was the spirit of Philia. The spirit was very hungry, so it struck the ground with its fists with all its might, and this affected Gorgolia. Philia was very worried this spell she was using for the first time, but still she succeeded. Our hero was annoyed that she interfered in his fight. Meanwhile, Yunso Ryan continues to strike the gargoyle. Finally, a crack appeared on the back of the gargoyle. Now the girl has to hit even harder and tear it apart completely. In a second, she unleashes all her strength into this blow and hits it squarely in the back. Fortunately, it worked and Yunso Ryan saw the core. Unfortunately, So Ryan's internal energy was already running out, so she had to act quickly. The gargoyle shot upward like an arrow, trying to break free and escape from the girl. Yet a second later, the gargoyle exploded right in the sky, blinding everyone with its glow. It was So Jin. He was proud of himself. After all, he managed to hit the monster. Now Yunso Ryan only had to finish off the gargoyle, and she actually did just that. Li Han was still scolding Philia for stealing his gargoyle, and now the question arose what to do with this gargoyle. So Ryan wanted Li Han to finish it off because she had no strength left, but the boy was no longer interested in doing so. In that case, Philia says she can try to do it. For this, she uses a spear of earth, which the gargoyle's wing pierces through. The instructor who was observing this was shocked by the results. It's hard to believe that second-year students can show such talent. He tries to note everything down to the smallest details. The man sees even the last gargoyle that remained was already dead. It was hit, and it exploded. After a moment, she fell to the floor, so Jin was glad that he managed to kill the gargoyle. Each of them dealt with one gargoyle, so together there were 4. It seems that's all because Philia no longer felt the presence of monsters. So they finished and passed the evaluation. It's very good that no one was hurt. The girl praises So Jin because he played an extremely important role in this fight. Skills cannot grow much in a few days, but the fact that the boy is lucky twice is already a skill. So Jin is very pleased that his friends truly praise him. Suddenly the friends see a magical item appeared before them. The group froze in shock when they saw that a sacred item dropped from the elite gargoyle. So Jin sees this with his own eyes for the first time, and everything looks strange, unusual. The boy was simply knocked down by the fact that this item is so light. For a metal weapon held with 2 hands, this allows it to be controlled with one and the movements become smooth. It turns out the weapon has some kind of special feature. So Ryan offers So Jin to take this weapon for himself. No one objects. There is a crossbow shooter in their group, so it makes sense for So Jin to take this weapon. Li Han is annoyed that he is getting stronger thanks to the item, but he admits the user's skills have sharply increased, so its effectiveness cannot be denied. In the previous dungeon, there were also items, but none of them affected Li Han. But this toy our hero definitely would not have taken, so he gives it to So Jin. In fact, the boy himself dreams of finding some cool sword. Suddenly, the boy turns back to the group and asks who said that 4 gargoyles are all there is. Suddenly, they raised their eyes up and saw that the monsters were attacking from above. They need to prepare for battle immediately. They were shocked when they saw 2 gargoyles merge into one. But there was no time to figure it out. They urgently had to shoot. A second later, there was a loud explosion. It was So Jin who fired. They noticed the monster has blocked their path to retreat. Turns out, before them was none other than the 2-headed elite gargoyle. So Ryan said she would distract the monster, and the friends, meanwhile, must run back the way they came. But Philia was against it. She herself wanted to hold back the monster and called her giant spirit again. So Jai worries that something bad might happen to the girl again, but asks her not to worry. However, it was in vain. Those gargoyles bit into the earth giant with their teeth and began to bite painfully. The spirit was unbearably in pain, but he fiercely fought off the enemies. It wasn't working. And then, in a moment, the gargoyle began to spit fire at the earth spirit. The giant tries to block this attack with his hands, but frankly, he is not doing very well. Philia tried very hard. She is confident she can endure this. But then the other head of the gargoyle also begins to attack the spirit. This time the fire was bright blue. Turns out it was not fire at all, ice. Through such a crazy temperature drop, the giant simply fell apart into pieces, and the gargoyle flew up and rushed further. Philia felt this attack on her skin completely. She was breathless. She started coughing up blood. But in a second she collapsed to the floor from pain. So Ryang orders So Jin to take Philia and run away, while she together with Li Han will hold back the gargoyle. But our hero steps forward and tells her to run. He will handle it here himself. It turns out our hero wants to do this because he hopes some item might fall out of this monster. The main hero is ignited by this desire. Suddenly they notice a huge ice wall is rising before them. Our heroes are shocked by such a turn of events. It was true ice magic. They still do not know who could have cast a spell of such scale. Turns out it was the instructor. He declared that the evaluation is stopped and everyone must run away from here. Li Han was irritated and fiercely angry that someone interfered in his fight. So the instructor was left alone, and opposite him stood his enemy, the two-headed gargoyle. Our heroes quickly rushed away from the scene. Suddenly, Sojin fell right into Philia's arms because he was running too fast. So Ryan said that it was no longer necessary to run so fast. In fact, the group was incredibly lucky the instructor ended up nearby. Sojin hadn't even seen such gargoyles in the records. Our hero sighed in despair. He had just prepared to receive a proper weapon. Though Ryan didn't understand why such monsters appeared only at the very end, Philia was feeling very bad. The girl suggests finding a place where Philia can rest, so Jin worries, will everything be alright with the instructor? The skill level of the Academy's instructors allows them to handle even a wyvern, and soon the second squad will arrive and they will be saved. Suddenly they notice moonlight falling in one place. It was the central square. The ceiling was not visible as if it was too high. First they needed to lay Philia down so she could rest. Comrade says, let Li Han not touch anything here so that nothing happens. Our hero noticed that there were some strange inscriptions left here. It seems that Philia has finally calmed down. She feels better. Jin assumes that these might be historical ruins. When mana gathered in a special space concentrates in one place, a point arises through which creatures from another world can be summoned. This is what a dungeon is. But there are cases when not only monsters appear in dungeons but also spaces. There are places where knowledge from ancient times or other dimensions is very rarely uncovered. There is a likelihood that this place belongs to historical ruins. If they manage to find something here, they will be able to earn the best scores in the entire history of the Academy. Though Ryan thinks that there is nothing valuable here because many have already passed through this place. But it seems their case is different. It turns out Sojin can read one sentence. It says here their king Karsak sleeps here, and the dungeon is called the Royal Tomb of Karsak. If you think about it, there is no kingdom without a leader. They only studied that there is no boss in this dungeon, but there was not a single word about an assault being conducted here. Maybe not everything has really been found here yet. Suddenly Li Han climbed right onto this tomb. So Jin was worried, the guy might accidentally press something and they will fall into a trap. The main character unlocks the coffin and looks inside. It is empty. There are not even any bones. And so Ryan suggests just waiting. After all, they have already killed 3 elite gargoyles. Suddenly the guys notice a hole resembling a keyhole. In secret storages there are such holes where you need to insert a key and turn it. It turns out there is the same mechanism here too. Finally Philia opened her eyes and woke up. He wonders if it will move the same way as that same plank. If so, this is not the end of the dungeon. Li Han decided to open it. It seems that the coffin is not made of ordinary stones. He feels energy. It was a dark, eerie energy of darkness. Suddenly Li Han realizes the energy of that necromancer is felt here. Meanwhile, the instructors tried to pack up the camp as quickly as possible. Even Instructor Chok and Yan were called here because the situation was urgent. Fortunately, the boy will be fine. It turns out he was the instructor who fought against the two-headed gargoyle. It's hard to believe he was so badly hurt. When the assistants arrived at the scene, the gargoyles were already gone. The fight was over. Assistants say that the monster had the opportunity to inflict even more serious injuries on Kan-un, but she did not do so and literally penetrated inside the ceiling. The head of the department was supposed to arrive here by midnight. The instructor apologized, saying that more attention should have been paid to the distribution of combat forces, but the man is not to blame for anything. Maybe everything turned out even better than it could have been. It is hard to believe that the dungeons are being closed because of our heroes. In fact, everything happened because of a monster about which there was no information before. Han Ryan and Sam and Yan have also already left the dungeon. Most likely, the evaluation has already ended. They say this is their last class undergoing evaluation before the dungeon closes. For Philia, it was the first time, but still a great experience. Though Jin also had to go into battle for the first time, this evaluation was definitely useful for everyone. But at the very end, the instructor's assistant was injured. Because of this, Philia even cried. So Jin tries to calm the girl and says that later she can come visit him. So Ryan wants to learn more about Li Han, but there was no need to hurry. She joined our hero's team and became close with So Jin and Philia. This way, they can constantly watch Li Han. Suddenly, the girl notices Li Han has disappeared somewhere again. Most likely, the boy just wanted to eat and left first. Meanwhile, the dark swordsman trudged to the pawnshop so the worker could appraise his precious stone. The value of this stone will be at least 10,000 nyan. This stone can confidently be classified as special. And if you sell this stone at an auction, you can squeeze an even higher price out of it. The dark swordsman froze in shock. The owner himself sets the price of the magic stone, whose properties do not belong to any of the four main ones. But due to the incredible rarity of this stone, it will take time to set the right price for it. In about a month, a regular auction will be held. If the boy wants, he can open a special auction, but it will cost 3,000 nyan. The dark swordsman thanked and handed over the money for the man to look at his stone, but he refused to take it. There is no need to dwell on such trifles. Instead, the man wants to make a deal with this precious item himself. He will give the young man a letter with the date of the auction. It is important to keep this stone safe. In a second, the boy starts laughing with pleasure. It seems he will become rich now. He only needs to give a little money for the sale, and then he will have a lot of money. He was shocked. His employer turned out to be so stupid that without any hesitation, he simply gave him this stone. At this very moment, our hero returns home. It seems the dark swordsman did not expect to see the boy so early. He had no idea that the employer would return tomorrow. Li Han asks who the stranger was that came out of their house. The dark swordsman pretends to have no idea about this, but when he looks closely, it becomes clear this stranger looks very familiar to the main hero. But the boy insists that the problem is not at all about that. He asks the dark swordsman to prepare food for him. The young man breathes a sigh of relief. He understands that he was not discovered. Li Han asks the mercenary to find a sword for him, because after eating, he wants to go somewhere. It seems they were heading to the royal tomb of Karsak. Night had already come, so they needed to sneak past this place unnoticed. Everything here has already been cleaned up. Most likely, this is because of that two-headed monster. Fortunately, the boys broke through the crowd. They reached the dungeon where drawings hung on the walls. Here, the process of creating the dungeon is shown. Our hero says that the two-headed Gorgulia climbed right out of the ceiling of this room. And at that very moment, a gargoyle really began to appear from the ceiling. Dark swordsman was shocked. The monster had some strange consistency. But in a second, this strange consistency turned into a real monster. Dark swordsman feels strong pressure in the air and thinks that this creature is the master of the dungeon. In a moment, the main hero snatched the sword from behind the mercenary's back. He was not going to hesitate. He wanted to kill this monster right now. In a moment, the boy focused and gathered as much energy as possible to finish quickly. Dark swordsman froze when he saw that it was enhancement energy. His strike simply cleaved the monster in half. The fight never even began and it was already over. Dark swordsman simply did not understand how a mercenary could use energy that only absolute warriors use. But as it turned out, this was not the end yet. The main hero decided to catch the master of this dungeon. After some time, the guys reached the desired place. There stood a coffin. Dark swordsman realizes that this coffin is empty, so where is the boss then? Now the main hero asks the boy to get the very same stone that he gave him. Dark swordsman immediately begins to worry, thinking that the mercenary has already learned about the value of the stone. Boy begged on his knees for Li Han to return the stone to him. When he found the stone, he never even thought that he would ever use it anywhere, so he threw it away. The boy feels disgusted by the energy of this Kunlun. Apparently this stone also has its own use, like other items. The main hero climbed into this coffin and began to rummage around to see exactly where the stone should be inserted. In a moment, as soon as the young man brought the stone to the opening, it simply disappeared. Li Han does not understand why nothing has happened so far. It seems like no magic is triggered here at all, unlike in the previous dungeon. The mercenary asks to look at the dark swordsman. Has anything changed? Dark swordsman was in complete despair because our hero took his stone, although at first he assured that he did not need it. The whole world seemed to collapse because now the boy had lost his money. Suddenly something started happening with the coffin. It began to emit a yellow glow. And the ground beneath the boys suddenly started cracking. And then in a moment, the ground around the coffin collapsed and the dark swordsman fell down. The main hero also did not intend to delay and jumped down. Finally, the boys landed. It seems everything went relatively well. They fell about 320 meters. Our hero himself did not know what kind of place it was. It was so dark that something was needed to light the way. Suddenly, a light flashed in the room. All this happened because of the night pearl. Drawings hung on all the walls. There were significantly more here than in the previous hall. If someone among those present here turned off their light, then probably they will also tell about the exit. Suddenly, a terrifying voice rang out, announcing that his guests were ordinary people. The dark swordsman realized they are speaking to him with the power of thought. This meant that this creature was not at all like ordinary monsters. Li Han already knew about this creature. He had seen its memories through the arrow. The young man does not care what his curiosity will lead to. He only wants to get the Neden, which will fuel his energy, so the boy wants to finish all this as soon as possible. Besides, the boy wants to take the item that will drop from this monster. This beast was furious to madness because of the overconfidence of its opponent. The stranger agrees to fight the boy, but first he must defeat his army. Suddenly the walls flare up with bright red light. In a moment, elite gargoyles crawl out from there. The Dark Swordsman thinks this is simply impossible because these monsters have intelligence and therefore winning will be extremely difficult. And in a second, the strongest gargoyle of all appears before the boys, the ancient gargoyle. Li Han addresses the mercenary and asks if he can handle half of the monsters. Our hero challenged him and started calling him weak, so the Dark Swordsman agreed. This time he intends to show him the result of his training. Their main enemy was stunned. They are preparing for battle with the monsters so calmly and without any fear. In a moment, several gargoyles rushed at the Dark Swordsman. Now he must show all his strength. In a second, he starts the attack and strikes all his enemies. Within a second, the young man split all the monsters in half. Li Han was surprised. The boy used the sword's energy, although he hadn't been able to do so before. Now he has learned to control the sword's energy much better, and it's hard to believe such progress was made in such a short time. Meanwhile, the battle between them continues. Now the Dark Swordsman uses the demonic small hand attack technique. Our hero notices the purity of the demonic energy has also increased, but pressing with force in a fight against an opponent he knows nothing about is not the right decision. The sword's energy or even the power of the small hand is not enough to kill this monster. If the Dark Swordsman had no secret strategy, then now his end would come. In a second, the strongest monster strikes directly at the Dark Swordsman. Thick dust rises. Their main enemy laughs, believing that the boy has died. But as it turned out, the boy was fine. He just was not in a hurry. For his further plans, he decided to use the yokai that was in his hand. But the Dark Swordsman, on the contrary, is glad they are so close because he wants to check something. In a second, he unleashes a demonic bloody hand and tears it off his enemy. The boy was not sure that this technique would work on the monster, but everything turned out extremely well. Now he was more confident in himself and ready to fight back against everyone. The Dark Swordsman clearly intended to finish off absolutely all his enemies. Li Han was glad that the Dark Swordsman had finally awakened this power within himself. In just a second, the Dark Swordsman accumulated a huge reserve of energy in his enemies. Stopping was not allowed. The ancient gargoyle was about to attack again. The boy was already ready for this and easily dodged her attack. The boy was already extremely experienced in battles with gargoyles. When he fought, he accidentally came across one strategy. As it turned out, the monster's body also has acupuncture point in the left muscle. If you hit this spot, the monster becomes paralyzed. Dark Swordsman did everything he just promised. Suddenly, the enemy grabbed his arm tightly and did not let go. While this creature was squeezing him, another came to help and wanted to spit fire at the boy. The boy had already decided that he would stupidly take the hit, but our hero rushed to help. The young man effortlessly deflected this fiery ball and hurled it aside. Li Han praised the mercenary because he saw progress, but still he had not yet mastered the technique of beastly blood. Not focus on dividing energy, sharply seize the power. In a second, the main character showed how it should look. He hurled powerful energy at the monster. That was the end of the warm-up. The boy wanted their main enemy to come out of the darkness. And at that very moment, the enemy really came out of the hiding place because he suddenly became very curious. It was Karsak. He was incredibly eager to find out the name of that arrogant boy. Dark Swordsman wanted to protect his employer from these words, but suddenly our hero named his real name Ku-Ok. He says that he surpassed the ancestor founder and took his name. Also, he is a heavenly demon, the head of the sacred school of the heavenly demon. Dark Swordsman froze in stupor after his employer's words. He does not believe what he heard. In that case, the enemy asks where the boy got the yin mana dimension from. Li Han did not know what it was, so the enemy explained, to activate the door to this room, this magic is needed. Therefore, only sorcerers who possess the magic of darkness can pass here. It seems the Monster King meant the magic that summons skeletons. Then our hero told that he personally killed that monster and came here thanks to the stone that fell from it. The monster was in complete shock. The situation unfolded exactly as planned. In such a case, the monster cannot sit idly by, so he takes out a bow and begins aiming at the Dark Swordsman. The king fired a magical shot. The boy did not understand why the bullet flew into empty space. After that, he saw dozens of portals opening in the space and the arrow flying between them. And then, in a moment, the arrow pierces the Dark Swordsman. He doesn't even have time to blink. From such a blow, the boy loses strength and falls to the ground. There was a huge hole in the young man's abdomen. His tanjung was completely torn out. King only mocked the misfortune that befell the boys. It seems the dark swordsman already began to think he would die, so before death he wanted to find out, was his employer really the head of the sacred school of the heavenly demon? The boy always thought the employer was strange because he even knew lost demonic techniques of the school. Li Han tried to save the boy but saw his internal energy was dissipating. Even acupuncture did not work, the needles lost the power to hold the energy. The boy seems already certain of his death, so I want to ask him the last question. He really wants to find out if he was the one who stopped the Lich King's advance many years ago. Suddenly, Li Han gets an idea on how to save the boy. Now he aims to shove a yakai into his danchan. In that case, the boy would have to fight the yakai, but if he loses consciousness, the monster will fully take over his body, so he had to win. After that, our hero answers the question. He says he did not stop the Lich King, he only buried him in the ground. He promises to tell the details when the boy wakes up, and now he drags this thing to him and asks him to survive. Now the dark swordsman will face pain he has never felt before. If he loses, he will die. If he wins, he will gain the power of the yakai. Li Han grabs the boy in his arms and simultaneously fights off the monster. After that, the young man led the mercenary to a more or less safe place. Now the main hero was ready to rush into battle with the king. The monster was insanely irritated by the boy's confidence in himself. In just a second, their bloody fight begins. In a moment, monsters attack the boy, while the arrow quickly zips through the spaces. But Li Han didn't even stop to kill these monsters. Now a mad arrow will fly at him. Looking at it, you can see it lacks some form. It chaotically appears and disappears. When the arrow appears, the space around it begins to tremble slightly. In such a case, you need to seize the moment. Li Han managed to seize this moment, and he managed to block the arrow flying straight at him. This amazed the king to no end. It's hard to believe that an ordinary person could take the hit of an arrow. A second later, the main hero deflected this arrow and cut it in half. Although the enemy had a truly unusual ability, it was still just an arrow. It seems the boy was too relaxed. The arrow was already rushing at him from above. It turns out his arrow will chase the victim until they die. Even if it breaks into pieces, it will still maintain its movement. In that case, the boy decided to deliver a devastating blow of the heavenly demon Sura. This attack destroys even the space around and does so completely. In a second, a bright white fire flared up. It seems this scared the monsters. The main hero continued swinging the sword, fueling each strike with enhancement energy. He got closer and closer to the king. Now it became clear to him how the boy dealt with that skeleton. His abilities are truly sufficient. At this level, you have to keep the bar high, so the king no longer holds back. Suddenly, a strong explosion thundered again, but this time the flash was gentle pink. The enemy's energy did not dissipate, so this is not the end yet. A second later, the archer summons the dragon tooth. Our hero is really shocked the enemy pulled out such a huge thing. Judging by the boy's reaction, he had never seen anything like it before. The monster says that after this, no one survives. This is his secret weapon, a demonic arrow that will destroy everyone it meets on the way. And then in a moment, the monster releases his magical shot. The main hero is not afraid of this at all. He believes he can destroy it just the same. But just now this arrow turns into a whole bunch of arrows, and they are already flying straight at the boy, who did not expect this. Maybe our hero lacks the inner energy for this, but he will try anyway. Meanwhile, the dark swordsman is still lying unconscious. And now he has finally come to his senses. He woke up in some strange city. To his surprise, he sees his stomach is fine. From what he last remembers, the employer called himself a heavenly demon. After that, he recalls his words about having to fight a yakai. Most likely, the boy is now in his own subconscious. He must defeat his enemy at any cost. In a second, the boy hears a voice that echoes everywhere. You can even feel the enemy's energy throughout the territory. The yakai laughs because I think he is sure he can win. The dark swordsman behaves cautiously and prepares for battle. The monster confidently insists that the boy will not defeat him, and offers, give him your body voluntarily. In a moment, the young man grabs some red thingant. It prevents him from moving. Turns out it was the tongue of his enemy. He was going to take his body for himself. The dark swordsman definitely has to carry out his employer's order. The boy begins to cry while the red thing squeezes his body. It looks as if he is too weak to protect his body. In a second, the jaws of the terrible demon snap shut. Meanwhile, the battle of Li Khan continues. The boy skillfully deflects all the arrows. The young man dodges and with each step gets closer to his enemy. In this case, the king summons the dragon bone. He reloads the magic arrow again. But Li Han was not confused at all and unleashed the bow of the heavenly demon and the control of the void. The gargoyles did not let the young man finish the attack. They themselves rushed to attack from different sides. Suddenly Li Han sees some red thing appear and kill the monster. Li Han rejoices upon seeing the dark swordsman. Finally he has awakened. But the main character sees the mercenary's hand continues to distort more and more, but I think the boy won. Li Han asks the mercenaries to deal with the gargoyles, but suddenly the dark swordsman strikes him from behind and pierces his abdomen. Turns out this was not the dark swordsman at all, only now did our hero realize the mercenary had already been consumed. The situation was extremely bad because the king also did not stop attacking. The arrow flew straight at the dark swordsman, but he managed to dodge. It seems the celestial demon did something to the boy and he remained unharmed after the arrow hit him. His altered form seems too familiar to the king. Turns out this monster knew Karsak. The archer froze when he realized it was the vampire blood from the demonic lineage. Finally, he returned to the real world. As it turned out, he was previously Karsak's master. Almost 100 years ago, not far from Mount Mother, the gargoyle brought the king 50 corpses as he requested. Not much time had passed since their deaths. Can't fool the stage of decomposition. King, as always, rewards for the completed work. The monster could never understand how one could give such valuable things for a few corpses. The king wants to make an army from these corpses. He is unfamiliar with the world that the monster speaks of, but there is another power he can use. After this, the monster is going to leave, but the king wants to tell something. It turns out that recently one test subject escaped from Mr. Mephisto's laboratory. As soon as he got out, he began attacking everyone. The test subject was named Vlad Dracula. Maybe his mind broke during the transformation into a weapon. The authorities last saw him somewhere nearby, so be careful. The gargoyle immediately went to her leader and reported the information she had learned. The leader was very angry. Mephisto showed tactlessness again. His only task is to watch over and protect King Lick. They say Vlad is their ally but dangerous. He is sure there must have been some other reason why Vlad did not become the guardian. If they make mistakes, their forces will definitely be taken away. No matter what the attack is, the monster's wings will be able to stop any of them. It is necessary to build a fortress that even Vlad cannot destroy. Korsak was to carry out this order from his king. But it seems nothing worked out, so Vlad came right here. It became clear he wants to drink the blood of the gargoyle, but that was too strange since the fluids in their bodies differ from organic species. Vlad completely lost his sanity. If Korsak loses, he will sweep away the entire dungeon. The battle was fierce. Korsak barely managed to fend him off. First, it was necessary to restore the dungeon, so it was essential to focus precisely on this. But there was no time at all while he was fighting Vlad. People who wanted to kill him entered the dungeon. They must destroy the gargoyle and only then will they be able to close the dungeon. They must kill him no matter what. Korsak did not even think about surrendering. He will defend his dungeon to the last. The monster had no strength left for battle, so he had to seal himself. But even then, he did not intend to give up. Later, strength will come to him and he will create an army for this dungeon. After that, the enemy sealed himself. If it were not for Vlad, he would not have felt such humiliation before people. The only thing that allowed Korsak to calmly close his eyes was the victory over Vlad Dracula. He killed him with his own hands. Therefore, now the gargoyle was in shock when it saw the very same Vlad Dracula in front of it. He was able to continue his existence only as a parasite clinging to life in the boy's body. Now everything became as it was before. All the powers returned to the vampire. Of course, to take this place, the blood of one person is not enough, but that is not a problem. The world is full of people. Vlad again offers the monster to unite together, saying that this way they can gain power. The gargoyle did not even intend to listen. It just knocked his head off with its attack. Korsak no longer intends to serve the authorities. But the enemy did not die from having his head torn off. He laughed. The nature of the monster has not changed at all. In that case, he intends to tear him to pieces and finally take his second wing. A second later, a battle flares up between them. In a second, Vlad suddenly lunges at his enemy, deflecting his attacks. The monster, meanwhile, commands its arrows to fly after it. But nothing works out. Within a few seconds, Vlad finds himself right in front of his enemy. In that case, the gargoyle activates the Dragon Tooth Challenge. After that, they collide with each other. It is completely unclear who will defeat whom. In a moment, an extremely strong explosion thundered, scattering everyone in all directions. The main hero, it seems, was simply delighted by today's turn of events. The boy was badly wounded and tried to help himself. He was in pain and trembling for the dark swordsman. Now he uses the technique of the eternal ice while the body becomes cold and hard. If not for it, he would have faced the same fate as the dark swordsman. But the boy failed to recover to the level needed to stand up again. He can only restrain the energy. He had a chance while the Dark Swordsman fights that monster. He needs to focus and direct all his life energy to healing. Suddenly, the boy recognized a familiar voice. From some space emerges a stranger who expected the boy to be wildly surprised. Li-Han still could not understand why this man ended up here. He grabbed him and threw him into his dimension. The boy still did not comprehend how this creature was able to awaken his consciousness. Last time he told him that he would kill and take the soul, but still decided that it was a pity to do so, because if he kills a good soul, he will not be able to fully absorb it. If the connection between the body and soul is forcibly torn, it is impossible to avoid injuries. Last time, as soon as anger consumed the boy, mana moved through his mind into the body and then into the shadow. Now Ku-oke understood why the energy was not burning. The creature does not intend to drag it out, it wants to start the fight immediately. The boy feels demonic energy, and at first I can't even believe it. It was an absolutely sacred technique that allowed using the power of the maximum release of internal energy. The monster confidently believes that very soon it will be able to seize the power of our hero. In a second, the monster lunged at the boy. If he blinks, that's it, the end. The main hero makes every effort to block this attack. The monster does not give up and continues to advance, and the boy dodges. The enemy's attacks are so rapid that he cannot jump back from them in time. The enemy continues to pull his endless series. Ku-oke does not understand where he has so much strength. Although he blocked the blow, it feels as if his arm is about to fall off. He had no time left for fighting. While the boy was distracted, he was hit in the stomach. The monster wants their battle to be spectacular, so I expect a counterattack from the boy. Finally, the main hero pulls himself together. He tears off his clothes and prepares to show all his strength. Recklessness is Ku-oke's style. Now he concentrates fully and gathers all the energy inside himself. The fatalist does not think the boy can surpass him because he himself is the limit of his strength. If the boy follows death, he will be able to rise to a higher level. If he fails, he will die, but it's better to take the risk. In that case, the creature also decided to throw all its strength into the fight. Finally, their fists collide with each other. In a second, they unleash a multitude of attacks on you. But unfortunately, our hero receives a strong blow right to the jaw. However, the main hero also managed to strike back. It feels as if the body is about to split. These attacks cause side effects and the boy's shock increases. He perfectly understands that the enemy has cornered him in a difficult situation. But even so, I was not going to give up. From their blows, even the ground beneath the feet begins to crack and fissure. Ku-oke gathers all his strength. His fist burns with mighty energy. And then in a second, they again just the same crash into each other. Because of this, a huge black explosion rises. Everything around has turned black and white. The boy feels the energy of his enemy throughout his body. Through the enemy, his house turned into something incomprehensible for no reason. The main hero was still glad he managed to win. Suddenly, he notices bright red eyes behind his back. This creature was insanely surprised when it saw a mortal here. Our hero could not believe that it was true. Meanwhile, this monster does not understand how some mortal, dependent on life, can cross the border of death. Ku-oke thought that his enemy was already dead, but that was not true. Now the main hero seemed to have opened another breathing chamber, and he, like a predatory beast, continues to strike with it. And then in a second, the main hero broke through forward and struck his enemy with the most powerful blow. The enemy was furiously angry because our hero claimed a divine title for himself. The fatalist hits our hero right in the head, trying to break him completely. But it was already too late. No one will stop the main hero. And Ku grabs the enemy's hand tightly, almost tearing it off. Realizing that the situation is bad, the monster is about to cancel the summoning magic. She wants to bring him back. Fatalist was shocked. He had never felt fear before a person. Meanwhile, the battle between Dracula and Corsac continues. In a second, the gargoyle pierces the enemy and hits right in the stomach. Recovery was incredibly slow. The situation turned out extremely bad, so Dracula transformed into a bat. Now it is easier for him to dodge arrows. While the gargoyle deals with Vlad, Li-Han takes advantage of the moment and attacks from the side. Corsac definitely did not expect to see that our hero was fine. In a second, he delivers a strong blow right to his face. From this blow, he is thrown straight into the wall. It cracks. Now Li-Han is already about to finally finish off the gargoyle.